Perfect. No, we can see ourselves though.
I think I'll take it away.
You do want us? Okay, cool.
Blaze Tennessee versus Zach Hunter. First
Plus one on him. Yeah, once you always yes, it's you have to work reasonably.
I'm figuring it out right now. Am I good to say it? He's on. Yeah, he's on. You do that shadow. Spicy matchup. Definitely in favor of Lance, I have to imagine.
Yeah, sure. So cool. See those sign yep, I look at the top, then on your second name. I'll just put this here. Because I got one right here now. I got more.
Also, Samantha's Zoom yeah, did you hide it?
So when I talk oh, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, we can figure it
It
out.
also has trample.
Sounds good.
Welcome everyone who's already watching. We're sorting out some technical difficulties. I don't know if you can hear the producers talking.
Oh, great. All right, well, welcome everyone that joined us. Yeah, we're talking to the producers, trying to get this started.
Yep.
All right.
Like they're,
Give me a thumbs up, baby.
they're good at their selfies. First feature match of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so Lance versus Blue Black Shadows. I always love these Lance versus Phase deck matchups. I feel like Lance is definitely favorable, but I always find it really fun.
Yeah, I think ultimately, right, like Lance is playing, like Lance is almost built to beat these types of base Wasteland decks. Obviously, Wasteland is pretty good against Lance, but if Lance couldn't beat Wasteland, it wouldn't be a deck today. So obviously, that's not like the best case scenario in the world. It looks like we're rolling dice 7.
Zach is on.
Oh yeah, that shadow is on the red dice, white dice.
Like he won the die roll.
Yep.
Notably, with the way Zach's list is configured, we're kind of low on fronts comparatively. Some other lists have been playing Select Knight Stalker and stuff, but for this we're much higher on Reanimate. We have 4 Grief, 4 Trolls, and 3 Reanimates.
Yeah.
So we have less 1-drops, which can be a good way to kind of sneak under phase event issues, where if you're just trying to ride one Death Shadow to victory, one big threat, you can kind of run into issues in this matchup. Usually how Dover gets in.
Because the other thing too is that the shadow sometimes both of which notably don't target lands. in a deck called Lands, so I imagine those can kind of be dead after that turn 3 or turn 4. So right off the bat, I think from a main board perspective, there's definitely a lot more into the sideboard to shore up this matchup, but I have to imagine it's probably, if I were betting, I mean not betting, if I were to look at the stats, I would probably say it's 60-65% for Lands game 1. What do you think? Before we look at the stats later.
Yeah, I've come around to be low on percentage calls, but I think 60-40 is about reasonable. I mean, the thing about these tempo decks is they're kind of just not that weak to everything. They just always have good draws that the game. They look a little bit different than combo nut draws, but they're basically the same thing. If you have Wasteland followed up by a fast clock, it's always the draw.
I frequently talk about Lands, so I'm like a friend of the Lands player. He always tells me that the best way to play Lands is fast clock. But we're starting off with a Flooded Strand into a Grief, Itch, Dismember. Let's see what Lands has.
Yeah, this could be really good here. Taking the Explorer.
What is that card in the middle? Versus Saga. Just so we can see.
Cephalid, Punishing Fire, it's getting cards out of a Resurgence.
The one red does make you think it is Punishing Fire.
Yeah, they have 3 Punishing Fire.
Yeah, it looks like if I were betting mana, it looks fiery, it looks red.
Yeah, I don't know if the producers are reading chat, but it sounds like the room noise is way louder than us in the commentary booth, so we can maybe get that adjusted.
Soccer's going to take up to Fable.
But yeah, it looks like he took Explorer here.
Discourage these 2 cards.
Explorer and Fox Diamond, just trying to slow down the lands draw, which makes a lot of sense to me. A lot of times, the real scary lands hands are where they're ramping their mana really fast, and they can kind of lock you out of your mana quicker and play all their utility lands while developing it. So,
honestly, the Grief start with 2 hits. Oh, Rift and Exploration off the top.
Yeah, the head shake on the back, I think sums it up here.
Oh yeah, that's the motor bug, as you say. And Urza Saga. Do we have a way of like handling Urza Saga in the leaderboard outside of Wasteland?
Looks like we don't have any trust out main or anything. The Teamer battle range cut, so he has the Wasteland.
That's fair.
So Grief comes in, swings for 3 mana. No blockers. The Saga does target Wasteland. That is a Wasteland. Saga does Wasteland. It's very, very good. Good. You're going to see a low, probably targeting Wasteland. Sorry, there's a Saga. Days the low.
Your team is like
I will.
That's good. Dark Depths comes down. There is a Vesper shape in the field, notably no Yavi Maya. So until Yavi Maya comes down, you can cast it. We do need 1 more mana in hand. We do have a Brazen Borrower in the main to handle a Dark Depths, but I'm not sure what's actually in that.
Yeah, try this again.
Yes. So I like the days coming on the lightning alone. We're kind of on, hey, we're going to lose to lands the longer this game goes. The days is not going to be live. Just trying to basically time walk them here by delaying this. Play alone getting Urza Saga 1 turn makes it a lot of sense to me. We're trying to kill them fast. Blaze is at 14, so we got some ways to go. But yeah, for right now, we can see the life total on the dice.
Yeah. So right now the dice is going to be the life total. The Dark Depths.
Pick up a double Saga off the top with this Life from the Lomas.
Still notably cannot activate this Dark Depths. So we still have a little bit of time to work with. The 3-2 is a fast clock, but Delver Sun is not going to be a Dark Depths, especially because the Grixis can block the Dark Depths token. So we're going to have to see what happens here. This Dark Depths is going to come down. Clearly this Ponder is looking for a Brazen Bar if it's not already in hand. Let's see what happens here. Sagas will pick up. Do you ever make constructs here and just keep the Dark Depths in your pocket, or do you go with it? Obviously, maybe not right now, but like, is that what you're saving your mana for? You can only do one.
You have to make 2 constructs here to really be effective.
So you think you just put
I
Dark
think
Depths?
I would make the depths. And there's only so many interaction points that the shadow is like an offset here.
Whoa, you're trying to escape.
How much there no target?
The thing with lands is give this deck a turn or two more than it's been in need, and all of a sudden it's going to get out of control. Because right now there's so many things that attack that lands can come from. We've got the Saga beatdown plan, we can even start wasting out of the game. We've got the Dark Depth token to just swing into the 2020. There's so many different ways that lands can attack this attack Shadow right now.
Waits to make those.
Yep.
It's interesting. We can't block 3 fast metas. If we had just made it on sorcery speed, we could play around Wasteland.
I do appreciate the OG Surge Foil Cold Snap promo Dark Depth token. And there's the concession. We cannot beat the 2020. Really hard in general for the deck to beat the 2020. What are some ways that we can attack this from the Dead Shadow side now? So obviously we're bringing in the Dress Down. We're probably bringing in the other fluxes. It really isn't much else. Do you bring in surgicals against lands?
So, a lot of the time, if you saw how this matchup went right, Shadow Blaze was able to get an Explorer down and use Life Below to basically double land every turn. So, when Life Below was active, this land stack was basically almost like demonic tutoring all their lands.
Yeah.
So I find Force Negation and Surgical Extraction to be pretty important as a way to disrupt them and kind of give you more turns for your clock to become relevant.
Yeah.
We had a Wasteland plus double creep, plus a
Wasteland, double. I don't think I saw a clock.
Yeah, so
Wasteland, double grief, ponder, game, other parts of the song.
yeah, so we had 3 interaction points and just was not even close to enough. I feel like surgically, either hitting, if you can surgical Life from Loam, it's pretty good. You can also try and surgical Dark Depths to kind of, or even actually testing stage. Yeah, there's a lot of they're recurring these things kind of in a bad position, so typically I'm interested in that kind of effect.
Do you ever bring it? It's obviously Stern Scolding comes in because it just kills most of the stuff in their deck. But do you ever bring in stuff out as a way to kill Elvish Reclaimer? Because that can notably be a problematic card.
So this is Lighthouse. Typically, I'm not expecting any creatures out of Homeland builds unless we've seen a little bit more hybrid, a little bit more in the middle of lands and more Dark Depths, like style decks.
I just think we want to board out all the possibilities. We arguably need to board out the dismembers because it's just bad. Like,
yeah, I definitely don't want any creature removed, but I think it's actually on the play. The turn 1 Thoughtseize is so good. If you hit,
that's true.
A lot of times, Mox Diamonds, Explore, hitting Life from Low into the graveyard, surgical, like, it's quite bad on turns 2 and above, but it's really, really good on turn 3. So it can be kind of this awkward. Can you trim on them? On the draw, they get much worse. You can't get on the floor, but
Notably as well too though, that post board lands does have a lot more seas targets. Let's see actually what's in the land
I had a lion
so yeah, I mean like we're probably bringing in certain chokes. We're probably bringing in. Do you bring in surgical extraction in this matchup? We're probably bringing in cluster storms.
I don't believe that is what lands needs to attack this strategy. Obviously, we have free reanimates and blue black shadow. It's definitely a way to blow them out, but surgical is much more of a hey, I'm sending a roadblock to make this game go along against the more dedicated creative strategies. I think you have just such a strong game plan. You want to
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. Obviously, like choke definitely comes in right. It's just an I win card frequently. Cluster storms probably come in. Force of Vigor definitely not. Hydro Blast definitely not. Blue Alley Blast definitely not. Cosmic's Return. Why do people run Kozilek's Return over like similar forms? Is it just because it can't be Blue Alley blasted specifically?
Yeah, it's with the loss of
I was thinking you might have had
blue or with turbo boxes and stick grenade top or bike whatever you want to call it. Blue elemental blast and hydro blast stocks are down, but historically they've been 3 in every side. So makes a lot of sense. That Devoid is actually a pretty strong line of text on this one.
I think we're going to be getting a lot of Void in about a month or two. A lot of the Eldrazi Void. We're curious to get that team. But anyway, we're back in the game. We're starting off with Blue Delta from the shadow side. Taiga.
The problem with this proxy format is you never know if that's a real beautiful one or a fake beautiful one.
Regardless, the Black Border Duel is the other special.
It does look good. Yeah.
Under City Sewers, these surveillance is so cool in Legacy for me. I was up to 1 and now in at least in my own personal list. Yeah, chat, we're working on getting the audio sorted, but I believe, I'm not sure who we have to figure that out. Yeah, we're actually, don't worry about it. We'll have it sorted. I have faith.
Our crop rotation is a little bold.
That is a bold, especially because it kind of plays with the Grixis too.
Yeah, I would be a little bit worried if you're going to do that. You can do it in response to the fetch to play around days.
Yeah, that's all I got. This time it didn't matter because it was Force that stopped it, but yeah.
That's a 2 for 2. Terrible. Depends on Blaze's hand. Sometimes they really struggle with green mana, but yeah, Maya definitely knows how.
Expedition match.
Okay.
What do we get with when you're playing land and you just go? Obviously it depends on the game. But like map is such an interesting card because it's true democracy effectively. But like when you're just kind of in this neutral state where nothing's really happening yet, what do you get? You get Urza's Saga. If you get Festin Stage, I imagine, especially if you have an idea that you're going to shoot for a Dark Sap, so you get the other piece of the puzzle. This is not an open deck list event, so they don't know each other's sideboards, so as a result, I'm not sure if Blaze has the read that there's very little Dark Step State. In fact, the only Dark Step State I believe that exists in the deck are 2-1, a Brazen Borrower as well as a String Dismissal. So I'm not sure if he can go straight for the Dark Step song, or if we're going to go for, another Saga making kind of plan.
Yeah, I think the benefit of this deck is Zach's not really presenting any questions.
Yeah.
So
definitely favorite.
You can, well, Blaze is kind of a slow start. So it's ideal, but you kind of hold on to this expedition map until you get exactly what you need or whatever Zach can present. If he brings back a troll, it's pretty nice to just get a maze and shut that down indefinitely.
Yeah. I think like it really depends on the hand. We don't have access to seeing the player's hand, so we don't know what's happening. But we see the instant fetch on the prop,
Definitely
which is
was like, let's make sure
interesting. Instead of like waiting to see what's going to happen there, I'm not sure what the reason for that was.
not 100%.
But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, if you want to play around Stifle, which this is definitely a Stifle format right now, you gotta be thinking about this.
Is it actually anymore though? After Tuesday?
I think people will.
It was not
Legacy metagame is always slow.
I will give you all a 1 minute time extension.
We'll see. I'm a little upset at the Stifle enthusiast that that Goblin got banned because that was my play. Anywho, we're back here. We find the water grave, shock it in, ponder. See we get off this ponder. What are we looking for? We need a correct on the Death Shadow side. We really need to find something that can just start beating down. Because right now, the longer this game goes, I would argue that there's a pretty real percentage attached to the distance of lands that everyone turning passes. So I'd be curious to know what. I'm not sure if we had to throw it right by now, but I'd be curious to know if we're holding something, saving something. We're trying to play as almost like a lane game, depending on what the texture of our hand looks like on the shadow side. So I guess we'll see here.
Yeah, both players kept 7, it looked like. And both of them have relatively slow starts. So they definitely both kept some.
Yeah.
I wonder if Zach just has a thrust down in hand, and that's pretty good against constructs and the mirror lane issue. So maybe he just kept it on the back of that and just struggled to put something together.
Dress down, obviously, like it doesn't kill the Night Watch, but all of a sudden you can actually kill it or something else. So it's not technically a 2-for-1 because the dress down just cycles itself, but you do need 2 cards together.
Yeah, and we're not sure how much removal.
Oh, Map Found Saga. We are on the beatdown plane, the mid-range beatdown plane. At least for now.
Yeah, Blaze only has 1 map, so we're not gonna loop it.
I love this deck.
Only 1 map. Only 1 map. Lands are so interesting. They're so like customizable. Like obviously they're probably like 60. The last 15 cards, main board and sideboard, can really be like a lot of games. I would argue it's like part 50 in the last 20 Orcish Bowmaster Splash Damage. Ping you, raise deal. Well, I can't imagine it does much more than ping you, raise deal on this matchup.
Yeah, that is something. It's really good against Maze in particular, and you only have so many cards to bring in, so many cuts, so it doesn't shine in this matchup, but it's not embarrassing.
Yeah.
Do not respect endurance at all with this attack. It looks like
Endurance is coming down. See where this goes. This is also pretty brutal because we did see a Murktide region on the side of Zach. And that's definitely not something we want to see. The Force of Will pitching the Murktide.
Yeah.
Really wanting to get these beats in with the Bowmaster and the token.
Yeah, not a good place to be because you saw him get the Saga. He didn't get a Maze of it, so that Murktide could have been a really, really good clock here.
Yeah.
But that Endurance is probably going to just be lights out here.
To be fair, if that Endurance did resolve, that Murktide is most likely not happening for a while either. So I can see why we would Force of Will there, only because if that does resolve, the Murktide is basically dead in your hand anyway.
Yeah.
For a while, at least.
Yeah, there's I think sometimes you're like, I need to attack first, so I'm going to cast my spells in my second main, but this is a good time where, well, maybe you actually just want to cast the Murktide and kind of force the issue on the Endurance.
Yeah. Especially because you have priority, right? So there's really nothing you can do. Once, I don't know about you guys and everyone in the chat, but I know whenever I'm playing against a Murktide deck and all of a sudden I see them counting the spells in their graveyard, I'm just like, oh no. Assuming I don't have a swords in hand. If I have a swords in hand, I'm like, yeah, you got it. But there are frequently times where I don't have that. And when I see that 6/6, 7/7 Murktide come down, I am very scared. And Surgical Extraction, targeting, what do we target? Murktide or Force of Will? There's 3 forcibles, so it has to be Murktide, right? Unless I'm missing something here.
Well, we don't have a Murktide in the graveyard. I'm gonna. Oh, he did target. There's also 2 trolls, which could be good for.
An interesting play to because there's only one force left, right?
I feel like this is pretty strongly potentially. Hey, I just want to check your hand. I'm gonna try and win the game here.
Yeah, I think that's what that is too. Because it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, maybe we're trying to see hand knowledge as well as just knowing whether there's going to be a force in the hand as well. But granted, the fact that we've seen 3 already makes it pretty severely unlikely that there's a 4th available to Shadow at the time. Um, let's see what happens here. So we do see Death Shadow. What was the other card? I couldn't tell from the art. Was it almost looked like Duress, but it wasn't Duress because there's no Duress in the list.
Yeah, it was definitely a black card.
There's definitely a black card. There's one black. Was it Reanimate maybe? There's so many Reanimate arts now that I can't even tell.
I am a art enjoyer, so I wish I was higher up on my knowledge on that one. But
They just printed it again too, in that like prosperity border, I think they're calling it.
it was a grief. It looks like.
Hardcast Grief. Let's see what's coming out of the hand.
Oh.
Otawara Mazavith. This is what I was talking about. I said a lot of the hand disruption can just be blank because it specifically says non-land on it. So we do see the Mazavith and all right. Construct comes down. How big is our construct? We have a Mox Diamond and the construct itself. It's currently a 2/2. And pretty sure it's about to be a 4/4 here in a second. So let's see what happens. Construct trigger, fetch trigger on the stack, tap to make a construct. Here comes the construct. Also, beautiful choice of watch from Blaze, the Swatch Omega collab. Big fan of those.
Kind of
All right.
surprised we don't see more overlap in the watch magic
The thing
legacy community.
Thing is, you spend all your money on one or the other, right? Neither of those are cheap hobbies. Although I too am a watch enjoyer. All right, but let's see what we're fetching off this Urza Saga. So I'm predicting we're probably going to get either a Shadow Spear or a Lava Spur Boots. I imagine it'll be Shadow Spear, especially because the Mox Diamond can tap for mana. Also, interestingly, Glacial Chasm in lands. That used to be Soul Guide Lantern. Interesting. What do you think about Glacial Chasm?
I really, really loved it when I was playing posts. It's a little awkward, obviously, in lands compared to post, but when you're really just need to last a turn or two and you'll win versus I need to last like 5 or 6 turns and then I'll win. But makes a lot of sense into like more like Turbo Vuxus builds, right?
Yeah.
When they're just going to kill you in 1 turn, and that's kind of the best thing to do there with your crop rotations.
As someone who's played a lot of Cloud Posts, I love Glacial Chasm because sometimes your win condition is just stage locking with Chasm. But this deck doesn't really need to do that because you have so many angles of attack. Like you're not just stalling. One of them does not have haste. Lava Spur Boots is not in play. That is coming in for 1, 2, 3, 4. And we did Punishing Fire this grief. This game is looking a little tough for Shadow from this point. The creatures are bigger on the land side. There's more going on the land side. Death Shadow comes down. Haymaker of the deck. How big is our Shadow? We're at 8 health, so it's a 5/5 currently.
Yep,
it is actually bigger
than the constructs, but
very importantly. Wasteland, not really too useful here when Shadow doesn't have too many resources and a lot of lands. Not to mention, there are 3 Watery Graves in Zach's deck. As a result, Otawara, interesting. Okay. Come in for 6. Block 1. Take 3, make an 8/8 next turn. Do you like 1-mana 8/8, Samantha?
I do. I'm historically Grixis Shadow and Modern was one of the first decks I bought into.
I'm a big fan of 1-mana 12/12s personally, but
yeah, this is a little bit of an interesting game here for these constructs where you can attack with both into the shadow and remove from combat one of the constructs
Yeah.
blocked by shadow, but then you're going to make the shadow even bigger and you could die on crackback. Gotta be a little bit careful.
We are at exactly 14. So what that means is also if there is a Bowmaster at the top and we do take exactly 13 or 12 even, it's pretty easy for the crackback to kill us. We'll see what happens here. The contracts are 3-3. I believe there's one card in hand from both players. Grove of the Burn Willows, that's pretty backbreaking here. Oh, that was such a good draw from the land side. Gain a life, take Punishing Fire, kill your grief. Let's see. I did see Blaze reach for the Punishing Fire. It is tap, pay 2, bring it to hand. We do not have a another red sword. Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah. We do have
It's a
it.
commercial district.
Yeah,
under
commercial
that
district.
drop.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
The surveil land's pretty good for lands as well, unsurprisingly.
Unsurprisingly. Wasteland your Grove. There's a good way to stop the Punishing Fire combo. But we're kind of in a standstill right now. And this Death Shadow, we're really in a board lock state. It's going to come down to top decks at this point. The board is pretty even. The Death Shadow is obviously pretty massive, but we do have Maze of It. And there is Shadow Spear. Granted, this still doesn't trade favorably with the Death Shadow.
Well, if you remove the Death Shadow blocker from combat, you just get to assign all your trample damage through, don't you?
Is that how that works? What? I don't. Wait, that's crazy. Does
that work? I'm actually not entirely
I don't
sure.
think that works. Because it's removed from combat, so it doesn't deal damage anymore for trample to assign.
You can remove the Death Shadow though, right? Versus
Oh, if you remove the Death Shadow, how does that work?
I'm not entirely sure. Well, maybe we'll find out here. Oh, we remove our construct.
Wait, does that actually does sound like it could work though? But maybe I have to read the text on Maze of It.
You prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and dealt by that creature this turn.
Oh, does that mean can you still trample over though if the damage is prevented completely? Because you can trample over protection, right? Yeah, you can. Because if I block a trample creature with a True Name Nemesis, I still take the trample damage. Huh. We have a judge in the chat. Does anyone know how that works? I feel like I should know this interaction for how much I play against lands.
Oh no, it's untapped target attacking creature. I thought you could remove anything from combat.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm thinking of something else, I think.
Yeah. I was gonna say I didn't think you could untap the blocking creature.
No wonder this hasn't come up.
Yeah, okay. I was that makes more sense. I was like, wait, that would be crazy if you could do that, but yeah, you cannot do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking about mazing a blocker. I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. And then I realized why it doesn't make sense, and it's because you can't actually maze a blocker.
Yeah.
So
That'd be probably too good.
yeah, it'd be crazy. All right. So it looks like we're going to game 3. The Death Shadow player did get there.
Reading is hard.
Yep. All right. So we are. Wait, did the Death Shadow player get there? It's kind of a weird board lock state. I can't tell if they're deboarding or sideboarding. All right, let's see. Did you catch that? Were they deboarding or sideboarding?
They're deboarding, I believe.
I think so too.
I think the last card was a force negation. I think he was dead.
Yeah, we did comment on the Swatch Omega collab.
Yeah.
I too have a piece of that collab. All right. Although technically it's not really a collab because it's the same company, right? Because Swatch, I mean Omega is owned by Swatch, right? But anyway, it looks like they are packing up their deck boxes. Lands did get there. The Mazavith double blocker was enough to take home the win for Lands, but also like a pretty heinous matchup on the Death Shadow side, I have to imagine, from like a percentage point of view. Just there just isn't that many ways for Death Shadow to interact with what Lands is doing, and Lands is almost built to completely interact with what Death Shadow is doing.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. There are hands where you line up well and hands where you don't.
Yeah, because like to win that matchup, like we had the start in the beginning on the shadow side of just like reanimate grief, take out your exploration, take out your Mox Diamond. Very good start. Um, but the thing is, right, like unless you can get to an early shadow or an early Murktide, your clock just isn't that fast. And once you get to the point where you've got like a Loam engine going, you got a Mazavith going, it's just really, really hard for you to even like just play the game, right? Because Lands almost operates like a prison deck if you think about it. Like it's a control prison attrition deck in a way. Like all of the above, but that's kind of what makes Legacy so unique is that a deck like Lands can only exist in a format like Legacy. Just because just the card pool is there and the types of cards are there, and it really is just a showcase of what you can do in these eternal formats that you can't really like you'll never see that type of deck in like modern. I guess standard you kind of have that like that weird lands deck. I don't know what it's
Teamer analyst,
yeah, rug analyst.
and then even to Slogurk kind of does the same wild lands stuff.
Yeah,
So
Slogurk is a wild card.
yeah, they're in fact Slogurk with all the channel lands is pretty similar to some of the stuff you get to do out of Legacy
That's
mode.
actually so true. You channel, bring your lands back, channel again, start besieging all your lands. Um, yeah, pretty crazy interaction actually. The I want to see what the standings look like now. So lands did get there, and let's take a look at what the standings. Although we don't have the deck list attached to the players, so we have to see that. Although this round did end pretty quickly, we still have a lot of games that are happening. So let's see what happens here. But overall, I want to look at those lists again. On the land side, did we really see any sideboard cards? We did see Surgical Extraction targeting that Force of Will. So confirm that Lanes did bring in the surgicals. And on the shadow side, we didn't really see. We saw the force negation, but that's about it, right? Did we see a
Yeah.
surgical?
No, I think we only saw from the one side.
Yeah. My hot take is that the new surgical extraction art is actually really cool.
Fair enough.
Have you seen it?
I have.
It's
I've
beautiful.
drafted a lot of OTJ
Really?
on Arena. Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
admit it.
I haven't drafted like any of OTJ.
S-
I don't think I've drafted. The last time I drafted was probably your birthday party, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Arena
actually.
drafting kind of great.
It
It's
is.
not true drafting, but it's
Wait,
still.
why is it not true drafting?
I mean, you don't pod draft.
Oh, that's right.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
like best of one typically is really what everyone plays, and
Can you
you
do a pod draft if you wanted to? Like, if you wanted to commit the
not
time?
on Arena, but you could do single on Magic Online.
Yeah, it's not the same because you can't hate draft.
Yeah, I think the best of one aspect of it is what really changes it because it changes like a lot of card evaluations.
Yeah. Speaking of card evaluation, is there anything in MH3 that you're seeing that you think will shake up Legacy at all?
The new Necro.
Oh, the
Uh,
Necropotence?
it's I think it's really, really good, but it falls in the category of if you can Dark Ritual this out, it's really good.
I remember I saw a tweet, and the tweet was a picture of Swamp, Swamp, Swamp mana. And I believe the description of the tweet was, you know, it's going to be a heater when you see these boys line up. And I
Yeah.
thought that was the funniest thing ever because it was like, oh my God, dude, that's so true. So you see black, 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 you're just like, all right, is this, can we, how do we make this work?
Yeah, notably though, I think the benefit of it is much more of a two-card combo of Dark Ritual. I'm gonna call it Necro because I don't know the name of it,
Energy
but
Potence. It's an energy card, right? Isn't that like the
No,
theme? They
no,
just
no, no,
keep reprinting reserve list cards with energy, like
no.
energy Gilded Drake.
This is not with energy. Also, I'm not sure if this is spoiled or if this is just a leak, but
Oh, I don't know. I actually can't tell the difference anymore.
yeah, that's part of the problem, right? Like,
We've had too many forced reveals, partial reveals, and non-reveal. I don't know. I don't know at this point.
yeah, but you get to draw cards at the end of turns, but you have a max hand size of 5. But if you just win on your turn before you have to go to discard, it doesn't really matter.
And there's like a new Sylvan library too, right? Where you have to like pay one or something to draw the card. You know what I'm talking about?
A
I do think that all right. So besides Necropones, what do you think about the Flip Walkers?
they have seemed fine. The one in particular, the black green one, forgetting which one,
Oh,
seemed the
that's
most
the
interesting.
bug. Grist.
Yes,
Flip Grist.
Flip
What
Gross.
about Flip Tameo?
I'm not sure if I've actually seen Flip Tameo do.
Flip Tameo is a 1 mana. I think it when it attacks, you make a clue token, and if you draw 3 cards in a turn, you can flip it, and then you can just start snapcastering, as I believe one of the ability. That's the most notable ability, if I remember correctly, was you just get to retrace not retrace, but just basically snap an instant or sorcery out. But obviously, like in modern, I can't imagine it's going to be as like interesting. But in Legacy, when you have an unknown card that not many people are aware of called Brainstorm. I'm not sure if you've heard of this one, Samantha.
I
But
haven't.
when you have this Brainstorm card, it does draw you 3 immediately.
Yeah, three cards is a magic number in this format.
Oh, it is. It is.
Same thing to Pioneer,
Oh yeah.
funnily enough. But yeah,
The let me see if I can get in touch with Rob to see if we can get the audio issue sorted. Chat, is audio still kind of messed up? All right, and now we're trying to see the standings too. I'll download them real fast. I wish we had a deck list attached to this Excel doc. That would be pretty sick nasty, as they say. Um, Excel. I keep having to download the new Excel doc, and it's not a. Oh, okay. No, the Excel doc hasn't been updated yet. All right, but it looks like
we can talk through some of the matches that have reported though.
yeah. All right, we have to start bringing up deck lists. All right, I think Roland Chang on
Death and Taxes
Death and Taxes.
was started 2-0.
Started 2-0, beating. Shoot, where is it?
It's
I have to fix my links. My tabs. I have 87 Chrome tabs open with all the deck lists.
looks like he played against
Red Stompy.
yeah, which is pretty reasonable for Death and Taxes. I
Has-
feel like it used to be better when it was mono white. Now that we've
Yeah.
added all these utility lands, I feel like you can definitely get scammed a lot easier. But
Have we more or less replaced Caves of Chaos Adventure with Broadside Bombardiers? Was that like the swaps? I remember they were on 4 of them before, and now they're all on broadsides.
yeah, I think most notably Moon Stompy Enthusiast, um, XJ Cloud has kind of pointed out that the deck is really a 3-drop tribal, and 4 is just so much worse. So playing
Yeah,
broadside as the 2 red card is just so much more powerful.
especially because you can just win games off the back of Pitch Fury 7 you. Swing with my Rabble Masters. Although I will say I do have a strong hatred of decks that run Chalice of the Void. When I
And
play Legacy, I just want to cast Brainstorms. I just want to cast Ponders. I want to cast Lightning. Not even Lightning Bolt. I'll do Love Lightning Bolt though. But man, Chalice of the Void. The card drives me up the wall.
Yeah, I think it's important. You don't want the absolute most efficient, most one drop tribal to be the best deck all the time.
That's
I like that
true.
there's a good way to attack that that's not an elegant design by any means, but
Yeah, very not delicate. That's why I like Bowmaster. I think Bowmaster is a fantastic way of attacking these like heavy cantrip decks. Um, Obviously Chalice targets more than just cantrips, but that's generally what you're stopping with them, right? In Legacy, and Dark Rituals, I guess. And I guess then out of Delver, right, you have the creature suite. But overall, like I really like Bowmaster because it's an elegant way of attacking like a lot of the efficiency in Legacy. Um,
I'm
but
such a Bowmaster hater. I'll put my name
I
on
just
that.
think like if you get Bowmaster in response to a brainstorm, like I think that's like you can play around that, right? Like there's a lot like you don't just lose the game on the spot. But I will say in recent printings, things like Prismatic Ending, things like Brazen Borrower, things like Leyline Binding have really lowered Chalice stocks. I remember when I first started playing Legacy seriously, Chalice the Void was basically lights out for so many decks. If you resolve the Chalice the Void, it was just the game was just over frequently. But now there's so many more ways of attacking it. Like Delver has Molten Collapse now, which I think is a cute little tech for it. Obviously, things like Prismatic Ending, Brazen Borrower, Leyline Binding, Legacy staple, Leyline Binding.
Honestly, though, the format is so different now because I think Prismatic Ending and Leyline Binding hitting everything out of your control decks have changed a lot of deck constructions. You can't really use permanent base hate against control like you used to. I've always found that an interesting shift.
The
But
decks I've played the most have all had Prismatic Ending in it, specifically because of Chalice of the Void.
yeah,
I love killing the Chalice of the Void. It's just the best feeling in the world. Like, up, I can play the game again.
I do love the games where you have a force of will and you're a one drop deck and you kind of have to let it go and play the game under it because you're like, oh, I think I could still eke this out. I love those games.
I
They're one of my favorites, actually.
I remember I was playing a similar matchup. I was playing as Red Stompy as Stifle Knot, and I had the Urza Saga package in my deck at the time. And I remember they went for the Chalice, and my hand was like Saga, Dress Down, and then some other stuff, and like a blue land. I remember just being like, "Sure, you got it," and then being able to rip out the Dreadnought at the end was able to take it home because generally a lot of the Red Stompy decks don't actually have a removal for a Dreadnought and main board. Um, Obviously post board you have things like in this case we have fiery a dead gone and that's actually it. There's no artifact hate in this list here.
Fire compliments and
Oh,
the
fiery
Dragon. Yeah,
compliments, yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, outside of fiery compliments usually you'll see like a smash the smithereens right out of these red stompy decks.
Yeah, I think artifact decks are kind of at a low point where you don't want targeted destroy ones that much.
Yeah, especially when you have force of vigor now.
Yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
where there's just so many more efficient ways of killing artifacts that it just feels bad. Obviously in Red Stomp you can't run Force of Vigor, but just in general, right? Things like wear and tear stocks are obviously quite low now just because of things like Force and Vigor, and also it being in green is much more relevant in a beanstalk meta. Although beanstalk has kind of fallen out of favor recently.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people view it as a 49% win rate deck where you're kind of just fine against everything. You do have good matchups, but I think in Legacy, a lot of times you have this weird interaction where you really want a polarized deck because basically every deck has this polarized range of matchups,
Yeah,
and you'd almost rather just kind of roll well than have to roll well with your matchup spreads versus rolling well with how the games go.
right, right. The I know Bug Beans is popular for a while, and obviously when Eternal Weekend happened, there was that Triumph of Saint Catherine like Bant Beans list. It was like what Red Bant or something.
Yeah, that's what I played at Eternal Weekend. I played basically it's Bant, and then you play Bowmasters and Fourth Year Lingus. Um,
You ran both.
I did, yeah.
Oh, that's what you played Eternal. Oh, that's right. That's what you played at Eternal Weekend. I forgot.
Yeah, yeah, and I played against Brian Koval on Sultai while it was still pretty unknown. And I had that moment when I walked away from the match that I'm like, I don't know how I'm ever supposed to win this matchup. What am I doing? Did I mess up with my deck choice? And
The
just had a long conversation with some friends of like, where did I go wrong in my process? It was so bad.
the I ended up bringing Rhinos to Eternal Weekend. I was what 6-3 in the end of day one, and then I decided to sleep in and I didn't show up day two. So I could have maybe got min cash, but I think I appreciated the 1 hour of sleep. But I do remember that I really wish I can't remember what we used, but I really wish I could have changed my deck name. I really wanted it to be the Botswana special and then have my Shardless agents be altered to be Safari agents. Have like a safari hat on and change the name. That would have been cool. But anyway, a lot has happened since Eternal Weekend, and notably, was Broadside released during Eternal Weekend? I can't remember.
Uh,
Broadside came out in Ixalan, was it?
no, it's a commander card.
But it was a commander card in Ixalan,
So,
right?
is it? We could, I think we can check that.
Is it
Yeah, it
LCC?
is. Yep.
Oh, so it came out. I don't know if Broadside was like the hot stuff when Eternal Weekend, or if it kind of got popular afterwards. But I think that's right, just right when it came out. Right?
I'm pretty sure
Came out in November. Ixalan.
yeah, I know people picked up on it pretty quick.
Yeah, people found out that yeah, doming you for 7 with the Fury is
Goblin
pretty good.
Lackey, notable early broadside bombardier believer. Just barely before Eternal Weekend.
Yeah,
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 I don't really
yeah.
remember people playing at Eternal Weekend.
No, I don't know if it was like that popular there. But also didn't see too much Red Stompy in general at Eternal Weekend. Um, what did you see a lot at
Beans. I played so many beans mirrors. That's what I was playing all day.
I think my round one was 60 card D&T. My round two was show and tell. I can't remember my round three to be honest with you. I remember my losses were to Delver. Because they had the nuts. It was honestly, I thought I had the nuts. They had the nuts here. And then what else? I can't even remember. Oh, I lost to an initiative player.
Oh,
I had to mold a 5 and I had turn 0 rhinos. And then they just go sure. And then they play what's that standard card that exiles a creature? The day night.
Brutal Cathar.
They had brutal Cathar, and I'm just like, oh, I guess I just lose.
Yeah.
Um the what else is there? So right now we're waiting for our round three. We had
Looks
round 1 and 2. We're still waiting on round three. Trying to get in touch with our people in Columbus to see what's going to happen or how the round is shaping up. But we are currently waiting for those round 3 pairings. Although
I think they're up. Looks like everyone's getting ready.
oh yep, you're right. Looks like everyone is getting ready. All right, let's open up the video. Do you hear the
I don't hear it. I can hear them.
Oh, okay. I can put my mic there so I can
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're coming into the round.
I think we're getting the feature match area set up.
This seemed like a faster round, right?
Yeah, it definitely seems faster when you actually get to watch the match. Round one, when we were kind of just twiddling our thumbs, it was.
Yeah, we were playing Hearthstone.
I was watching.
We did win that game. For anyone that was concerned. All right. Looks like we're getting started.
The blade to
Stoneblade.
Stoneblade.
The Stoneblade homies, dude.
I want Stoneblade to be good in Modern War Legacy.
It's good in Legacy, Copium. It's actually fine. In the end of the day, you're still just like a mid-range blue control deck. Like it's always going to be fine. Like you're always going to have the good cards in your deck.
Yeah.
And Stoneforge, I mean, Cryptic Coat is actually like a kind of a banger of a card. I think if I'm going to build Stoneblade today, I'd run Cryptic Coat. The card is just nuts. It's just so good.
Yeah. I think I missed the boat on both Sultai Shardless or Shardless Bug and the Stoneblade decks being good because I would have eaten those up.
I um I miss the days of Shardless Agent into him to Torok with Jace the
Yeah,
Mind Sculptor as your endgame.
I would have loved that.
Beautiful cards. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful format. But I do like Modern Legacy a lot, actually. Current Legacy, I think, is in a really good place. I know people are really like Grief is probably Grief into it. I refuse to say that Bowmasters. I'm a big believer that Bowmasters is good for the format.
Yeah,
Now I do play 12-12, so I don't frequently care about Bowmasters, so maybe I'm a little biased. Um, but I do think Bowmasters is a net positive on Legacy as a whole because I think it's just a very elegant way of attacking the cheap cantrip like the Xerox decks.
yeah. I, my only real complaint about Bowmasters is its type of card that would have been great if it wasn't just immediately in every single blue deck.
I think if it was black black, it would be better because Delver, for instance, having to fetch double Underground Sea and a Grixis shell is a very real cost. Or if they have to run Badlands, again, very real cost.
Yeah.
I invested my future in sticker sheets. I'm ruined.
Uh,
It's hard to feel bad, man. It's hard to feel bad. I were you did you see that at MagicCon where there was a player playing Jewel Shop, Legacy Jewel Shop, Legacy Shopless Jewel Shops. It had a Phyrexian Metamorph and had a ring and was like, well, if I how does this work? Because if I metamorph the name sticker, I actually can play my ring because I think they had 3 mana only.
yeah.
And that there was a pretty lengthy judge call on what to do there.
Yeah. I kind of like the let's just remove it from the format. There's too many questions. It's just, I understand. I don't definitely think it was bad for the format, but just from a long-term game stuff, it was kind of miserable.
Yeah.
I am a fun enjoyer, and I appreciate that Legacy is a quote unquote fake format, and we should just optimize for fun.
Do you think that if we had a comp, like a true comp RAL legacy event, like a GP or something like that, that the meta would break? Like someone
Oh
would
yeah,
that we
everyone would
would
hate it.
that we'd find the best deck very quickly, and they would just kind of like eliminate a lot of people's joy with legacy. Or do you
Oh
think the
yeah,
legacy is or the format is truly that diverse?
I think it's diverse in a way that we have found a lot of the good decks, but if it was like a maybe not a GP, but like a PT level, people trying to break it, I think it would be not a good sign.
Different cards on Moto are bad. Oh yeah, I mean I
Yeah.
know a lot of the DNT fans are upset that their Fallout cards uh aren't on Moto, especially because Moto tends to be the way that most people interact with Legacy on a serious level. But I have to imagine what happened was they promised the Warhammer cards, and then what happened was it was a lot harder to get the Warhammer cards, and as a result, and finally because they said they were going to do it, um, they had to do it. But after basically for lack of a better word, the shit show that it was to get it on Moto, they just decided to say we're not doing this again.
I feel like I have strong feelings about the fact that like this is why using other IPs are kind of not great because now we have our game objects tied to other instances okaying and approving them. And then
Oh
also
wait,
like
but I'm so excited! I can't wait to use Cloud's Omni Slash to stifle Captain America's trigger in response to
I
my
kind of
one ring activation.
I don't hate
Oh, whoops! I
that
forgot. I've
much.
got my Infinity Gauntlet. So my Infinity Gauntlet has 4 energy, and I have 4 energy. So I'm going to use my 4 energy on my Infinity Gauntlet to draw 4 cards.
I don't hate that as much as the average person. I feel like Magic is built up of historically fantasy IPs in a way that like it kind of makes sense for what the game is. But I understand that not everyone likes it. But I just hate the fact that we can't get Fallout cards on Magic Online because
Do you hate that, or do your friends hate that?
my friends hate it.
I
I
was
mean,
going to
I'd
say I
rather
didn't know you were a D&T enthusiast, Samantha.
I'm
Is there something
I'm
you're
a
not telling
D&T
us?
ally. I'll make fun of
Oh,
them, but
oh,
because
okay.
I'm
I am a aggressive Thalia Garden of Thraben hater. Aggressive hater. I hate Thalia Garden of Thraben.
Yeah.
Give me pre-war formal wear. She's undefeated with D&T. Let her cook.
I have a 5-0. Yeah, thank you very much.
I will say that I've tried playing D&T once and I got crushed over and over and over and over again. And I'd like to think it's the deck, not the player. But I know copium.
I think the problem was the way I came up in Legacy was locally. I used to live in Cleveland, so I used to go to a lot of BCTLs. But David Lance, watching him work on Death and Taxes, really was like a moment of, oh, this deck isn't bad. I just didn't understand it, and it's like almost like an art making that deck work. I really respect the really good players out there that you're kind of like. There's so many lines. It's very punishing if you do something wrong because some of your cards are quite bad, and so you really need to basically squeeze everything you can out of every little piece of advantage you can. So I don't know. I don't really hate any decks.
I don't
I'm
actually hate Death and Taxes. I think Death and Taxes, at least from all the decks that I've played into it, is a hyper skill intensive matchup. The only decks I truly hate are prison decks, like Chalice the Moon and Blood Moon, Chalice the Void and Blood Moon, only because I think those are extremely inelegant cards that just lead to like very low decisions mattering. But I think Death and Taxes specifically is one of the most interesting decks, like in Magic the Gathering in general, and probably one of the most like honestly, I would argue it's up there as one of the hardest decks.
yeah.
Like D&T is honestly, if you're good at D&T, that says like you're just a genius, right? Like D&T is, I think, one of the hardest decks like to pilot, deceivingly so. I think a lot of people come in thinking, oh, this is just white weenie stompy, without realizing that there's a lot of play to it.
Yeah. I think it's almost the fact that it's not necessarily this way, but the budget deck of the format that a lot of people come into the format with it, and
Did it even
so
budget anymore? You're running 4 Scrublands.
yeah, I mean it's budget Legacy, I guess.
I mean, right now, I think honestly, if I was going to give someone a budget deck right now, I'd say I think Cloud Post is crazy well positioned.
I love Cloudpost is the most fun deck in Legacy.
Cloud Post is very fun.
It's
It's actually really difficult to pilot, in my opinion. I think some people say it's kind of like autopilot, but I do think Cloud Post has a lot of play to it, personally.
yeah. I feel like it could be reasonable. It just lacks the champion we need in to play back to really champion that deck.
Post is so much worse though. Tabby, oh yeah,
Yeah.
Tabby is a heater of a card, especially now. But we are sitting down for our round 3, and we're gonna see who our matchup
RG
Oh,
McMahon
I believe the
versus
player on the left side. I played them at Eternal Weekend, and they were on. They were. Are those aren't the names? I don't think. Zach was the previous name.
yeah, Death and Taxes is just really requires a lot of format knowledge too, I think.
Hey, here's 4 Phyrexian Revokers. Figure it out. Yeah, the player on the left, I actually played at Eternal Weekend and was on Stifle Knot when I played them.
Oh wow.
So I'm obviously biased towards Stifle Knot. But let's see. We'll look at the names updated. I believe the name on the right is correct, but I do not believe the name on the left is correct. And I do not believe the decks are correct. Yes.
Yeah, they're definitely still left over. If only I was not so bad with names, because I definitely feel like I've seen these people before.
All right, let's see.
Hey, Nathan.
All right, let's get the deck list going. We let's see. Carter is on
Rug and Beans.
Rug and Beans. I kind of love that deck name. Rug Beans, and then RG McCammon. Let's see. Let's actually pull up these deck lists. We actually have access. So let's go ahead and bring up the lists. All right, Carter, who's a known Stifle Knot enjoyer, at least was at Eternal Weekend, is I'm excited for this matchup. As someone who has 4 of these cards on my desk right now,
They're in my hand because I'm reading them.
currently in Samantha's hand, Eris, Roar of the Storm. Very excited to see how this card plays out. If you aren't aware what this card does, it is 8 and a blue and a red, so 10 CMC. But this spell costs 2 less to cast for each different mana value among instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. It also has flying and prowess. And the last line of text is when you cast your second spell each turn, create a 4 red dragon elemental creature with flying and prowess.
It is, in fact, a commander card.
It is, in fact, a commander card.
This is why I have so much text.
And the list is spicy. Now, let's go look at what kind of version Reanimator that McCammon is on. Pull up the deck lists. And it looks like we are on a
It's just a
Esper. Oh, it's Rescaminator. Okay, yeah. We're just full, but also some spicy tech in the form of Harvester of Misery, which is another card I also recently purchased. But Rescaminator versus Eris Beans. Let's see how this goes. I'm very curious.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because we have Bowmaster versus the non-Bowmaster, both blue decks. So I always tend to favor the Bowmaster deck in this case, but
I want to see Eris in action. I want to see this card just take over the game. Obviously, the direct comparisons to it are going to be Monastery Mentor. You're creating tokens with prowess, albeit the flying clause on top of the fact that it's pitchable to blue, pitchable to Force of Will, on top of the fact that it's actually only 2 mana if you have it fully online, and also being a stat line that doesn't die to both. I'll make it very relevant.
we are playing Pyrokinesis in this list.
We are playing,
Yeah.
we are playing 4 main deck Pyrokinesis to fuel the Eris engine. And I actually think that's not a bad deal. Because it also pitches to Pyrokinesis.
Looks like we have some truly proxied cards here on the side of Rescaminator.
Did we proxy basics?
The whole thing's proxy, which is nice because then you know all your deck is the same.
I see. All right, well, I guess Proxy Island. Cycle our Proxy Troll of Khazad-dûm, right? That's what that is?
Yep,
Yeah.
and find a swamp.
And find our basic Proxy Swamp. Beautiful. Fetch Scalding Tarn. Take 1. Oh, is that the blue-red Surveillant?
Falls.
Thundering
Yep.
Falls. Beautiful. Surveil 1. Let's see what we're surveilling. If we're surveilling. And we're pitching another Scalding Tarn. Beautiful. All right. Draw for turn. Force of Will in hand. Brainstorm in hand. Another Misty. I did also see it's a Beans in hand as well, right? So I imagine we're going to see a Beans coming down here in a second.
It's always iffy jamming into open Bowmaster mana, but we have interaction here.
Orcish Bowmasters in response to the... Wait, what do we respond to? The fetch?
To the Leyline, or to the up the beanstalk.
Oh, okay. All right. Makes sense. Orcish Bowmasters is in play.
No, it's only
It's on the stack. Ping you. Sure. Beans resolves, ping you.
I think with Pyrokinesis in your deck, it's a lot less scary to just kind of churn through because you always have a good answer to these Bowmasters, and you can probably outsize a 3 or a 4 work token with how this deck is constructed. So it's not so scary, but definitely don't like giving them a free clock here.
I am a big fan of 4 and white border dual lands, though. As someone who uses all 4 and white border.
4 and white border.
I do love 4
dual
and white
lands.
border. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I won't judge too hard, but
I do love the dual land of choice on Carter's side. You know, Carter actually shared a story with me how he got a underground sea for $100, and it was because he showed me the back of it after our game. Or no, I don't know if he showed me the back, but he told me that apparently the entire back of the card is ripped off, but he has to judge if he was sleeve playable, and they said yes. And so that's the craziest, this is the funniest story. All right, come in for 3. Take 3, go to 13.
Ooh.
Grief. Good grief. I don't want to say good grief. I'm saying good boy, and I don't think Grief is a good boy.
It's fine. it's a little over saturated.
Wasteland, Force of Will, Eris, Brainstorm, Force of Negation. Read the Eris. All right, chat. We walked through the Eris. We are reading the Eris. I'm very excited to see what this card is able to do.
I bet he's having a moment of, is it good for me to reanimate this?
Take 8, but also now. Oh, it does have the similar text to Leisure Shredder, and that reanimate would be the second spell. So you wouldn't actually get the first trigger this turn. Although taking 10, I don't know if that's good or not, because I don't know what the clock looks like from Carter's side, if taking 10 actually matters or not, but you would take 10 by reanimating Eris, but Eris could get out of control pretty quickly, I have to imagine.
Yeah, and we also have Animate Dead, so we have all life free ways to get it back, but
right. Although it would be a 3/4.
Taking the Force of Will is a little interesting here. Kind of.
Oh, no reanimate. Or there wasn't, and McCam is not looking to get it forced.
Yeah, taking the Force of Will is interesting because it's always a 2-for-1, but it draws. So it's kind of this. It's probably not necessarily good in this matchup, but when it gets to cycle at the same time, it's so much better. So,
do we have any main deck removal on Carter's side besides the Pyrokinesis? Unauthorized Fire and Ice, and that's it. Fire and Ice, Pyrokinesis. Pyrokinesis is pretty good though, to be fair.
We have an unauthorized exit, which is pretty good if
Bounce
they
target
reanimate
creature,
your
surveil
stuff,
one.
or
Oh, it's target non-land permanent.
Yeah.
It's a newer card. Animate Dead, Force of Negation, pitching Eris. Roar of the Storm. Force of Will, pitching Daze. What is this reanimate targeting the grief?
Well, we're animating Dead, so animate
Brainstorm
Dead's
in
on
response.
the stack, and then we'll target once it enters the battlefield, right? Or does it?
It targets when it enters the battlefield. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Brainstorm in response with the Bowmaster on the stack is pretty brutal. But it looks like there's an unauthorized exit. Oh, we are gonna scoop. Pretty strong start from the UB side. The Bowmaster was pretty brutal, especially with double Brainstorm in hand. Let's see what we're getting here. We're boarding in on that looks like unlicensed hearse. Blue Ellie Blast probably not needed in this matchup. On Life from the Loam, Narset, Pyroblast, Submerge.
Animate Dead does target. That makes sense because surgical gets caught by surgical pretty hard. I think it's just how it's worded. Enchant creature card in a graveyard. Yeah, you have to target.
Yeah, because this is yeah. That's right. You do. I remember. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's also important that there is that second trigger because you can stifle it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I assume we can just start the grief for a troll and just run away with the game. We got a big Bowmaster. Pretty much over from there. Yeah. Enchant creature card in a graveyard does not feel like a line of text that should work in the rules, but what do I know?
What do I know? It's also funny. I was once playing Stifle Not into this list, and I actually had I had 2 Strict Proctors, 2 Doorkeeper Thrall, specifically because I knew of like the Reanimator, like Animate Dead, and also Beanstalk. My opponent did not realize that Animate Dead could not go through a Strict Proctor, and I was very happy with that interaction personally.
Yeah, so this is a full proxy tournament. You don't have to do with proxies, obviously, but you can, as RG has already showed us, you can proxy your basics if you want to.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this, like the advent of proxies. I do think personally, and don't crucify me, that I think Eternal Weekend being proxyless is cool, is even for vintage. But I think non like comp REL should all be proxy friendly.
Yeah.
I do think like Eternal Weekend being the one time a year where people have to play with real cards, I think is a cool factor of Eternal Weekend. It adds like a kind of a like almost like a pizzazz to it. But I do think pretty much every other event should be proxy friendly. Like I personally, I think like here in the Midwest we have energies, and I think energies should be proxy friendly, um, or at least like proxy friendly for reserve list cards is I think the
Yeah.
ruling. Like if you want to at least have people have the card, so it's not like so just to keep the Wizards corporate team happy. But I do think like for things like the energy and things like that it could be. But I do like that Eternal Weekend specifically. I don't even have vintage cards, but I kind of
Yeah.
like that it gives me a reason to look for vintage cards as Eternal Weekend.
Yeah. Selfishly, I kind of wish we weren't proxy vintage because it's feels impossible to find vintage cards, but and I would like to play more paper vintage, and this
I
basically the
agree.
only paper vintage event. There's a
Yeah.
few other ones now, but
They're in Europe though, mostly, right? The big vintage non-proxy events, like the really big ones, like Bazaar of Moxon in Paris, right?
yeah, there's an event coming up, the NYSE event.
Are you going to that?
I am not.
I'm thinking about going.
I think I will be out of town, sadly.
The only problem is it's in like the middle of nowhere, Long Island. Because when I was like looking, like, yeah, I'll stay in Manhattan or something, I looked and I was like, oh, it's actually not anywhere close to Manhattan. So how am I going to do this trip? Like Uber out there on a Saturday, like Uber out there on a Saturday, staying in Manhattan for the week or something. But I don't know. We'll see. I kind of wish it was closer to the city. Anyway, we're drawing our hands. We're seeing a surgical extraction. We're seeing, I don't know what that white border card is. We see a Eris. We see a
Oh,
Misty. We see a Brainstorm.
let's see. Fire Ice. Looks like
Long Island Railroad is cheap and easy. Is it really? Maybe I will take the train up there then. Because it would just be a daily thing, right? The Nizi's only one day, right?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure. But I think that's 15 card proxy, right?
Yeah. Which honestly, like if you have the dual lands already, then it's just the power you need a proxy, and then
Yeah.
maybe like a few like an intuition or something.
Yeah. I feel like 15 card proxy is kind of a sweet spot. I wish that was better.
Yeah. I don't know. But I will take a look at the Long Island Railroad, by the way. That actually sounds really, really easy. Is that Roland? That is Roland, I believe.
Staring at the back of Roland's
Yeah, we're
head.
staying in the back of Roland's head.
We'd rather be staring at Roland's cards, but
We had lunch the day after MagicCon. We were just kind of hanging out. He came to my office and we had lunch that day and he showed me his big stack of cards. And in this stack of cards, he had like original foil like Goblin Welders just sitting there. And I'm like, what? Like and that was like the middle of the value of that stack of cards. It was a wild thing to look at.
yeah, if I could pick who we could put on feature, I would definitely be picking Roland. I think he's 2-0 right now too.
We're gonna be discussing more about his choice of art than anything else.
Well, and Death and Taxes usually have good games. As
That's
long as
true.
they're not getting run over. I feel like there's a lot of choices. It's very to the board, kind of great coverage.
Yeah, it is actually good to cover. It's also like a very easy deck to understand what's happening. Just because like for instance, I remember I was showing a friend Magic and someone resolved the Doomsday. My buddy goes, "What the hell is going on?" And I said, "It's really hard for me to explain what's going on, except for we pick 5 cards and that's our deck." And they go, "Why is that good?" And it's like, here's Thassa's Oracle. Now you understand.
Yeah, I'm a D&T ally, I would say, Sahar.
As
But you,
someone who has 4 Doorkeeper Thralls main deck, please bring your D&T decks.
you know I'm a fan or an ally based on how much I make fun of it. If I make fun of something a lot, it means I like it. I just won't admit it. If I make fun of you a lot, it's a good sign.
Wow, you don't make fun of Stifle Knot? You just said it's
It's
toxic.
just a deck. I'm
Wow.
sorry. I don't even think about it.
Wow.
Actually, I do because I play Doomsday, but
I think about Stifle Knot every day. I think about Stifle Knot like I think about the Roman Empire. All right. What do we think about this choice of island? I don't think I've ever seen this one before, actually.
like
This
a Mirage
is that
potentially.
that's hot. That's super hot. Beautiful 4 and white border trop.
Yeah, I've been considering for a long time to make my white border underground seas black borders, but
You mean like Sharpie them?
no.
I was gonna be like, oh, that's definitely up the beanstalk, brainstorm in response.
I'm looking for a daze here, I think.
Yeah.
Also, he white bordered those up the beanstalks? Question mark?
I do remember he was a whiteboarder enthusiast. We don't talk
What?
about that. We just talk about how he played Stifle Knot.
This beanstalk is a really good differentiator here, but it can be a liability into the face of bowmasters. So hope we found the days.
We found the days. Are we running days back? We do have days back. Days
Yeah.
back.
Dazing on the draw is such a bad feeling.
Oh yeah. Force of will. Pitching force of will. I have to imagine you're fine with this interaction.
Yeah. I mean, this matchup is typically a little 1-for-1. You want to come out of exchanges, and up the beanstalk will forever be a bad exchange.
The Scalding Tarn.
All I know is in the beans matchup, the mirror, it is all about the beans, and you fight so hard.
Did you ever play Domain in Standard?
I have played a lot of Demand Standard.
My favorite thing about that matchup is it always goes to like decking game one. And it's a matter of I need to play enough beans that I can keep up and not die. It's like a big like board of 3/3s, but I also can't play too many beans and deck myself first.
Oh yeah.
Onslaught Island 335 indeed, Tony's, because that is crazy impressive that you guys are able to figure that out.
This is my biggest complaint about Magic design is actually snow covered basics.
Whoa. Whoa.
I hate snow covered. I want people to pick the basic lands that they want to run. If you want to run your dumb proxy island, I'm happy.
It's so funny though. The proxy island is so funny. I had a friend of mine here. She proxied a legacy deck and under it was a pauper deck. And I asked her which was more valuable, and I think the answer is I think the printer paper was more than the pauper deck. All right, we have a Murktide in hand, and we have 4 spells.
It's a summer trop? Sorry, I'm distracted.
That's a summer trop? Oh my god, it is. No, it can't be, right? Summer wasn't in non-English.
I have no idea. I'm not up to date on that.
I can't tell. The text looks too short to be tropical islands. I think it's just 4 and white border. But it can't say tropical island, right? The text for tropical island goes way past the middle point of the card. And I don't think they did summer in non-English.
It could just be a proxy. This is the problem with proxy events. You can't tell if you need to give props to the players for their beautiful choices or if they just...
Murktide Regent. With, I believe, 4 counters?
3 counters.
3 counters.
It's pretty good here.
Murktide Regent with 5 counters. Actually, no, it's 4 counters. It's Fire and Ice, Brainstorm, Daze, so 4 counters. You know what's bigger than a 6/6? Wait, 3 counters? I thought it was 4 counters.
I think it was Brainstorm.
Brainstorm, Daze, Fire and Ice.
Fire Ice.
Oh, okay. I thought there was 4 in there.
Yeah. I'm not sure that RG has a lot of good removal for this Murktide.
I believe these lists tend to run a Brazen Borrower, and that is generally it. Yeah, there's 2 Brazen Borrowers. Oh, we are on a white splash on the RG side, and as a result, we also have 2 more Brazen Borrowers in the board, as well as 2 Swords to Plowshares in the board.
We don't have any white here.
We have a Scrubland as the single white source.
We're pondering. I love the attack.
Actually, this is kind of smart if Carter thinks RG is on Harvester, because you can Harvester the Murktide and then actually have a favorable trade here.
Or refetching reanimate. Just trying to find. I assume there's some pyroblast effects. If we can answer. Ooh, this surgical is.
We're not delirious for the DRC, nor do we have a red
Right,
source.
yeah. Assume we're gonna take the Murktide here.
I assume, yeah, I imagine we'll take Murktide.
It really is a flavor fail that he's playing Esper.
With the name RG. Go to our draw. We really need a red source. What did we get? Do we have Taiga on Carter's side? We're not winning the race. Come in for 9, go to 4. We don't have Lightning Bolt, do we?
Oh.
And the handshake. Drew Force of Will.
Well,
would you have blocked on that first Murktide swing? I would have blocked, I think. If I didn't know they were on Harvester, I would have blocked. If I knew they're on Harvester, I would not block.
that's a little awkward because it could obviously be a bluff attack and they don't have anything, or they could have something. If they have something, that's obviously quite bad for you. If they don't have something for it and you have a second Murktide, is it better to hold on to it and then you're going to hope to outsize them, or you have a follow up but you don't have anything in your graveyard?
Yeah.
I think you having two DRCs means the Murktide is a big liability that you may just start getting got. I think it makes a lot of sense that you kind of have to block.
Yeah, I really wanted to see this Eris resolve and see what it can do, but it's kind of hard when you just have all this pressure.
Yeah, I think the Rescaminator kind of had the perfect game plan of what it wanted to do.
Does Reanimator really want to switch to such a fair plan versus Beans? So this is interesting because generally the Reanimator package is quite light. I'm not even considering Reanimate as part of the Reanimator package in this case because Reanimate is just a generically strong card. But things like Animate Dead and Entomb, right, are quite not good in general. Like they're objectively bad magic cards outside of the individual shell that they thrive in. And the the concept of the UB Scaminator, in my opinion, was always that UB Scam was a top dog deck, but it was always just missing something. And then people realized, you know what, if we just cut the removal and just throw the Reanimator package and we just say ignore the mid-range plan outside of like the Bowmaster Grief stuff and we just go all in instead of like having that controlling shell outside of the UB package, we have the Reanimator shell, it's just better. So calling it like Reanimator, I think isn't like I get what you're saying, and I think colloquially you're correct. But if we look at Legacy conceptually, like from the entirety of the metagame, like it does play very differently to traditional like black red reanimator, which is like all in on the combo. And I think part of the strength of this deck is that you can just blank the graveyard hate while having them have to respect it. And I think that in and of itself, like the threat of the graveyard can sometimes be just as backbreaking as the graveyard shenanigans themselves. Because if you do go for the Entomb line and they brought in their 2 surgicals, or even like they brought in a swords to plowshares for your Archon, like even if you reanimate an Archon and you get its swords, it's like not great. Because you did have to commit 2 cards to get their Archon in, and sure, they lost 1 card, and I guess you're up 1 card, but you're still technically down 1 card in that whole interaction.
So Atraxa is so powerful for that specifically. But yeah, I think Entomb kind of is a little bit lackluster into the deck that you know is going to keep all 4 Force of Wills in.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be fighting on that axis, I think, is part of the problem as well.
Yeah. Because the thing is, like, I always say this about Blood Moon. When I would play Modern Omnath, I'm like against any deck that could run Blood Moon, I'm always fetching basics first. And frequently, that in and of itself is enough of a setback that you don't even necessarily need to cast the Blood Moon for it to be good. Like if I've already fetched my like 3 basics to get the game going, and you haven't done anything differently because let's say you didn't keep a Blood Moon hand, you're already super ahead because I'm just starving for my mana in an Omnath deck with 3 basics and no Triomes or Shocks. And so right off the bat, that threat of the Blood Moon is already pretty backbreaking. So in this case, just the threat of the graveyard is sometimes just backbreaking enough that you don't need to even play the like to force the risk of the graveyard. Like you can just play your mid-range plan very safe, rip their hand apart, get a Bowmasters and get in beats. And just the fact that they maybe mulled and are keeping a surgical extraction when you have no way of interacting with your own graveyard is sometimes just very powerful in and of itself.
Yeah.
Like, you know how many games I played against Rescaminator and I'm just holding like I'm holding a surgical extraction, I draw another one, and then I'm just getting beat down by like a Bowmaster and a Murktide, and I'm just sitting there going like, what the hell do I do now? Um, and that is very powerful, and you almost have to respect it still because if you don't have the graveyard hate and they do go for an Archon or an Attrax and you don't have the ability to interact with that, you're just like, well, shit, now what? So it's kind of like that's what makes the deck so powerful is that there's so many angles it's attacking from while all of them being simultaneously extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
I am historically a big blue-black split combo fair game deck enjoyer.
I play Fair Magic too.
It's what I'm, yeah.
I beat down with creatures. Now, granted, it usually takes 1 hit to win, but you know, it's still a creature, right?
Yeah.
2 usually,
You've
but
never lived until you've attacked with Thassa's Oracle for to try and win via damage. That's all I'm saying.
I think I was talking to my buddy who was on Doomsday, and he was running a ring version, the Mark Tobias version of that deck, and he told me that he actually once won a game after getting his Doomsdays extracted because he just ripped through his deck with ring, and then just natty played a Thassa's Oracle for the win.
I've not been able to do that yet. That's the one last thing on my my bucket list, I think.
On Doomsday, win with a natty Thassa's Oracle. My other favorite one was I once saw a Doomsday game where a buddy of mine casted a Thassa's Oracle, knowing that they had a wheel in hand. Then he would have not. So what was it? Basically, it was the other 2 devotion on the Thassa's Oracle mattered. Oh, they had a Bowmaster and a Shouldered in play, so his pile was Thoracle something. It doesn't matter, but the idea was that the second 2 blue pips were enough to win with Doomsday. Because it was Devotion 4. I thought that was genius. I would have never come up with that line. I sometimes forget the Devotion even matters. Honestly.
You value Thassa's Oracle, playing it the way it was originally designed. I have crewed a hearse with a Bowmaster and a Thassa's Oracle to attack for lethal.
Yeah, it wasn't Prague. It wasn't Prague. I don't know if it was on camera, but I think if it was, I didn't watch all of Prague, but if it was on camera, I think that's the game I'm thinking of. I think ultimately, right, like Doomsday in general is one again, Doomsday lands. I consider these 2 to be like really, I wouldn't say they're pillars of the metagame per se, but they're pillars of what makes Legacy legacy.
Yeah. Don't ban Doomsday.
I don't think Doomsday will ever get banned.
No,
personally.
Thassa's Oracle could.
No, I don't think so. I don't
think so either.
I mean, generally, like they don't like cards that say win the game on it, which is very apparent. But like, I don't think Doomsday is oppressively strong.
I agree.
I do think Chalice of the Void is oppressively strong. And I fully mean the word oppressive because that is an oppressive card. Anyway, I'm going to stop my Chalice of the Void hate. We're going into now round 4. I believe this is 6 rounds, the cut to top 8. So we're going to have 4 more matches of Legacy at least.
Oh, yeah.
Round
4, yeah.
Yeah, we have round 4, we have round 5, we have round 6, then we have probably at least 2 rounds. Then I don't know if the finals will split, but usually I see finals split.
I think they usually play it out for the trophy, regardless.
Really?
Yeah, there's a trophy.
No,
you get your name on it. It's pretty cool. Definitely worth reason to play it out.
Yeah, so I'm excited. I always like when people play at the finals because it adds so much spice to the day. But I also understand that after 12 like hours of Magic, the last thing you want to do is play the most important game of Magic at your least peak mental like strength.
Yeah, it's also like Stanley Cup style where you get to put your name on it and
That's
then it
cute.
stays on.
That's
Yeah.
hot. Yeah, I did.
That's so worth it. It's about the glory, not about
That's
the
for the love of the game,
eh,
baby. I have a buddy of mine who, whenever apparently he's what we call a professional dream crusher, and he would go to energy sometimes, and when people are hounding for points, they'd ask him like towards the end of the day, like, "Hey, I need the points, and I know we're not live for prize. Will you play?" And he goes, "No, because I'm playing for the love of the game," and he'll play burn of all decks. Like it's like, come on, like that's so funny, dude. Playing for the love of the game. Meanwhile, plays burn.
I don't know if I've ever actually played Bird. I'll admit
I
that.
actually don't think I've ever played burn, like ever. I think I've maybe actually okay. Do you consider Young Pyromancer, Monastery Swift, Spear, 4 Lightning Bolts, 4 Chain Lightning, Treasure Cruise, Delver a burn deck?
I mean, it is, but I wouldn't call it like burn for the sake of this. But
Because I've definitely played that deck pre
I don't
Treasure
think you
Cruise
can have
ban.
blue in your burn deck. I'll say that.
Here's the thing about Legacy, Samantha. I can put blue into anything and I can make it better. I'll
I,
play Esper D&T, goddammit.
I look forward to it.
I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. All right. Let's sorry, chat. We're currently discussing what we're gonna order for lunch, so this is very important.
Sadly, we didn't get buffalo chicken dip shipped to us.
Oh, that would have been a great idea. I was thinking about that if we should get the recipe, but I'm like very lazy, so I don't know if I would have made it.
It's the best part.
Is it? I've always I'm gonna go to the BCDL next year, I think, or the next one that I can.
Yeah, the opens are, I think, definitely worth traveling to. They're pretty cool.
This is technically an open, right?
No. So the opens are like a little are twice the size and kind of more of like a full day. There's a break for lunch. It's at a brewery. So you get the O2 drop go to the bar.
You haven't lived until your opponent activates Pestilence to go to 18 and then dies a triple Galvast, triple Bolt. That's beautiful. Artifact, artifact burn. You know what I miss? I miss counterbalance top. I miss miracles. I
Do you
still go ahead.
are you an apologist?
No, I just am a big believer that okay, what we need to do is before a legacy tournament, you know how like when you go to the airport for like your pre-check, how you need to go to the airport and do like an interview for your pre-check?
Mm-hmm.
You know that? We should do a thing where you have to go to like a Wizard sanctioned judge academy and do a pre-check where you play a few games with counterbalance and see how fast you can resolve a top. So when you register Sensei Divining Top, what you have to do is you have to have this badge that says you're pre-cleared to play this card.
You play at a fast enough speed.
You play at a fast enough speed that you can legally register. And if you don't have this and you register the deck and they don't find it, they'll put you in jail. Like straight to prison, straight to jail.
DCI jail or real
No,
jail?
no, no, jail.
Jail?
Because that's a crime. Because of you, you've ruined everyone else's life.
But since Divining Top can't target the opponent to commit a crime.
Look, look. You got me. I don't know. You're right. What are the big crime cards in Legacy right now?
Uh,
Like where it actually is relevant.
I don't. I saw Punishing Waterfalls play a Grixis
I love punishing decks, dude.
I like the idea that this could be playable, where they're playing the Marquesa Grixis 3-drop, where you like whenever you commit a crime, you can pay 1 to basically slide a hand. But I don't think it was very good. It
That's
didn't.
fair.
I think I got through the first game like it's not good enough. I'm not gonna waste my time.
Yeah, I I'm a big believer that cards that were banned for time in general, or like the crime stuff and all of that, or stuff like this, where it's just like kind of confusing or kind of time consuming, are net positive for the game. Um, but I realize that that might not be a hot take. That might be a pretty hot take.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like if we could have a chess timer in paper, it'd be
Like
fine.
obviously that's a great idea, but the problem is like what happens if you're passing priority?
It's not feasible, so
Yeah,
that's the problem.
like oh, do you remember this judge call at Eternal Weekend? Totally random, but the opponent they both thought that they conceded and they didn't concede. It was like at the top tables, and the judge had to come over and figure out what they were gonna do because one person was like, I thought they conceded," and the other guy was like, "No, no, they conceded." And then it was like,
I
"Wait, what happened now?" And they both
what?
picked up their cards already. And I don't know what happened with the judge. They had called the judge, and the judge was like,
Play it
uh,
again.
what do we do here? People that were there definitely know because it was a wild judge call.
Yeah, that's
All right.
why it's important to communicate with your opponents clearly.
Yeah. Was it Max Dortion that said, "I will always prefer a player that's clear and concise than a player who's overly nice"? That
Yeah,
rhymed for no reason, but that was the
I'm
gist
I'm
of
not
that
I'm
tweet.
not sure if Max said it, but yeah, I agree. You can be nice at the start and at the end, and otherwise we don't need to talk. That's
Yeah.
fine.
The see, I always like to talk to my opponents, but like after the game and mostly after the game. I don't really like to talk during the game just because I'm very focused, and so it's like hard for me to
Uh,
like have a conversation and keep my train of thought.
yeah,
Um, but I know some people do that to like get in your head. They'll like start talking to you during hard turns.
there's some notable players I would say who usually play BCDL who are definitely do that,
Oh,
and it is
there's
very
also some
distracting.
notable players that I know that do that. Uh,
Uh, I love it in like cubes, bring it on, but in like Comp REL, please
yeah,
be
and Comp
quiet.
REL, like that's kind of annoying. I'm gonna call a judge on you, and it's all, and you're gonna get in my head, but it's like, you're like, I hate you now. Like you're dead to me.
I grew up playing competitive chess, and there's no talking.
I love that. I just watched The Queen's Gambit recently, actually. Banger of a TV show.
It's very good. You're
Banger of a
like
TV
2 years
show.
late, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's
a little late actually on that one, but it is a banger of a TV show.
so good.
Are you watching anything interesting right now?
No, I'm in the middle of Move 8, which means I have
Oh,
no
congrats.
time to watch anything.
I'm currently watching. What am I watching? We were watching that one show about the detective guy in LA, Sugar. Not to spoil it, but
Never seen, never
not
heard of it.
not sure if I'm gonna finish that show after one of the recent episodes. It was really weird.
I don't really
Uh,
watch a lot of TV. I will admit I'm on a bit of a. There's so many weird old school RuneScape challenges.
will you play OSRS?
I don't,
Oh, I was gonna
but
be
I
like, damn, why
love.
am I not surprised?
See, I love these videos because I get all the satisfaction of a grind being completed with none of the work, and I am just a fiend for them lately.
For that like video game
They're like,
satisfaction.
yeah, 100 hours later, I finished the grind, and I'm like, oh yeah, that 2 minutes for me. I was. It's just like this feeling of I accomplished it with you.
Yeah,
You know,
that's fair. That's fair.
I could never do this myself. Like literally, I was watching one where this person got 100 woodcutting
I don't know what that
and
means.
99 woodcutting and 99 defense
Is that good?
without leaving like the first section of the game. Like,
That's like there's this guy in World of Warcraft. His name is Double Agent, and he's a max level. And all he does, he sits in the original starting zone in herbs because you get like a small amount of XP. So I don't know what's going on, but man, that's a crazy feat.
I
He's just
just,
max level grinding herbology. Like, it probably takes like 100 hours at least to get one level
uh,
grinding herbs in the starting zone like that.
I respect the grind.
Respect the
You
grind.
could be doing anything else, and you choose to spend like 800 hours chopping woods. I'm in.
You
But yeah, old school RuneScape, one chunks, region locked. I can't get enough of it.
I've been playing WoW again recently, and that's been a fun little ordeal with all like the new stuff they've released. Obviously, I play a lot of Hearthstone, but um, that's the love-hate relationship. If you're going into round 4,
Looks like we have a few matches to finish
yeah,
up.
it looks like we still have a few matches. We're just waiting on that. Don't have a backup feature match. So you've got us right now, chat.
Mm.
Beautiful.
Uh,
Is anyone else addicted to Diet Coke? We're just like ordering food right now, and it's something I think about a lot that I'm like actually probably addicted to Diet Coke.
I think water is fantastic, and not enough people believe that, and I don't get it. I think water is just the optimal drink. It's just fantastic. I would say typically I would tell people I only drink water and alcohol. It's like the two things.
Water and alcohol.
That's about it, yeah.
I do drink a lot of alcohol. That's definitely something I do. All right. All right.
100%. It's just I am a big coffee and tea hater as well.
Hey, what? I'm like addicted to coffee, dude.
Caffeine
I love
and I do
caffeine.
not get along.
I love caffeine.
Tea,
Water is the best beverage 100%. Calling water a beverage is like, I don't know. Is that really a beverage, or is it your literal like life support?
yeah, I love it. It tastes good.
Rare Samantha XJ Hinch. The I don't know. I'm a big water enthusiast. You know, one thing about going back to the office though that's really nice. I drink a lot more water when I'm in the office because when I was working from home full time, not saying I prefer going to the office. That's definitely not true. But I will say I do drink a lot more water in the office because I'll just go fill up my water bottle like 10 times a day just as an excuse to get up.
It's the perfect break.
It's the perfect break.
We don't take smoke breaks anymore. We take water breaks. Millennials ruin smoke breaks.
Millennials ruin smoke. Now it's just vape breaks. It's true, dude. You ever
Yeah.
go outside the office at like noon? It's just a bunch of people hitting their vapes, dude. At least where I am in Chicago. At least where my office is.
Yeah, I work from home every day.
Got to
so-
min max the company time in the bath. Yeah, if you're not going to the bathroom
Yeah.
during company
That's
time,
true. The more water you drink,
you can
the
get
more-
paid to go to the bathroom if you go from the hours of 9 to 5.
No one tell my boss this, but I definitely get paid for naps.
Oh yeah, I used to get paid to grind Hearthstone MMR.
Hmm.
It was good. It was a good gig.
Nothing is better than working from home and taking the lunch nap. It just runs a little long.
Oh yeah. I never when I work from home, like I have Teams on my phone. Also, pro tip for anyone in the chat. If you want to be permanently active online in Teams for the sake of not going away on your Teams, start a Teams call with yourself and no one else and put yourself manually to available. And you shouldn't ever go off available if you're in that call. So you go in the call, it'll set yourself to busy, manually change to available. And as long as that call is open still, then it'll show as available.
You can call yourself on Teams.
You start a call with someone and then uninvite them with someone that you like, or I think you do it with yourself too, or just invite like your own personal email or something to the call. If that doesn't work, and then just be the only person in the call, and then just have that going, and you'll be permanently available.
This is good information. This is why everyone tunes in.
I don't know if it still works. I'm pretty sure it still does because I haven't had no reason to believe it wouldn't, but that's what I used to do. If you're my former boss listening to this, well, you're my former boss. It doesn't actually matter anymore. If my current boss listening to this, you didn't hear it. I had to turn on the AC. You guys ever just shuffle cards randomly at your desk while you're just doing menial tasks on your computer? Because I do all the time, and I have to go through so many sleeves as a result.
Constantly.
Yeah.
I just love having a deck to goldfish on the side when I want to take a mental break as well.
Oh, I goldfish all the time. All the time. I'll just like open. I won't fetch though, so I'll be too lazy. I'll just pretend I fetch, and if I draw a land, I'll just be like, okay, well that's the one I fetched. Put that in the grade, like put that to the side. The only problem is I use katanas, and katanas I say when they're freshly sleeved, katanas are the best sleeves, but they go from freshly sleeved to grimy really quickly.
Yeah.
But man, when you go to a tournament and you just got your brand new katanas, ooh, you're feeling on top of the world. The universe is right.
It's like weird too because I have like the cleanest hands on the clean play mat.
Yeah,
It still gets grimy.
always. Katanas get so grimy, but man, those first few shuffles, oof, they're to die for. I hope we get some spice in the next round. I was really wanting to see a resolved Eris, but unfortunately, there was no resolved Eris.
And that's why we hate scam.
That's what. So far, we've seen on camera, we've seen two scam decks. Well, no, not scam, but two grief decks, a lands deck, and like a Bant, like a beans deck. The first time I see you, Ryan, I played it for like 2 weeklies, didn't play it for 8 months. I had to resleeve from the deck shuffle. Yeah, that's like me, but very frequently. I've had to resleeve my Stifle Knot list like 7 times in the last like 4 months after not even like showing up to in paper events that frequently. But
You're shuffling a Yorion deck for
yeah,
fun?
also wait, how big are your hands, dude? That's like a crazy thing to like just casually shuffle, especially if it's double sleeve. I had to undouble sleeve my Pioneer deck because I was playing Nibdelite because it was just too hard to shuffle 80 cards. I kept thinking I was losing because I was just like not shuffling well.
So I lent Connor Mullally
Yeah.
Yorion beans for Legacy NRG.
Okay.
And Connor hates inner sleeves, and typically I'll give it to him de-sleeve. But with my Legacy deck, I was like, I won't put perfect hearts, but I'll put in normal inners.
Oh, I use perfect hearts for everything.
I do too. I like them for
I
Legacy.
love the feel of like
But
the really thick cards. Like, oh, it feels so good.
it was so thick and unwieldy that his opponent got a game loss because he flipped the cards over 3 times in a row. And I feel so bad about that because it was kind of, I felt at fault.
All right. That's like, look, I get that it's hard to shuffle, but to be that, that seems a little rough. Like, that's kind of on you, dude. Like, to 3 times? Like, look, I get it's hard, but man, that's just ask the judge to shuffle for you at that point if you can't do it.
Yeah, no, I feel like when you play on camera, there's probably a lot of pressure.
Was it on camera that happened?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I feel really bad.
Oh no.
Connor didn't want the game win either, so it seemed really awkward all around. That's why Yorion kind of sucks because 80 cards is just like slightly too big.
There's a good buddy of mine in my LGS. He doesn't play Yorion because I mean, we talked about this. He just hates shuffling 80 cards.
Yeah, it hurt. It gives me hand cramps the one time I played 80.
I played Yorion Legacy for one day and I thought it was like good, but I never played it again because I could not stand shuffling perfect cards. And then in Nivtalite, I just unsleeved it. I just undouble sleeved it. I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna. It's whatever. This deck isn't worth that much. It's fine.
Yeah, 60 perfect hard legacy.
It's like perfect.
That's perfect. Yeah,
Perfect.
I kind of like the feel of the perfect cards.
I also just realized how much I hate Chalice of the Void, but I use a Chalice of the Void deck box. It's fine. It's a mental game. They're gonna think I'm on Chalice and hard mult the Force of Will.
It looks like the next round's getting started, but I'm not sure if we have a feature match picked
set
out.
up yet. Yep. All right.
What deck do you think is going to win this tournament?
I think from a raw power level, it's hard to argue that UB Scaminator isn't arguably the most powerful deck in the format. I do think though the deck also like isn't necessarily the best deck. I would just say it's the most powerful, if that makes sense. Like it does the most powerful things on average, but you can still hate it out. You can still win against it. Like, for instance, I think lands, and since this is a very fair meta, when we did our quick cursory like meta glance, I think lands is super well positioned to win because lands just eats fair decks.
About to say, because this is BCDL, I'm picking a depth deck.
Yeah, why are there so many depths in Mavericks?
They win a huge percentage of BCDL because I think the numbers are just so high. I don't know why.
They're not even necessarily like obviously it's proxy friendly, so the price shouldn't be that, but like in general, they're not like that price prohibitive either. Like they're not no, they're not that cheap either, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like they're actually like they can be price prohibitive for sure, especially if you're running like Mox Diamonds.
And I don't think I see a lot of proxy lands or depth decks.
I don't think I've ever seen a proxy lands list. Every lands I also don't think I've ever seen a lands player under the age of 30.
I got nothing.
Yeah. It's one of those decks you graduate to as you get older. It's like, you know what? It's time. I just hit 30. It's time to play.
I have a 401k.
I have a 401k.
That's I'm an
I have a
adult.
401k now. I just built land and I'm 30 day. Everyone I know under 30 is a Delver enthusiast that plays Legacy like very consistently. That at least in my local friend group that plays Legacy consistently.
Yeah. If you're like 14 to 19, you play Delver.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I wanna. All right. What about Stifle Knot players? The four of us that exist.
I don't know. A little weird. But
Wow.
Not a lot weird.
Look, dude. All I'm saying is, have you ever resolved 2 Phyrexian Dreadnoughts?
No, I have not.
Back to back.
I have Force to Despair and 3 Phyrexian Dreadnoughts.
The Siphonaut players are old heads. Amen. Although I wouldn't call that's 40 plus. Oh God. I'm an old soul.
We're gonna do a age reveal for Everett.
Well, actually, my birthday is in 3 days, so.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Yeah, you're having.
Yeah.
The legacy of it.
Yeah, on Thursday.
Oh. He's.
All right, we have our players.
Finally, some spice. Red Black Painter versus Mono Black Helm.
I kind of love this matchup. I think this will be really interesting. They're both mill decks, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Someone once asked me, "Is there a mill deck in Legacy?" And I sent them a painter list.
It is.
this is the best mill deck in Legacy.
I feel like a lot of times the painter players get into a position where they're just like getting a little bit of mill value.
Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and pull up the
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have any mono black Helm spice lately, but I'm very curious about the
Oh,
panelists.
I think I know Matt's strain. I think we played at MagicCon and Eternal Weekend. I think it's kind of crazy how often you just recognize like the legacy crowd. Like they're really like we're small but loud community.
People just kind of go to as much as they can.
Oh shit.
I feel like also people are more friendly, so you tend to talk more.
Yeah, 100%. It's also like it's a very evergreen format. Like it's very community driven, and Buffalo Chicken Dip is a great example of that. Like this is effectively a labor of love from the Buffalo Chicken Dip team.
Yeah.
All right, but let's pull up these deck lists. Rami Mansour.
I think I've played Rami multiple
I think
times
I've
at
seen that face too.
Buffalo Chicken Dips.
Rami, as we said, on Red Black Painter. Anything cute here? We are seeing the one of Lava Spur boost, which I don't even know if I'd call that cute anymore.
No, I think I was pretty obvious from day one too. So
The Bray's Apprentice, I know, has kind of fallen in and out of favor over the oh, we're on cam. Over the years.
behind the scenes.
Yeah, you're looking at behind the scenes now. It's not Cauldron Bowmaster Painter, it is traditional painter. It's not painterless painter.
Yep, it seems pretty what I would consider stockish.
Yep. And then let's see. On the oh shoot, I closed it. And then on the Matt Strand side on Mono Black Helm, let's see what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I can't think of unless there's a crime card.
I once had a Mono Black Helm player. I had a Doorkeeper throw on play. They activated Helm of Obedience. It took my Dreadnought, and I was like, oh, wait a second. I got. All right. So on the Mono Black Helm side, it's pretty traditional Mono Black Helm. Notably, there are four beseeches, and I know quite a bit of people also are kind of it's like on and off whether people play the beseech or not. But I think it's good personally. Beyond that, we have a one of Nether Void, which is a hot little card from Legends.
Is that stock? I don't feel like I've ever seen that.
No, it's definitely not stock, but I've definitely seen it pop up from time to time. Uh, Pretty traditional list outside of that. Single shouldered for Dothy for Bowmaster, a single damnation, which I usually don't see actually.
It's pretty good with the beseech.
Oh, I guess yeah, just beseech for damnation is pretty good.
You can beseech for Nether Void, right? You can get anything.
I guess you could. Damn, Nether Void is kind of hot actually. It's basically just locks people out of the game, right?
Yeah.
It's effectively Mycosynth Lattice with less steps. If you think about it, who the hell is paying 4 mana for a Ponder? I'm not. I'm scooping. I'm gonna go grab food.
This one's over. Let's move to this.
Yeah, this one's over. You got it. I also enjoy the now it does suffer from the Chalice of the Void dilemma of you have to remember your triggers. Which cards like Nether Void and Chalice are significantly better on Moto because a legitimate win condition is a Chalice of the Void is have them forget.
You say that, but I have cast a lot of spells into Chalice for reasonable reasons, and my opponents never miss it.
Oh, really? They always miss for me.
I'm doing something wrong.
I don't know if I'm like doing something differently, but I'm just playing the game like normal. People have definitely missed like Stifle Knots into me where I've just been like dressed down and they're like, oh, count, yeah, you got it. Then like Dreadnought. Then they'll remember on the second one. It's like, well, I already have a 12/12.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this matchup will play out because Mono Black is probably a bit faster and it's still grindy, but Red Black is probably better at the grinding. Obviously, Leyline of the Void has some real text, so that could also be a problem. But
Leyline of the Void does have some real text in this match. That's a good point. Yeah, because Painter does surprisingly use its graveyard quite a bit. Like the Engineer Welder stuff is all graveyard interaction. Now it's interesting because these are two like mid-range beatdown decks with a combo finish. They're like quite similar in how they operate and how they play the game. But overall, I think they do operate very similarly, actually. Like the more I think about it, the more they're like very similar decks.
Yeah, they're both permanent base combo decks with a lot of grindy elements.
Yeah.
A lot of tutoring, a lot of
A lot of tutoring, a lot of just like here's like a are they both on Urza's Saga? No, Mono Black is
Helm is
not.
not typically on it, but
Helm is not, really?
I don't think so. I think the colorless mana is actually a big downside.
I always thought they'd be a pretty good fit when you have 4 Chrome Mox like Lotus Petal, One Ring, and stuff. Like you could even throw maybe not a full set, but maybe like 2 or 3. Just to have like another way of attacking, and also being able to get Chrome Mox, being able to get a Lotus Petal, just little things like that. I don't know, interesting. I'm sure someone's tried it, and I'm sure someone who actually plays this deck would know better than I do that it's actually not that good. But you know, always for some reason in my head I thought they did run Urza Saga stock, but I guess not.
Yeah, I feel like it's not super good on the fetch either, but I could be wrong. Mono Black is that kind of deck that's on the peripherals, and I don't really keep up with the list too much.
Yeah, that's fair. Sing a Vault to Whisper start. Dothy Voidwalker or Dark Ritual. I was gonna be like, yeah, there's something going on here. Did I miss something? But I did not. Dark Ritual. Play Dothy Voidwalker. Go. Pretty good start. It does eliminate the graveyard pretty immediately. And I actually do like. Obviously, we wasted 1 mana, and in a previous era, we would have been mana burned for this. But being able to turn off Welder right now is pretty strong. Okay, Mox Opal. Wait, what is that land?
It's the red artifact land, the
Oh, Ancient Den?
ancient den. I think so. Yeah. It's,
Grindstone, Goblin Welder, Engineer, Welder. Which one is that one?
Great Furnace.
Great Furnace, that's it. Wait, that's not Great Furnace, is it? Great Furnace, yeah. Wait, what is Ancient Den then?
Green one, I think.
Is Ancient Den green? Ancient was red. Anyway, this dies. Orcish Bowmaster pings it.
Ooh, Bowmaster is also kind of a problem sometimes because a lot of your Fable or Phyrexian Dragon Engine, your like good mid-range elements are kind of weakened to the Bowmaster.
Yeah. I do appreciate the full art Orcish Bowmaster alongside the retro Dothy Voidwalker. Anyway,
those are the
Rhea's Apprentice. This is a spicy card. Comes in and out of favor from Painterless pretty frequently. I'll pull up the text on that because it's not something that's very commonplace, but you know, it's definitely there. Makes Thopter token, and let me pull up the deck list. I swear I just had it.
I believe you can sack it to exile the top card of your library to play it till end of turn, or give something +1/+0.
I think that sounds right. Rhea's Apprentice, artifact creature, human advisor for 2 in a red. When Brandon enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 colored Thopter artifact creature with flying. Sacrifice an artifact to tap it, sacrifice an artifact, choose one. Exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Second ability that you could also choose is target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So it's a little bit of a draw engine while also fueling your artifact count.
Yeah, it's a little awkward with this Dothy Voidwalker because a lot of things is you can kind of sack it to itself, bring it back. You can do a bunch of these things to basically infinitely come up the board. But
yeah, I mean, right now it's probably going to be in draw mode, but you do have to sacrifice an artifact to do it. And we do have the Ornithopter, Fable the Mirror Breaker. I don't know if you guys know this, but Fable the Mirror Breaker has won every Pro Tour of the last year. Has been an instrumental piece in actually every Pro Tour, right?
Yeah,
it's a very good Magic card. Apparently, a 5-for-1 is pretty good.
Was it in Domain recently?
It didn't win a Pro Tour.
What?
Domain didn't win a Pro Tour.
Yeah, it just won Pro Tour.
Oh,
at Thunder Junction.
I actually didn't watch that Pro Tour. I forgot about that. I forgot we just had a Pro Tour, honestly.
I am a standard enjoyer.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, so it did not win in that one. Because I don't believe Domain runs it, but they probably could run it.
You can put it, but it's illegal and
it's illegal card. Oh, that's right. They banned it in standard after it won the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Do you know the player records?
I can get them, but I can't update the UI. Let me go ahead and check the player records. Copy bracket link. Oh no, I have to open up the tournament manager, I think.
It looks like
Matthew Strand is 3-0 and Rami Mansour is also 3-0. Both of them 3-0. Looks like we have another Bowmaster. Pretty good. Pingu raised the alarm. Well, actually, it's better than raise. Makes kind of raise the alarm. You make another. You put a counter instead. So far, it looks like Black is really coming ahead here. Mono Black is, but it's a little too early in the game to tell because this clock, even though it is two Bowmasters and a Orcish token or Army token, it is still only 4 damage. Fable the Mirrorbreaker will block one of the Bowmasters, take a value trade. Will we see the third Bowmaster? It looks like we will. There it is. It is now a 3/3 Orc army.
yeah, it felt pretty obvious with this attack.
Honestly, I could see why you maybe wouldn't do that. Only why you wouldn't even care because this painter doesn't really draw cards per se outside of like Dragon Engine. So maybe you just don't care about the Bowmaster and you just want to win the game before they can get the combo online because you are in theory one painter servant away from losing the game.
Yeah, I think from both sides, it's kind of something that they they know where they're at.
The Thopter was sacrificed, but the draw on Brea's Apprentice isn't actually a draw, it's a reveal.
Oh, but if it should be a 2.
Oh, because you sacrificed the
Sacrifice
Ornithopter in
respawn.
response to pinging it so it wouldn't get the activation. Oh, that's a good point.
Did that what was exiled?
Um,
I don't think it was. Am I thought it was summoning sick. You have to tap the Praise Apprentice.
yeah, I'm not sure. Um, Goblin Engineers, that was killed on the first Bowmaster trigger. The second Bowmaster
The
trigger.
Goblin Engineer. Oh.
Yeah, the second one. Was it the second one on the Ornithopter? Because the third one was on the Goblin token. Yeah, Welder was the first trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Welder. It's the Goblin. Okay, the 1/1 Goblin, who I always can't remember if it's Engineer or Welder is the name. The 1/1 Goblin was the first trigger. The third one was on the Goblin token, the 2/2 Goblin token from Fable the Mirror Breaker. And I don't remember what the second one was.
This is the problem when we had to look at the
standings.
Since and
All right, well, we have another Fable the Mirror Breaker. And Goblin Shaman token, which by the way costs more than my Tarmogoyf. Which I also traded 4 LEDs for those 4 Tarmogoyfs. Anyway, exile Simian Spirit Guide, cast Lightning Bolt, killed off Void Walker. Notably, the Lightning Bolt is exiled with a Void counter, I believe.
Yeah.
It should have a Void counter, right?
The state-based effects.
Yeah. That's why Tarmogoyf lives.
There we go. I think Rami just wants to stabilize board long enough so he can combo out here.
Yeah, I mean, we have enough mana with the Ancient Tomb. If we slam Painter Servant, we do win the game on the Painter side. But on the Mono Black side, we do have a pretty strong board state. I don't know what's in our hand. Come in for 3.
I believe the life totals are flipped, so I believe where it's 7.
Yes.
Are we down to 4? Seems low.
Urborg
takes
One
it.
Ring.
This isn't so bad because now we can tap the Ancient Tomb for black instead of taking 2.
That's also true, but also we also have protection on the Mono Black side, so we can't get milled out, right? Because Grindstone has
We
to
can
target
do
a player.
it in the upkeep.
Yeah. Flip Fable, and Faithless Looting.
We will have access to making a lot of in-step fables of the Mirror Breakers if we need to. But also we can copy Brea's, which is
But it's a
quite good.
legendary, right? So we can't actually
No,
copy.
it's Brea's apprentice, not
Oh,
Brea. It's an artifact creature.
it's not a legendary. For some reason I
It
thought-
seems like
It
it's
seemed it would be
legacy, but
legendary,
or
yeah.
legendary, but
Because also it says artifact creature, so like that line of text, usually when you see a long line of text is usually legendary creature. Because what it's artifact creature, human artificer, right? Is the
yeah, I believe so.
chaos
Ooh.
defiler. What are we killing? The 3/3?
It's pretty good at
Chaos defiler is when it
blocking.
enters the battlefield and when it dies, destroy target non-land permanent, or is it destroy target permanent? Let's check.
I don't think it targets. For each opponent, choose
Oh, it doesn't target notably, yeah.
choose an on-land permanent that player controls. So we're not choosing a target player or anything like that. So we're gonna get around. And it is dies. So this is also a
It's not
really
leaves the
good.
battlefield, right? It's dies specifically. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
dies. Okay. It's not like Sundering Titan.
this is another very good target for our fables. So maybe we don't need to combo out here because
No.
it's defilers.
Pretty
Just
sure,
gonna
yeah. Copying a Chaos Defiler is lights out for most decks. We don't have the ability to combo out, but Matt Strand is also on 2 health. However, we only have 1 Bowmaster left. So if we go Bowmaster or Reanimate Bowmaster, we can win on the mono black side, but that's also a pretty specific line. You would need access to the 4th Bowmaster as well as a reanimation spell. And with a deck that has no draw power outside of a tutor in the form of Beseech, it's quite difficult. Although we could technically beseech our token away. Or
or the One Ring
the One Ring.
for damnation.
Or Damnation. Good call. Do we have Beseech the Mirror?
Well, if you keep the One Ring, it's probably better.
Yeah, yeah. Because you're going to lose the creature anyway, right? If you Damnation.
Yeah. And you'd rather keep he's at 19, so we've got plenty of life
Yeah.
to work with.
The
Oh,
come in for
attacking?
3. Interesting.
This is a very interesting attack.
This is most likely trying to get the damage in, trying to force some kind of reaction before you casting a Damnation off of a Beseech, or just natty casting a Damnation.
We could have another Orcish Bowmaster.
Let's see. The 4th Orcish
The
Bowmaster.
Orcish. Do we put him to 1?
Or do we kill the cat? I mean, the Kessel always dies because of the ping. So we put him to 1, and now Matt Strand is 1 reanimate away from well, the life titles are flipped. Basically, mono black is 1 reanimate spell away from winning the game. We also notably are 1 painter away from winning the game.
Do we have reanimate on the side of Match Strand's list? I didn't think we did.
Do we not? I thought mono black also reanimate. Do they not? Oh, they don't. Okay. So what other way can we deal 1 damage to someone? There is not a way. There's actually not a way. Oh, Shieldred.
Yeah, and I don't think Rami has very good responses to that. Especially because I think he's empty-handed.
Do you think
He
Ram-
did the jazz hands.
The jazz hands
no
hellbent.
cards in hand.
Jazz hands hellbent. The MTG classic. Pass the turn. Helm of Obedience online. Well, not online technically. Brea's Apprentice sacrifice Grindstone. Exile attack card. Oh, this.
Not very good here.
We don't have a Painter Servant either. Would you have sacrificed that Grindstone there? Especially because we don't even have Metalcraft. I would have probably got out of the Mox Opal.
We do have
Oh, we
Metal
do.
Craft.
Bray as an artifact. Yeah.
Yes, not legendary. It's an
Not
artifact.
non-legendary, but it's an artifact. So we do have actually.
And we do have access to making X5 copies of Kiki Chiki here, or 3+2 Breyas.
Make a
So
lot of ornithopters.
yeah, we do have some play here.
Copy Brea. Main phase. Sure.
Main.
Make a token. Sure. Okay. The under the sleeve upside down represents the Brea token, I imagine, the copy. Swing. Take one. Two.
Two.
Two. Two.
Is it 2/3?
Is it two? Or a 2-1?
I believe it's a 2/3. If it was a 2/1, we would have definitely pinged it with a Bowmaster.
That's fair. Sack it. Painter Servant. Kind of a silly card right now. I wonder if we're aware that we can Ancient Tomb. Or, yeah, okay, we are aware. Fantastic. Cast Painter Servant. Naming most likely blue.
Really upset about removing the grindstone from before now.
Oh, yeah. Unless we have another one. Oh, we still have the Pyroblast.
Can kill
What
Helm of
do we?
Obedience as well. That saves you from losing outright. Not
Kill
sure
Helm.
how afraid of we are of 1 damage burn. I'm not sure if you would know at the top of your head
If what?
if there's any way for them to get that 1 point.
No, Shouldred is the only way. And I believe you had to cast Pyroblast that turn because it's an impulse effect, right?
Till end of your next turn.
Yeah. But didn't he do that at end step? The
No.
Brea?
No, because he cast the Painter's Servant. He did it in his second main.
The painters, yeah, but the Pyroblast. I believe that was the end step of the previous turn. So we went until this turn to cast the Pyroblast.
He attacked with the copy and then sacked it in his
Yeah,
second main.
that was the painter. The Pyro was from Matt's end step, yeah. That's why he had to cast the Pyroblast there.
Oh. Oh, it's the end of your next turn.
Yes.
So
Yeah. It's like the questing druid effect.
They printed that at instant speed, and the end of your next turn is erased from how that works from my memory.
The trust me, as a dress down enthusiast, that is something that I do frequently have to keep in mind, that I frequently play with. But what do we draw from Matt's side? Matt's side, it must be really, really weird to be in a spot where your opponent is at quite literally 1 health and knowing you have no way to deal that damage outside of a single Shieldred. It also does mean Beseech is a lethal spell. And we are drawing a lot of cards, but we're also at 15 health, taking 3 next turn. So we're at effective 12 health. And on the painter side, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 damage currently, with the ability to magnify this significantly. Karn the Great Creator, pretty brutal. This Brea cannot be activated. This Chrome Mox cannot be activated. What are we going to get? Let's see. We can get Bridge.
Bridge is a little awkward here now when you have...
Yeah.
You can get another ring, potentially.
Maybe you reset ring, but I also think there's like value in the liquid metal coating on the Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
He gets Bridge.
He gets Bridge, which makes sense. Bridge is in play. Notably, though, how many cards are in Matt's hand right now on Monoblock's hand? 1 card.
Yeah, did he kind of put his cards right into the graveyard? So I don't know if he Dark Ritual down to 1.
All right. Urza's Saga, that's a win condition in 2 turns. However, it cannot be activated currently. Well, the grindstone can't be activated with the Karn. However, with one, this is interesting, right? Because you can technically attack the Karn right now. Tap for black. Tap this. Copy that. Yep. Copy it again. Swing for 3 at Karn.
All flying, which
All
is
flying. So Bowmasters cannot come in.
if we had used the Mox. Oh wait, no, everything was tapped. Yeah,
Painter's also 1 attack, right?
it's a 1/3.
Yeah. Rey's Apprentice, sacrifice one of the tokens, impulse. Is that the correct terminology? Impulse?
No idea.
Because I just know it as Fiery Impulse, right? That's the one where it's like, I go to the top 2 cards of your
Yeah.
library, you may play them. Okay. Take 3.
Now
Off the
this,
top, what do we get?
this One Ring is actually getting to the point where you're getting a little
Reckless
worried.
Impulse, not Fiery Impulse. Yeah. Draw 4. Ancestral Recall +1. Urborg, Chrome Mox. I didn't see what the other 2 were.
So I think he's at 6 cards in
Yeah,
hand, which is
Draw for turn, 4 offering. We know one of them is Chrome Mox, one of them is Urborg. So 5 cards left, 3 live. Because neither of them are very live right now. Swing with the guy, with the Bowmaster. Interesting attack.
Hmm.
6 mana. Damnation. Now, there is always the line with Urza's Saga of
These contracts are going to be pretty big.
oh, but they might be too big. Chrome Mox pitching what? Dark Ritual?
Nether
Or
Void.
Nether Void, yeah. Karn, the Great
Ooh,
Creator.
that's a very good one here.
That is a very good one to have here, especially with the
We have Lattice in the sideboard, so if we can stabilize.
Karn's uptick. I would say, yeah, there's no reason to do anything here. I was gonna say you could maybe uptick the bridge to protect Karn, but then you open your bridge up to getting bolted.
Yeah, no, I think you can just blow up the Mox Opal.
I was thinking animate ring attack, but wait, he could just animate the.
We attacked with the boom.
We attack with the Bowmaster. Oh no, we missed lethal.
Well, depending on how many cards he would have to go down to, I think he has 3.
We did miss lethal actually, because if we just damnation first and then play Karn as animate bridge and attack, that's lethal.
Yeah.
Assuming nothing in hand. If the last card is lightning bolt, then obviously it's a bit of a disaster. But
Yeah, it's I like the block sleeves, but they're really hard to tell how many cards you have in
yeah,
hand. Oh, we legend ruled ourselves here.
Legend ruled ourselves. Urborg is dead. It's fine. We tapped it for 1 mana beforehand, right? I actually don't know if we did. Ancient Tomb, Leyline of the Void, minus. I'm interested
Maybe
in
we
this.
just get Helm of Obedience and
Yeah,
we don't need to mess around with Lattice.
because you could also just animate the ring, and ring can't be killed. So, oh, it could be blocked though.
But you're also at 6.
Oh, it also
so,
can attack. Can
you're
it?
pretty scared of them just
Double bolt.
well, yeah, any amount of damage is pretty scary.
So we can talk about the sideboard on the black side for a little bit, just because I think it's primarily a Karn board, so you already kind of guess what's going to happen there. But the cards that we would bring in are Opposition Agent X3, 3X Plague Engineer, and 2X Shoulder's Edict. The rest of the Karn board is a Bridge, 2 Fatal Push, a Helm. Actually, Fatal Push, another one. So the full sideboard is it's Bridge of Khazad-dûm on this deck list, but it's Snaring Bridge in real life. Ensnaring Bridge, 2 Fatal Push, Helm of Obedience, Liquid Metal Coating, Mycos and the Lattice, 3x Opposition Agent, 3x Plague Engineer, 2x Shoulder's Edict, 1x Wondering. Most likely, do you bring in a single Plague Engineer doesn't do too much. With 2 Plague Engineers is basically game over for the deck.
Uh,
I don't know if you bring them in because you kind of need the 2 for it to be really insane.
yeah, definitely bringing in the opposition nations, the fatal pushes. I feel
Fatal
like
Pushes for sure. Do you really bring in Oppo Agents? They don't really do that much fetching, do they?
the Urza Saga,
Oh,
Goblin
Goblin Welder and Goblin
Welder.
Engineer. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Goblin Engineer doesn't search, but Welder does.
Welder does. Yeah, yeah. So the Oppo
I
Agents do come in.
think they have some amount of fetch lands.
I thought only white painter ran fetch lands. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's
It's
check.
It's red, black.
Yeah, I thought it was a red, black, white painter ran the fetches. Let's look. Here we have the painter list. There are indeed
Two fetch
two
lands.
fetch lands, a Bloodstained Mire and a Scalding Tarn. Now, from the sideboard, however, on the painter side, we have 2 Abrades, 1 Chaos Defiler, 1 Ensnaring Bridge, 1 Fury, 4 Leyline of the Void, 3 Magus of the Moon, a Shadow Spear, and a pair of Thorn of Amethysts.
Yeah, this one's a little bit less clear to me.
I believe it will bring in the Abrades because it does hit a lot.
That
Chaos
for sure.
Defiler probably is just an insane card in this matchup because there's no counter magic. So on 5 mana, you can just rip it and you'll get to 5 mana in this matchup frequently. The Fury is also an interesting piece. Fury specifically would have been pretty good this last game, but that was also a very odd game where we had all 4 Bowmasters. So I'm not super certain that you bring in the Fury, but I have to imagine it's pretty good. I just don't know if it's better than what we currently have. If you're expecting a lot of graveyard hate, maybe you make the case to board out your graveyard stuff because the deck is 8 graveyard hate pieces.
Yeah, I think going to less reliance on your graveyard is probably a good place to be.
So take out some number of the goblin package, and then bring in Abrades, bring in.
Cadence Defiler is a weird one because if you can cast it, you can answer the graveyard hate.
Yes.
So,
I think Casta definitely comes in. I don't know if the Fury comes in. I definitely think the Abrades come in.
I think you're good enough against the creatures in that deck. It's like I could see it, but I don't know how much you can really cut from Painter. You kind of want to keep a good core.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think you probably.
Fury
This is tough. These
good
mid-range
enough,
matchups,
yeah.
I have no idea how to sideboard in the mid-range matchups. I only know how to sideboard against combo. Then it's easy.
Forces.
Yeah. Take out single target or
Counterspells
removal, bring in more
and-
counter spells. Easy. Once you get to these weird mid-range matchups, I'm confused.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about Pioneer lists because that's the RCQ season, and Legacy sideboards are all hammers. And
Yeah.
so typically the sideboarding, how you build it, what you're bringing in, bringing out,
Pretty straightforward.
pretty straightforward. Pioneer, you're like this young pyromancer versus a crackling drake. It's really like a 5% change you got to think about a lot.
Yeah.
It's very different.
One thing I love about Legacy is I was playing when I was like learning Cloud Post. I once talked to one of my buddies who's like really big into Cloud Post. So the only time I ever ran my break trap was when Storm was hyper popular. But it's even just a little popular. You're better off just conceding that round, going to grab lunch, and praying you don't play into combo again than trying to increase your 5% win rate to like a 12% win rate.
I really like this start for Rami. No leyline
Chrome
of the
Mox,
void.
Artifact Mountain, Goblin Engineer, Welder. Which one is it? Which one is the one drop? Which one is the
Brave.
two drop? Welder is the one drop. Engineer is the two drop. The way I'm going to remember that is Welder is a shorter name than Engineer. So therefore,
Ooh.
it's more mana.
I believe we're having the same. Oh, we got a Thoughtseize to
Thoughtseize.
change it up here, but almost the same
But
stuff.
also, Dothing the Thoughtseize can be so brutal.
Oh,
Whoa. Exile Simian Spirit Guide, Lightning Bolt. Oh, I get it. Because you don't want the
yeah.
Lightning Bolt to go and you'd rather get it. And if we have like a Chaos Defiler on the painter side, we definitely don't want that being stolen by a Dothy. And there was the Chaos Defiler.
Yeah, and you wanted to go to the graveyard here with the Goblin Welder, you just... Or this game may be over.
No, you can't with the Goblin Welder. It's not CMC 3 or less.
Oh, 3. No, Welder's anything.
Welder's it's Engineer that's anything.
Yeah.
So we can just get rid of this Chrome Mox and kill the land?
Right? You're begging me question.
Non-land permanent. Okay.
Oh. So that card was so messed up, I swore it could target land.
But we get Phyrexian Dragon Engine here and just refill our hand, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And the second...
This is a pretty busted start from Painter.
Yeah. The second map plays anything, it's pretty bad place to be, because it's not going to live on the board for very long.
No. That Chaos Defiler is ready to defile. See what I did there?
I did.
Yeah. It was cute, right?
Checking, yeah, that graveyard is perfect.
It is basically what you want as a Painter player. Ancient Tomb. I do appreciate original printing here. I love the original printing of Ancient Tomb.
That art's a weird one.
I love how weird it is. It's like very Tim Burton-y in my opinion. All right.
Okay.
Get the cat. Wait, what?
We're just gonna try and get this game over.
I guess that's fair.
And we can always welder, bring back Phyrexian Engine.
Yeah, attack, bring back engine. Once you have this untapped, like you have this little chain, it's basically lights out. Because you can just kind of like you just have infinite everything.
We could maybe have land into damnation.
Land to damnation would be pretty spicy. But also just swapping out the Chaos Defiler for a Dragon Engine, draw 3, go like at instant speed is pretty good. Let's see, 1 card in hand on Painter's side. How many cards in hand on Black side?
An unknowable
A
number.
lot. There's a lot of cards in the mono Black's hand.
We used Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize, Doffy turn 1. Otherwise, we did a mulligan. Looks like 4, maybe?
I see a Lotus Petal. I didn't
pass.
pass. What is in hand? I see a Beseech. I see Leyline. I see Lotus Petal.
Maybe we're just gonna try and win in one go.
I think that's the move, but you need 2 turns to set up, right? Because your 2 conditions are 4 mana.
It is a lot of mana. And we are missing land drops.
We are missing land. But we do have the Lotus Petal, and we do have an Orcish Bowmasters, which can kill the Welder.
Yeah. Castfeller does have trample, so the Bowmaster doesn't block particularly well.
No.
But getting this Welder off seems reasonable.
Yeah, we definitely need to interrupt this somehow. This like engine. Gotta throw a wrench in there somewhere. And I believe the Bowmaster is a decent wrench, but it also means tapping this Ancient Tomb, which is also pretty brutal. Because that would have put us down to 6, which basically, if you Bowmaster here, what do you do?
I think we gotta make a move.
Because the thing is, you could also sack this if you Bowmaster the Welder, kill both pieces of it, and then Dragon Engine. After with the, I think that works, right? Sack it, Welder dies, bring in the Dragon Engine, and then with the Welder, you can, I don't know. This deck is too hard for me. This deck.
Painter is.
I'm trying to figure the line out right here. So if we Bowmaster,
Nope.
lightning bolt. Okay, yeah, just show the
It
line.
felt like the lightning bolt was pretty rolled up based on how little thinking he was doing.
Yeah,
He's like, no land.
just show me the bolt. That's I always do that against Delver players. Like if I'm out to die, just show me lightning bolt and I'll concede it. And they're always like, yeah, here's 2. I'm like, okay, thanks.
They're just overachievers. Game 3 here.
We're going. This is our first game 3 of the day.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab our food real fast.
Okay.
Just because I think it's right here. Let me check. Oh shit.
Yeah. Painter, a lot of fun because it's so complicated, but not always. It's fun to watch. I've tried to play it while intoxicated in a hotel room a few times, and it's not gone very well for me. There's just basically, I feel like, huge amounts of diverging lines where things matter a lot and can be incredibly punishing. But the kind of decks I like in the format, and I would be disappointed if they went away. It just plays the game in such a different way than basically any other deck that I just really enjoy it. Same thing with Mono Black Helm. They're just kind of weirdo decks. I'm a big weirdo deck enjoyer, if that's not clear by my love for No Buy Card Doomsday. I just like seeing magic cards being used in ways that they have never been used before, or just these weird interactions that almost never come up. I think that's when Legacy is at its best, and you get to just, the card pool is so huge, so many different things you can do because the power level is so high, you can kind of support a lot of different stuff. We also haven't seen a lot of mulligans yet on camera. We've seen a lot of 7s. Wonder if that will change in this game 3 with Mono Black being on the play.
We're back. Drawing or opening 7. Let's see what we get here. Hopefully no mulligans. Get a good 7-on-7 game. Honestly, those are the most fun. No one likes to see a multi 5.
I think we got
we did get a multi 6. I may have jinxed it.
Looks like a Matt kept, so
I do think these types of decks do mulligan well though.
yeah.
I think that's one of the nice things about Legacy. A lot of decks in Legacy mulligan well, which I think is good. I think it's just a good aspect of it because it just means you have a lot more agency. And I'm a big believer that more agency can only be a good thing.
Can you define agency for me?
Ponder brainstorm.
Can you describe it with not cards? And
we're
gonna go to the agency discourse here.
We're having the agency discourse. All right, I believe if your deck runs Chalice of the Void, it's inherently low agency.
Do you think it's better to have a high or a low agency deck?
High agency. I want to be spinning my wheels the entire game. I want every decision and none of them actually matter.
Do you prefer that from a how you prefer to play, or you think it's actually leads to a higher win rate?
I think it doesn't necessarily lead to a higher win rate because you have more areas for failing, but it also means that you just feel better about your games, in my opinion. I like high agency decks. I like decks where you have a lot of micro decisions. This is a discourse that happens frequently, I imagine. Doesn't matter how quickly you're able to snap back at what is agency.
Well, what is tempo?
Tempo is trading cards for board advantage. That's effectively what it is, right? You're trading late game power for early game power.
Is Ancient Tomb Sphere tempo?
No, you're playing for the late game with that. I think you're setting up for the late game. I think so, yeah.
Are you affecting your opponent's tempo?
You're affecting their tempo, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're playing for tempo. Anyway, Thoughtseize, take your Painter Servant. We see Urza's Saga, Artifact Land, Lightning Bolt, Fable, the Mirror Breaker, and a Braid. Do you think about an Ancient Tomb as card advantage? That's actually true. It's 2 lands in 1.
So it's tempo.
Wow. I guess in that sense, yeah. But you're also not trading like game power for early game power. You're trading.
You're paid in life.
Power's not life. We already know health is your least valuable resource until you're at 0 life.
Yeah.
Right? Health is actually your least valuable resource until you're at 0. Then it's your most valuable.
Land of the Void, Fake Painter. It seems like a
Pretty
great
good.
start.
Melicraft notably not online yet.
Is this a beta swamp? I think it's a beta. I like it. I think I have the same one.
Bolt of Whispers, Dark Ritual, the one ring to rule them all.
Also, how many rings? He's only playing one.
Three,
right?
3 main, 1 side.
No, one.
Oh, it's 1 main, 1 side.
He's just happened to find it both times.
Damn.
It's
I
pretty
mean,
good.
the ring finds you, doesn't it?
It wants to be.
It wants to be found. And then the darkness bind them. What is the inscription on the ring? I just know the last text is in the darkness bind them.
It's like
One ring to rule them all. One ring. I can't remember.
I should know this.
I should know this. I'm so upset. How do I not know it's inscripted on the ring?
I have a Lord of the Rings tattoo.
Goblin Defiler. Engineer. I'll say Goblin Defiler. Goblin Engineer.
We can search up a useless card because it's going to go right in deck side.
Right in exile. Can you fail to find on this if you really wanted to?
Yeah.
Like that old Gifts Ungiven story at Pro Tour Tokyo or Haneda, I think it was. Was it Frank Karsten that was like Gifts Ungiven, failed to find, put these 2 in my graveyard, win the game?
Yeah.
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find one ring to rule them, one ring to find, one ring to bring them all into the darkness, bind them.
Thank you, Acolyte.
Thank you, Acolyte.
Sadly, Roland, I'm in like in the middle of a move, so traveling all the way to Columbus wasn't really in the card.
Yeah. That's because it doesn't really make sense to fly, so you drive, and driving is kind of like a ordeal.
Maybe for the open.
Yeah, if we do this for the open, I'd definitely be there for sure. All right. Orcish Bowmasters, pretty good. The ping you won, and I'm guessing
Block it.
and ping it again.
Oh, ping! Oh, double Bowmaster.
So we've found a lot of Bowmasters in this match. We found a lot of Bowmasters. All right. Urza Saga is on 2, though, albeit no Metalcraft, so we can't actually create a construct token. And I know that's really what we'd like to do right now. But unfortunately, that is not in the cards on the painter side.
Yeah, it seems like we're pretty heavily hoping to combo here.
Yeah, I don't really see an out of winning the mid-range battle with the ring and a pretty hefty board on the mono black side. Coming in for 4. Look at our hand. Do we have anything?
Ooh.
Pitch Goblin Engineer.
Make
a construct. I mean, not pitch Simian Spirit Guide. Make a construct. Beautiful play.
3.
Metalcraft now online.
So we can get a second construct. So we have a real sideboard.
Crazy cool play. I love Painter, dude. This deck is so cool.
It is.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could pilot it.
I definitely feel
This is a high agency deck.
It is, and it's very rewarding. Probably if you've already made every mistake before.
Yeah. 19. What are we
And we're at
playing here?
11.
Beseech the Mirror. Helm of
Oh,
Obedience,
and
most
we have
likely.
one mana floating.
And we have 1 mana floating.
This may be over. We can just get Helm activate for 1.
Helm of Obedience. Activate for 1. Do we have a response?
I'm not sure.
And the hand has been shook. The game is over. Crazy cool play on the painter side, but we did have the combo on the mono black side, and as a result, the mill deck has been milled. All right, that was a pretty cool game. I'm glad we got to go to a game 3. I really, really love these mid-range matchups because there's so much going on instead of just like the very one-sided like Storm versus, I don't know, Cloud Post or something. That's like a heinous matchup. Um the I really, really enjoyed that. There was a lot going on, a lot of decisions to be made. A lot of cool plays that we saw. For Bowmasters game 1. I really loved that Simian Spirit Guide Exile, make the construct token, get a favorable block, get prepped to make another one. But the raw card advantage from the One Ring did end up giving Matt all of the tools he needed to just close it out with a quick little activation of Helm of Obedience.
Yeah. The One Ring is potentially underplayed in Legacy.
I agree. Honestly, I agree. It's
The
just that Beans is so much like it's just so
Yeah,
much easier.
true. It's
Um,
just so good at putting life into card advantage, and
yeah,
life is just typically not that big of a
no,
problem.
no. It's I always say like I was just saying, life is your least valuable resource until you're at 0.
Yeah. Like in modern, the life loss feels a lot bigger.
Honestly, a lot of those ring decks are running Omnath, so you really just don't care because you're just like, oh, here's 8 health
Yeah.
for free because Omnath replenishes itself. But overall, really cool game. Um, let's go ahead and I don't know how much longer we have in the round timer. But I do want to go probably grab something to eat real fast. So
Uh, I think we could. Yeah.
all right. We're gonna go take a quick like 5-10 minute break to eat, and we'll be right back when the next match starts.
Yeah, I think
We
we're
have
ready
5 minutes left in the round. Perfect.
I think that might be overtime, but like we're
Oh, it is, yeah.
Why we got rolling?
Yorion has been announced as a companion. We do know that Mr. Roland Chang is on the deck where there are 3 guarantees in life: death, taxes, and death by white weenies. So, let's see if these white weenies will bring death.
It looks like we have Jomic, who is 4-0, playing against Roland, who got the pair up, who is 3-1.
Dominic Madalena. Let us see. Oh,
Do not
that was almost really bad.
player manager.
That was almost bad.
Looks like Grixis Delver. Anything?
It looks like Grixis Delver versus D&T.
2 stifles.
2 stifles, 3 Bowmaster. 2 Molten Collapse, 3 Bauble. Pretty stock list, all things considered. No Surveillant or anything like that. I kind of love that Molten Collapse is now considered stock in these lists. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of just Chalice of the Void removal in general. Sorry, removal cards in general. That was a Freudian slip. All right, there we go. All right.
Whacking into me.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do a quick pile shuffle here.
I'm betting Roland is on very stock black white. Maybe.
Death and taxes.
Do we have a green splash? No. So yeah, just white black.
2 pre-war formal 2 pre-war formal wear, and 2 shadowy backstreet, which is the white black surveil end, and 1 canoptic scarab swarm. Has that actually been like really stock in these D&T lists, or is that kind of spice? It's not spice anymore?
It's not online, so you may not see it.
No, it is online now.
Canoptic Scarab Swarm?
Yeah, it's Warhammer.
Oh, it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should see it online.
Is what's that one card? Is Clown Car still legal?
What card?
Clown Car.
It is legal.
Because they didn't ban it,
Isn't
right?
it?
Because it was an Infinity car, but it doesn't reference stickers or
Attraction.
attraction. So I think it's still legal, right?
Well, Comet's still legal as well.
Oh, Comet is still
I
legal.
just
Yeah.
don't think they're very good.
No, Comet was good for like a week, and then Fourth Aerolingus came, or then Fourth Aerolingus happened. Good card, not as good as Pre-War Form. Yeah, Pre-War Formalware seems kind of nuts because it's just a reanimation spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it enters the battlefield, and
So you
you
can
attach
stifle.
it.
That is pretty cute that it is a reanimation spell. You know, you could pre-war Formalware as Refreshing Dreadnought.
You could.
I don't
Looks
know
like-
if it's good, but
Dominic has taken a mulligan here. It's not a great
I
sign.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point they both know what they're on, only because it's pretty late into the tournament, and late meaning like later in the tournament, and as a result, people generally know what other people are on by this point at the top tables. So I have to imagine that they know what they're in for. Roland is probably pretty happy with this matchup. I feel like Death and Taxes, one of their biggest praise is a little card known as Delver of Secrets, Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, and Dominic has mulligan to 5, so he's probably feeling even better.
Roland's probably feeling pretty good about this. What is Peacekeeper? During your upkeep, pay 2 to or bury Peacekeeper creatures cannot attack. Oh, it's like Glacial Chasm.
Yeah,
I see. Interesting.
you're a control deck.
You are a
You
control
you
deck.
you want to moat.
Yeah. You want to moat. Battle of Bywater is such a cool card. It just reads kill Rhino tokens and Murktides, I guess, but
Yeah, it
pretty good at that.
doesn't really kill anything good in your deck because all your things are
Yeah.
bad. I'm back to hating Death and Taxes.
Does it kill anything because all your cards are bad?
It's been getting good
It kills
words
Yorion.
for too long so far today. Now that it's on the screen, I'm off it.
It does kill your own Yorion, notably. Not notably, but notably. Wait, what is happening right now? Deck check?
I don't think so. So with 5 cards, what do you think the game plan for Dominic is going to be here?
Prey rolling bricks. Prey Roland kept a hand on Ether Vial, and he's got the Force of Will to stop it, and Roland doesn't have the mana to play out his cards. That's honestly the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Like at this point, having 5 cards on Delver is so rough. The card like that deck doesn't have card advantage. In fact, I don't think there's a single card advantage engine in all of Delver.
And Grixis?
In Grixis, not a single one.
We should be playing Baleful Strix again, but
Yeah, there is no card advantage on the side of I guess you have Daze your own land back and then Brainstorm, which is very cope. But I guess that's all you've got. Volcanic Island, go.
that's not a good sign. Not where you want to be if you're a Dominic fan. Really, I think we wanted a one drop.
We
here.
really wanted a Darcy. When Darcy gets Delirious, man, she's bringing the heat. Japanese foil FNM promo Wasteland.
I didn't even know those
He,
existed.
he got them personally altered.
Oh. This makes more sense.
He literally got those altered.
Okay, I'm back to being nice to Death and Taxes. That's all it took.
The Japanese foil promo Wasteland.
That's cool.
It's hot. It's so hot. All right, what are we doing now? The Wasteland start though, in general, isn't exactly what you want to see out of D&T. I feel like you kind of want to start with that Ether Vial or like a Mother of Runes or something. Prismatic Vista, fetch. Basic Plains.
It's a pretty basic plane.
It is a pretty Plains. Surprised he didn't go for Sunflowers, but I guess you can't get those in foil, right?
No.
You know, he gifted me the Thunder Plains, foil Thunder Plains. Beautiful thing. Ether Vial. There it is.
Makes sense. You just want to play around days.
Play around the days.
Your opponent hasn't done anything. Just
Upkeep, Wasteland, your Volcanic Island. Sure. Tap for blue or red. Orcish Bowman.
just trying to get a clock in play.
Yep.
Notably, this is white, black, Death and Taxes, so we definitely have access to
Obelisk,
our
the Tormentor, is the token of choice.
You think he knows someone, then you realize they're Yu-Gi-Oh!
Look, in my youth, okay? In my youth. Look, I know the Egyptian god cards because there are no bad cards in my grandfather's deck. Dude, Yu-Gi-Oh was like goated back in the day. Anyway, Arid Mesa. Ether Vial is on 1, pass the turn. Volcanic Island.
Found our land.
Found our red source. Come in for 2. Take it. 18. 17. We did fetch.
Yeah, I think our life totals are flipped on the screen, but I don't know if the producers are listening, but
Yeah, the life totals are indeed flipped. Chat, keep that in mind. The life totals are flipped. The names are correct. The name and death, name and death. The name and deck names are correct. Delver has secrets, unless there's another flip card from Innistrad that Delver is playing these days.
ooh, what is that art?
That is the secret layer one, the cutie one. Literally, that's what it's called. The cutes to cutes or something. I don't know. Anyway, lightning bolt your mother of runes.
Okay, we have presents
Is
here.
that mother or giver of runes? I just forget the legacy one.
Mother.
Legacy is mother. Okay.
Giver is a 1/2, so oh, it doesn't die to Bowmaster. I guess that's
It's true. But also can't protect itself.
which is much worse.
Yeah.
It feels odd that Bowmaster was let out the or not Bowmaster. Mother of Runes was let out the door that way.
Yeah.
It feels like a mistake, but it seems really obvious once you play with it.
Yeah. The Mother of Runes is a crazy card. It's
Yeah.
just like if you untapped with it, it just makes everything so awkward. Anyway, Terminus. Draw for turn. Ether Vial is on to play Scrubland.
Bowmaster? Ooh,
Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
Cast a Bowmaster?
Cast
Nice.
Orcish Bowmaster.
It's very good here.
It's very good here.
Does it can have any
Wow.
counter magic?
And now the board is locked in Roland's favor. With this Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, notably having a first strike. So,
I think we need to find a Murktide and try and write it into victory. Otherwise it's gonna be pretty dicey.
another Bowmaster would also be good.
I think the problem is that Bowmasters doesn't really punish your opponent, it just kills something.
It would just kill the Thalia, which would open up the gates for like actually being able to play the game. But yeah, Murktide Regent would be pretty nasty here. I don't know if Roland is holding a Swords of Plowshares or a Solitude. But either one of those would also be pretty backbreaking into a Murktide Regent. Pass the turn with Obelisk the Tormentor untapped.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Roland has a bunch of answers to Murktide.
Yeah.
So there's a certain point where you kind of just have to put it on the board and hope it's good enough.
Let's see. Orcish Bowmaster. Thalia swings in. 2-1 first strike. Really hard to trade favorably into this. Double blocking would get both things killed. Single blocking would just get one thing killed. No lightning bolt or Orcish Bowmaster to kill the Thalia. Thalia will come in for a clean 2 damage. What's coming up next? Lion Sash. Pretty brutal to see on the Delver side. All of a sudden, your graveyard, which is quite valuable, is now quite gone. Eating this lightning bolt, I most likely imagine, will be the first order of business. Just getting an instant or sorcery out of the yard for a potential Murktide Regent. Granted, there are only 3 cards total with only 2 mana, so even fetch land. So I guess Fetchland Brainstorm would actually let you cast a Fetchland Cantrip would let you cast a Murktide next turn, if not for the Lion Sesh.
There's a
I guess Roland knows that
with the Thalia in play, it makes it pretty hard to cast a bunch of cantrips here.
You're right. It is very hard to cast a bunch of cantrips with the Thalia Guardian if they've been in the battlefield. In roll spot, I'd rather have my opponent have 3 on Bowmaster than a single Murktide. Ponder, brilliant choice of Ponder, by the way.
It's like the third best Ponder.
Whoa. That's such a hot take.
Well, there's a
You can't count your number one because they don't exist anymore.
what?
They don't. You can't get it.
I have one.
Yeah, but just because you have one doesn't mean that that's a viable option. We have to talk about accessible cards. This one is accessible.
This is the second best.
Oh my god.
The
The
Black is Magic.
Black is
Ponder
Magic one
the
is
cat.
it's nice, but it warps so badly.
You just gotta get a humidor and take care of your foils.
Like I'm a
Well, you gotta look like a
TSR.
douchebag a little bit.
I'm a TSR retro foil enthusiast, and I need to get one more time shifted foil ponder to finish the collection. Anyway, Volcanic Island with Obelisk the Tormentor is still untapped at 1/1 power. 1/1 stat line.
I think that's a really good point by Akalith, that if you can untap with more than one mana, you basically have an Alliance Ash that can't die to Bowmaster. You just grow it in response.
Delver of Secrets comes down.
Ooh.
I'm confused. What happened to the Bowmaster?
He's flickering it with the
Oh, there's a
Flicker
Flicker Wisp. I didn't see the Flicker Wisp.
Yeah.
Flicker Wisp might be the best card in D&D. The card is insane.
Yorion is the best card.
There's no shot, dude. Flicker Wisp terrifies me.
Yorion is messed up.
Anyway, ping your Delver. Buff up my Orc army. Flicker is also notably 3/1. That is a decent stat line. For a clock, not bad.
You think it's better than Tarmogoyf?
I don't think anything's better than Tarmogoyf. It's a 2-mana 8/9 with no drawbacks. Swing for a lot. God, Ether Vial, Flash, and Flicker Wisp. Bring the Bowmaster back, ping your guy, swing for a lot. Pretty brutal line.
Yeah, we're gonna not have anything for this Murktide that we're hoping to draw.
What happens when you Flicker Wisp and Murktide? It
Yeah.
dies to Flicker Wisp in combat.
It does. Flicker Wisp is surprisingly good against Murktide.
Exile 3 things. Swing in for a lot.
I think with how this game has gone, 2 more cards in Dominic's hand would not have really changed very much.
Not much. Well, if Dominic had the DRC start and was able to rip through the deck and potentially like daze Athalia or something while having a clock, it does change the texture of the game quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, like Roland did a pretty good job of playing around the daze to the point where now the daze is pretty irrelevant, especially the Ether Vial, like able to basically cast everything you needed to. Oh, and the scoop comes in from Delver, makes sense to me. So it's really important to not let the Sash start if you can ever help. Yeah. Sash has got to be so insane. Just turn off Darcy, turn off Murktide.
Yeah. I like the mental boost of being like, it didn't matter that I mulliganed, I had no shot.
Yeah. I mean, like, all right, what does Grixis Delver bring in? Notably, there is no Massacre on the board, which is definitely like the big anti-D&T card.
I don't know who had been on Massacre for a
I
while.
hate losing to D&T. If D&T is ever popular, I will run 3 Massacre in my sideboard in any deck that can run it. Or what's the all white creatures get -1/-1 Dread of Night?
Dread of Night, yeah.
Dread of Night is also pretty brutal.
Yeah. Looks like Dominic has a Counterbalance, 2 Force Negations, a Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Hydroblast, 2 Meltdown, 2 Price of Progress, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Surgical Extraction. This does not look like you have a lot.
No.
I may just bring in the 2 pops.
And on the would you bring in Pops? I
I
guess
don't think it's great.
you have 4 Caracas, 4 Scrubland, 2 Shadowy Backstreet.
I think I'm full in on trying to scam the win, and Flame Rift is probably playable.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
on Roland's side, we have Containment Priest, Fairy Macabre, Kataki, 4 Light of the Void, Lorna of the Third Path, Path to Exile, Peacekeeper, Plague Engineer, Rip in Peace, the Battle of Bywater X2. Battle of Bywater only target is quite literally Murktide region, which is a kind of a heater of a card.
I think it's more than that. I think it's 3. Additional powers is 3.
Oh, I thought it was 4 or greater.
No, 3 is a good stat line against
Oh, I thought it
Silver.
was 4 or greater. It's 3 or
No,
greater?
yeah, it's 3.
Oh, it does kill everything. Huh. Okay. Battle of Bywater is pretty good then. Um, Path to Exile is also a heater in the no basics deck. Exile target creature, no drawbacks is pretty good against Delver, so I imagine we're going to see the Path to Exile. And I'd be very curious to see what art Path to Exile Roland chooses.
That's a good point.
There's a lot of really nice ones. I
Especially
like the
'cause-
full art, like stained glass one. I think that one's
Mhm.
sick. For Radio is Existence Vision has always been unplayable. Fun. Oh, really? I guess that actually makes sense. 3 was a massive change. Yeah, yeah. For some reason, I thought it was 4 because in my head, it's just used to kill rhinos.
Ooh, okay. Dominic has a good start here.
Volcanic Island, Delver of Secrets, go.
We did not have the mole, so we got 7. So we got a game plan.
Prismatic Vista.
We're not. I don't know if we haven't seen Stifles, so.
We haven't seen a stifle out of the Delver yet, but we also didn't see that many cards out of Delver in general.
Ooh.
Lightning Bolt off the top. Flip my
Okay.
Delver. I now have an Insectile Aberration. Polluted Delta. Come in for 3.
These are the starts where you can actually win games against death attacks. So.
The blind flip Delver is the hallmark of a good Delver player. I'm not sure if you're aware. But if you're good at Delver, you always blind flip.
With my Eternal Weekend copy with Delver, I blind flipped a lot. So I
Good Delver player. Ponder. Fetch in response to your fetch. Are we going to see a stifle? And if so, which art?
I think we're gonna see a stifle on, I guess, conspiracy.
Conspiracy? I'm hoping for Scourge.
I can't think of another reason to fetch.
I can't think of another reason to fetch either. I think we're deciding which art stifle we're going to use. Original Scourge. Beautiful.
You were right.
I do love Stifle. It's a beautiful card.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to pick up some bling ones.
I only have 1 bling one. I have to finish the set. Caracas. Eternal Masters Caracas, mind you.
Well, the Legends is a common foil.
That's true. F&M promo altered Japanese Swords to Plowshares.
It's altered Japanese.
He told me, yes. Those don't come in Japanese. Another one I'm trying to finish my place out of. Beautiful. But also the no days is interesting here. I thought for sure we'd see that Swords Days. Dragon's Rage Channeler. Are we delirious? No. We have instant sorcery land.
Yeah.
Ether Vial. Is it Aether or Ether?
I think they're both acceptable.
Okay. Good to know.
I would not make fun of you. Oh, we are delirious.
We are now delirious upon the cracking of the bauble.
Oh, look at that beauty of a fetch land. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
Onslaught foil.
Onslaught foil flooded strand.
Pretty sure Japanese.
Jesus Christ. Molten Collapse,
Ooh.
targeting Ether Vial, trigger Surveil 1. Leave on top.
Roland's down to 13. So
Roland is down to 13. Pretty good start from Delver. Seeing the Dragon's Race Channeler, Delirious, killing Ether Vial. Roland's on 1 mana. Or 2 mana.
yeah, we know we have the lightning bolt in hand from the Delver flip as well.
Yeah. So we're at an effective what? The life totals, I believe, are flipped again.
12, 9, 6.
We're at effective
9.
effective 9 with the lightning bolt in hand, although the lightning bolt might not actually go face, as death, taxes, and white wings does have frequent creatures that need to be killed, such as that one.
Okay.
Force of Will
I like this because if they have a third land and a
or Former Wear,
Will,
you can just
bring
get
it
it back.
back.
Yeah. Force of Will pitching, not sure what yet. Figuring that out. Hey, what did we pitch? I'm confused.
I didn't get a good look at it, but I think a ponder.
Oh, okay. I didn't see anything being pitched. Anyway, Brainstorm trigger Surveil 1. I also did we Surveil 1 on the previous anyway. Brainstorm Surveil 1. Leave on top. I see an Orcish Bowmaster. I did not see the rest.
Kept the fetch land. It's interesting because usually 2 lands is a good place to be. Maybe
Fetch Misty.
he really wants to be able to get a fetch off here. Incoming Murktide.
Incoming Murktide Regent. Do you think you'll get the secret layer Murktides?
Me?
Yeah.
Do you know how much they're?
I have no idea.
I don't want to know.
Okay.
Probably eventually, if they're not the really rare ones.
Looks like we got 5 instant or sorceries, Stifle, Brainstorm, Ponder, Molten Collapse, Force of Will, and I did not see the last one, but Murktide is an 8/8. Scoop it up. Game 3, Death and Taxes will be on the play. We haven't seen a Yorion come down yet.
Nope, the games either were too far in Roland's favor or it just never even came close to
It's got on the yeah. Getting rid of that Ether Vial was so backbreaking. Who saw Roland was missing land drops, probably really banked on that Ether Vial.
Well, he had the stifled as fetch land
Yeah.
into that, yeah.
Ponder, Roland fetch in response, fetch in response to your fetch, stifle your fetch land.
Mhm.
Beautiful feeling. Nope. See what's gonna happen here. Death and Taxes, like in general, being on the play against the Day's Wasteland decks is generally a pretty good, spot to be in. Albeit, it's not exactly like it doesn't mean so much because Delver can play around it. Delver can board out the dazes, and I imagine we will see some number of dazes boarded out. But in general, this is definitely good for the Death and Taxes deck.
Yeah, it's a little awkward on the play. Obviously, Days is so good.
Yeah,
On the draw, it's a little bit weaker, but you also just don't have that much to bring it.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, Delver really doesn't have much to bring in outside of like the thing with Death and Taxes, especially on the Delver side, is the sideboard cards you'd bring in are hyper specific to Death and Taxes. And in a deck that's just not as popular as it was, it just doesn't make sense to dedicate very specific cards. And I can't really imagine anything that's really good against D&T that's also really good against the other top dogs in the meta right now.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty different.
Yeah, like obviously single target removal, sure. But the thing with single target removal is, it's not that great. D&T is a deck that is built to beat single target removal. frequently.
Yeah. Historically, Torpor Orb has been a fun
Torpor Orb, yep.
Yeah, but it's not super good against the field right now, I don't think.
It's pretty good against goblins, against initiative. It's really good when you're playing Stifle Knot for the Stifle Knot player. Yeah.
The Stifle Knot player took a large offense to that comment, but it's okay.
Yep.
Bolts.
Lightning bolt. Better than plowing your mom.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hear that.
Yep.
No other one drop here.
Underground Sea.
There's always that moment you're like, if I wasteland them, are they gonna play another land?
Yeah.
And then it's like, ah,
if they go land go and you have a wasteland in hand, how often do you wasteland? Infrequently, right? You usually want to wait to see if the wasteland will do much. Force of Will, your Lion Slash, pitching Brainstorm. Sure, I'll him to Turok you.
If you're on the play, I'm much more into it than on the draw.
Underground Sea, Brainstorm. Forcing Lion Slash as well. It really depends on the hand from Delver. If they have no way of killing it, it might have to be like a necessary evil. But we don't have access to the hands to see. But yeah, that's generally like if your Lion Slash is getting forcible, you're usually pretty happy about that as TNT, I imagine.
Yeah.
Like this early on.
Seems pretty clear.
Especially because you can pre-war formal wear it back.
Dominic doesn't have a lot of removal and Dobo Masters and probably a Murktide.
Yeah. So we're saying do we have? We do, right? No, we have four. We have four.
Oh, no, it's five.
We have five.
One of them was hiding down there.
Oh, that is not. Oh, you already used 1 mana to brainstorm.
Oh, yes.
But we were checking to see if we're delirious. Planes. Tap all 3. Pre-war formal wear. Oh, cycling activation.
It's crazy how much worse a 1/1 is versus a DRC. It's just basically.
How about a 1/1 versus a 12/12 trample?
I feel like when Skyclave came out, it didn't
another
read
DRC.
That well,
yeah.
But you're just like, oh, I don't care if they have one. It's just meaningless.
We do see though the follow-up DRC. I don't believe we're delirious because we did bobble, right? Land instant sorcery. No, did we sorcery? I don't think we pondered yet, have we?
Molten Collapse?
Have we Molten Collapse? No, that was last game.
I swear I saw one.
I know Land, Brainstorm, Force of Will are in there. I don't know because I know we played the Natty Underground Sea. Bolt
of Mom, yeah.
Don't know if we've seen Sorcery. Recruiter of the Guard. What shall we recruit?
Flicker was?
Can we get Primor Follower? No, it's not.
No. You could get Lion's Ash because of the fact that it's a creature, but
Lion's Ash is dead. That's why I thought for some reason it was Stoneforge Mystic, but it's not. It is creature. But we will get Stoneforge Mystic to get what I imagine will be pre-war formal wear. To what I imagine you get this Lion's Sash.
We have 2 pre-war formal wears, and they're not legendary, right? So we have a second.
Yeah, you can have multiple formal wears.
You have a second Stoneforge in the graveyard because they got force. So you can pre-war formal wear, bring back the Stoneforge.
The value engine, man. The value engine. All right, let's see what happens here. I imagine the Stoneforge is going to get the pre-war, and the pre-war will get the Lion's Sash. It's a cute little Ruby Goldberg machine. Murktide Regent. Oh, no, that is not Murktide Regent. Trigger DRC Surveil 1. But what did we announce as our targets?
Probably destroy this Skyclave. The 1/1 is probably not what this game is about. Also, I think he'd prefer the hat in the graveyard over the river.
And now we are for sure delirious. Come in for 3. Let's see. So right now, it looks like a pretty good spot on the Delver side. You have the DRC, you are Delirious, you have a 1-1. We do know that Roland does have Stoneforge in hand, ready to go. The thing is, we are a little mana constricted at this point. Not hitting our land drops is pretty brutal, but neither has Delver. It's like what, turn 6 at this point? And both players don't have more than 3 mana. Stoneforge Mystic. See if we get the pre-war formula.
Oh,
There it is.
Dominic, pretty expressive about it. I think he knew it was coming.
Although this being in Japanese, is that in Japanese? Luke? No, it's not. It's English. I'm just so
We're
used
getting
to.
Oracle text.
We're getting Oracle text. Let us also read you the Oracle text for the non-D&T players. One pre-war formal wear enters the battlefield. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield and attach pre-war formal wear to it. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. Equip 3 for the low cost of 2 generic and 1 white mana. 3 CMC total.
That is in fact the foil bug. I think all the foils may give it away.
That is in fact. That is indeed the foil bug. Bro is literally going to get pre-war formal wear. All right.
And plow the Darcy.
And plow the Darcy. This game has flipped on its head quite quickly. And that is the thing about death, taxes, and white weenies. You know, it was Toast that told me the story of how that name came to be.
What mean?
That the name comes from. There are only 3 guarantees. Well, obviously, you know the quote is by Ben Franklin, right? There are only 2 guarantees of death and taxes. And then the joke was apparently that there are only 3 guarantees in Legacy: death, taxes, and death by white weenies. And that's why it's called death and taxes. Apparently. Anyway, Molten Collapse or Stoneforge Mystic. That is both Molten Collapses.
Does not look at it. I think, was that a force negation?
We did not get a chance
Medicine?
to see. Plains. 4th land. That's what we would say is pretty poggers.
Formal wear, get back, Stoneforge, formal wear.
God, that's so disgusting. Pre-war formal wear. Play around days.
That
Force
is
of
a force
negation.
negation.
Pitching Delver of Secrets.
That's such a call.
That is, yeah.
Did he bring those in from the sideboard or are they in the main?
That is an interesting card to bring in, to be honest with you. They're in the sideboard. He brought in Force Negation from the sideboard.
Yeah, I'm really curious what his sideboard configuration looks like.
Yeah, I'm curious too, actually, because that is not something I would have expected to bring in into Death and Taxes.
It looked
But
good there.
yeah, I mean, that was
And
probably
like,
the literal best situation for Force Negation.
Oh.
Murktide Regent for 5 counters, most
Definitely
likely. 1,
all the
2,
way.
3, 4, and we're at 4
Whoa.
counters. 7/7. 4 mana, 2 mana, 7/7.
If the totals are correct, it looks like Roland's at 16. So this 7/7 is interesting.
Interesting is a good word to put here.
It
What is in
is-
Roland's hand though? There's got to be like his deck is so good at recurring that I have to imagine there's something that he can do about this.
Yeah. This Urianus potentially put in hand, play it next turn, flicker the recruiter. Get Solitude,
Yeah.
but that uses your mana really poorly. Yeah, I wonder if Dominic cut the daisies and then just has the force negation in for file and
E
equipment.
yeah, I have to imagine it has to be for that. I mean, it is one way to stop it. You're still two for wanting yourself.
Oh, I already have the solid.
Oh, we do have Sally. Sally's coming.
I think we're hoping that that last card in hand is not a second Murktide.
Judging by the way he casted that, it's either a second Murktide or a Dragon's Rage Channeler, right? Because he could have went all in on it and he chose not to. And if Roland's at 16, 2 hits is a lot less than 3 hits. Underground Sea tapped for a Ponder. Orcish Bowmaster, Wasteland, Underground Sea. Ship all of that. You have to shuffle. Right? I can't imagine you keep this.
Unless he has a Murktide and he needs the land and he needed to cast a Ponder to be able to cast it.
Really do
But he
want to
kept
kill it. Yeah, you do want to kill this Recruiter of the Guard in response to a Yorion coming down, right?
Yorion's in exile. We had to pitch it to Solitude.
Oh, is that what we pitched Solitude?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Caracas, Recruiter of the Guard. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying.
And we
with
also
these
have an
vials.
Ether Vial on too. You know what that means. Stony M is coming.
What do you think it's gonna get?
Pure formal wear. That's such a tongue twister to say, dude.
It is, and I don't know
Pre-war
why.
formal wear. It's because there's so many like of the same syllables and like sounds, phonetics. Is that the word?
Formal
Pre-war
wear.
formal wear. Pre-war formal, yeah.
Does the M and the W make a similar sound?
Pre-war formal wear. Kind of. In like an odd way though. In like a less like tangible way. Pre-war formal wear. I can't say it. I'm gonna be thinking about that all day now. Okay. Double Recruiter of the Guard. It's usually not great to see from the opponent's perspective, but it is what it is. Also, great watch choice from Mr. Chang himself.
What is it?
I believe that is the Pepsi Bezel GMT, I think. I think that's the Pepsi GMT.
It's a Pepsi? Like
The bezel is that of the Pepsi colors. That's why it's called the Pepsi Bezel GMT. It's like what it's colloquially known as.
Oh.
I think it's the Pepsi Bezel GMT, but I'm not sure.
Brazen Borrower, no cards in hand, bounce it. I think that we have a Wasteland on top and likely
a Bowmaster.
Bowmaster in hand.
Pass the turn. This board is starting to turn into Death by White Weenies, as is the namesake of the deck.
This Orcish Bowmaster
is not a white weenie. Come in for a lot. And by a lot, I mean 4. Maybe not 4. I guess we'll see. Come in with the team. The Bowmaster in response will take out 3 of these cards. So I imagine we're going to see the Bowmaster dead and the 2 Recruiters dead. Oh, we took the damage. Why didn't the Bowmaster get flushed? I'm confused. And we pinged in, brought in the Bowmaster to do another point of 2 damage. Another 2 points of damage. Flicker Wisp.
No, this is
Orcish Bowmaster targeting a Recruiter of the Guard. That's what we were waiting for. I see now. And Obelisk the Tormentor is back. Ether Vial is back. Pass the turn. No cards in hand. Well, there's a Stoneforge in hand.
Stoneforge, and I think Dominic's empty-handed drawing a Wasteland.
Death and Taxes just out of nowhere. You think the game is going fine, and then you just at one turn late, then a turn or so, if later in the game you just look at the board, you're just like, this is danger. I'm in danger.
Yeah.
You just get that meme of that guy in the fire, the I'm in danger meme. You just think you're fine. Then you one second, you just look at the board and you're just like, I'm in danger.
Yeah, and
Best
especially
top decks in the world. Yeah.
until you don't have Brainstorm or Ponder.
Um, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of damage on board because Recruiter is a 1/1, right? I don't actually know what the powers. I know it's 1 toughness. Yeah, it's a 1/1. Okay.
Yep. 2/2. Yeah, these two Orcish Bowmaster means top decks for Dominic are pretty constricted.
Yeah. Hmm. How do you think, as the Delver player, someone who actually played Delver in a serious manner, how do you think there's any coming back from this state?
I think coming back from this state involves your opponent drawing a bunch of lands.
And or
So,
conceding?
just because we know it's a wasteland in here,
Yeah.
he, he basically is waiting on board and in hand because he's just waiting for that Stone Forge. I think you need to.
Orcish Bowman, kill your Flicker Wisp.
You really need a Murktide.
You really need a big try. Brazen Bar comes in 3 damage in the air. Don't think there's much Roland can do about that, but we're also pretty healthy on the death and taxes side, so it's not super concerning. The clock is there, but it's not super there yet. We do have a Stoneforge in hand from the previous recruiter of the guard, so we do have an out here. I don't believe we're on Batter Skull, and a quick cursory glance shows that we are indeed not. We do, however, have an Umazawa's Jite, which can make quick work of these 1 toughness creatures, albeit I do believe we'll still go for a pre-war formal wear on the resolution of the Stoneforge, just due to the fact that the value engine will be so good.
Yeah, the fact that Stone Forges are in the graveyard basically makes it free.
Yeah. The only thing we do have to be cognizant of is a spooky Murktide coming down and getting a real clock on the board. Because right now, this Brazen Bar is a bit of a problem, but it's not so much of a problem that it needs to be addressed immediately. But a Murktide is a problem that would need to be addressed immediately. Wisp in the graveyard, yeah, for sure. Like, get pre-war Farmaware, attach it to Flicker Wisp, bounce Recruiter of the Guard, get whatever the heck you want. Probably another Bowmaster.
Eh,
When you said that the Bowmaster mirrors were just about Bowmastering your Bowmaster, I think this is a good example, and it's not even a blue mirror. Swords of
Yeah.
Plowshares, you're a Brazen Borrower. Gain 3.
This is game 3.
Gain 3.
Oh, game 3.
Gain 3.
I know
Gain
you
3.
like over send it to the next one.
I'm probably getting a sol. Yeah, I could see a Solitude also being good just to have that. I personally, honestly, probably would not have swords the Brazen Borrower and just taken Bowmaster and killed it manually.
Are we missing something? Does Roland not have a Stone Forge in hand?
I can't. He didn't pitch it, right? I feel like he's had a Stoneforge in because he got it off the Recruiter of the Guard. Right? Am I missing something? Because I feel like we would have seen it by now. Because
Yeah, that's
we
what
keep
I'm like.
waffling on it, unless
Move
we
past.
just don't have it. Huh. You asked good questions, Samantha. I don't know. I feel like we would have guessed it by now. Is Rolling I was always on the 90s MTG stream? Yeah. At least I think he is. I don't watch too much.
Yeah. I'm sure it's highly
Rip in
likely because he's in New
peace.
York.
We will be ripping in peace. And with that goes the Murktide dream.
Pre-war formal wear, not very good. Clearly bad card.
I think this does solidify we don't have a Stoneforge Mystic. Because I feel like we would have seen it by now.
Maybe he's just holding it to see what he needs to get.
Yeah, I'm confused. I didn't recruit right. Yeah, I'm almost positive he recruited for one. But now I feel like I'm going crazy because I feel like we would have cast it like 17 turns ago.
He does have one card in hand.
Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Forever a 1/1.
Forever a 1/1. It does give you card selection though.
Roland probably has all the prettiest cards on every stream, so
An interesting spot. Obviously, D&T is insanely ahead on board.
you haven't played much Vintage Cube, have you?
No, I have not.
So there's a new blue white or equipment that it's one blue white allows you to exile a card when it enters the battlefield. But you
Okay.
can make things into a copy of it.
What's
But
that?
from OTJ, I think Commander.
Hmm.
It's in Vintage Cube as far as I
Yeah.
know it. But it feels like if we could fit it in Death of Taxes, it'd probably pretty good. I know people have
Honestly,
talked about it. Yeah.
assimilation Aegis.
I guess it's just at a point where it's like there's too many good equipments, and you're at the point where you don't really need any more.
Yeah. Like no more batter skull is wild.
Yeah. GTA is just holding on by a thread,
Oh,
I think.
GTA's just holding them. I feel like batter skull. I don't know. Batter skull is such like a when batter skull got printed and Cobblade just became batter skull mirrors. I'll always think batter skull would be the best equipment they ever made. And then power creep happened. Anyway, Obelisk the Tormentor is now dead. The Egyptian gods in shambles. It's going to take a lot more than Raw to bring him back. And by that, I mean another Bowmasters. Delver of Secrets. Daddy D is here. And frequently, the win condition of this deck when a rest in peace is on the battlefield. Solitude coming in 3 lifelink, two counters on the Orc Army token, making it a 2/2, thus trading favorably into everything on Delver's board.
Yeah. It feels like this game is gonna take a while to get there.
I believe
but
Obelisk the Tormentor may be making his return momentarily. Obelisk is back. Ping your Solitude. Block your Solitude. Gain 3 on Death and Taxes side.
I think my computer.
Oh, it did? We're having quick technical difficulty on Samantha's side. His... No, that wasn't charging. Interesting. I thought it was.
Can you keep going?
The All right, we will fix those technical difficulties in a second. Here, you just share the mic.
I don't know. I'll have to speak up. But...
The So we do have a flip Delver now, which is a pretty strong win condition. Although gaining 3 life from the Solitude and having an overwhelming board state from the Death and Taxes side will, I think, be pretty troublesome for Delver. So we'll see what happens here. The third orchestra. I guess it was the fourth. Nah, third. Anyway, Delver is back. Unflipped, however. The insectile aberration has disappeared and the human is back, albeit at the dismay of our Delver player.
I think they may be asking about time left and round here.
I believe we are probably close to the round timer.
Yeah, I think the way Roland doesn't win here is they go to time. And
yeah. How much time is left in the round? I think we have it somewhere, right?
Oh, it looks like we are in time.
We are actually in time.
But we don't know how much if they gave extra time to the feature match.
I believe they usually give 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
That's like the de facto standard. So we should be going to turns here momentarily. And as soon as we see a dice on the table, we can assume that we are in turns. Yeah, having to pitch the Yorion to Solitude really killed our late game ability to close this out. And now we're in like this weird, like locked board state where it's just a bunch of 1/1s. Swords your Delver, you gain 3. I imagine we're going to see the turn timer here in a second. Just come in for 4.
Yeah, it's interesting here. The Orcish Bowmasters and the Recruitive Guard are all so important because he gives you good flicker with top decks and stuff, but it's
Yeah.
hard to know what to attack with how much time you have.
I almost wonder if the rest in peace hurt us more than nah, that can't be the case because we don't know what Delver is drawing. So bobble, surveil 1, pitch the polluted delta, see the top of your deck, ether vial on top.
Hey!
There it is. Where has this been the whole game? I thought we were going crazy.
I feel like getting Cauldron here and getting a
In
flop.
just trying to win the game.
Oh no. Do we have removal?
Stifle the ETB trigger.
Oh, is he still paying for Thalia, by the way? Am I confused by that?
There's no Thalia on the board, is there?
No.
It was triple block.
Ooh, and I think he may just have been tapping wrong. I'm not sure.
Wait, where's the Thalia?
I think he was potentially just paying for it, even though it wasn't there, because he played 1 for the bobble and 2 for the stifle. I think they were just playing fast and they got missed. But yeah, it's like Dominic packs it up, overwhelming advantage from Roland, and Dominic had run out of gas a long time ago.
Yeah. Pretty good game, pretty interesting. That went to time. I have to go get some coffee, and we've got some technical issues to sort.
Yeah.
So we shall be back momentarily. All right. All right. Try this. Test. Test.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, we're back. The other laptop ran out of battery, so I had to get the other laptop to get this to work, but we figured it out. Let me open up the video.
Okay.
All right. Can you guys hear us? All right. So that was a pretty interesting game. Like obviously Death and Taxes. Pretty, I would say is pretty favored in that matchup. Overall, I think it does favor like it does favor gonna the control deck just in general, right? Like a lot of these decks that play their controlling angle kind of have to have a good Delver match to be competitive in Legacy, and Death and Tax is a pretty good example of that.
Yeah.
The we're gonna get round 6 pairings here in just a second. I'm gonna step out and grab a quick drink actually. But we'll have the next round for you very shortly. And I believe actually the 6th round is our last round of Swiss, and then we'll be cutting to top 8. So stay tuned for the best is yet to come.
Looking at standings going into round 6, we have 2 people with 13 points, and then all the way up through 9th place is at 12 points. We have 2 10-pointers. So it's gonna get a little weird. I'm not expecting a lot of draws. I think a lot of these players are gonna have to play it out. So I think we're gonna have a lot of important win and ends here, unless I'm doing my breaker math wrong, but I'd be a little suspect about drawing for some of these people, so we'll see how it all shakes out. It's definitely not a clean cut because this is just a weird amount with some draws thrown in there. I think we had a total of 52 players, so it's definitely not a clean cut. Which, as a viewer, I think no clean cut is better because you tend to get better matches in the last round. But as a player, it can be much more stressful, obviously. So I'm not always a fan of having to play the last round. It's much better to be able to get the double draw.
Let me just double check that this is charging. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
All right.
It looks like we have a hot dog here.
Beautiful. Absolutely incredible. I do see we have mustard on the hot dog, and I really hope we don't see ketchup. Ketchup on hot dog is an atrocity.
It looks like we already have one draw going into this round. Not the players I was expecting to draw, so we'll see how this works out. Looks like our match for round 6 is Nick Fannin versus Robert Wilson. I believe Rob is on Esper Rescaminator, and then take a quick look at what
Mr.
Fannin.
Nick Fannin is on.
Looks like Nick is on loading.
We are now on the list. Oh,
Mono Red Painter.
Red Painter. And Robert Wilson is on.
Oh, not on Rescaminator. That's a lie. Looks like 4-color bean or 5-color beans.
Yeah, 80 card beans.
80 card beans.
Oh, there's no. Oh, there are beans. 4 beans, 3 1 ring. There's a lot of draw.
Yeah, I think
Robert really likes to draw cards. I can see that.
understandable. I love drawing cards.
Is
It's an
this?
addiction.
Oh, notably no Triumph of St. Catherine.
Yeah,
And how many surveil lands? One,
one, two,
two, just two.
just two. Actually, I think it's
And a
about.
Singleton Xander's Lounge to keep domain active.
This is not the greatest beans deck I've seen in Legacy, but I would.
It's up there.
It's definitely up there.
Our red sources for this
Like from
for
fourth
the
year.
for Thingalingris is a Xander's Lounge and a volcanic island. And our black sources are a scrubland, Xander's Lounge, and a bayou. On the red painter side, we have a much more tame mana base, 4 ancient tomb, 2 city, 2 great furnace, 9 basic mountain, 4 Urza Saga.
Notably, two Agatha Soul Cauldron in this list as well. No combo with
Oh, yeah, yeah.
no whatever the
Phyrexian,
Phyrexian
Phyrexian Devourer.
Devourer
I was say
combo.
this is painterless painter with painter. That's like, because I call that deck painterless painter, and then if you throw a painter in there, it's basically painterless painter with painter.
Yeah, looks pretty stock. Not too familiar with the red list lately, but
Yeah.
3 Blood Moons. Pretty good against
Three Blood
the
Moon main?
no side.
Oh, I was gonna be like, oh
Which
god.
pretty good against the incredibly greedy mana
Yeah,
base.
the how many basic mana base?
Probably 3. Island Plains. Oh, we're on 2. I've seen people playing the forest, but
I mean, if you think about it, Island Plains can cast you a Leyline Binding with 4 mana.
yeah.
Pretty good. Not the worst interaction in the world to play the game again. 4 mana reads don't lose. I'd pay 4 mana to not lose the game.
Leyland Binding is always better than it feels like it should be.
Leyline Binding, honestly, if Legacy wasn't as fast, I think would be borderline problematic.
It's almost funny that WotC had put out that ban announcement and said Leyline
Legacy
Binding,
staple.
and it wasn't. But now it kind of is.
Now it kind of is. It's like a it's the problem is like the format is so fast now where you have to have game against the turn 1 Entomb, turn 2 reanimate decks. Because those decks are pretty hyper, like they're just hyper fast. I don't know how else to say it. They're just so fast. They're so lean. They're so efficient that it's like you have to have a game plan that can compete with that.
Yeah.
The the onset of that deck. Because you remember how that deck happened? Do you remember when it like blew up?
Which check?
Rescaminator.
Vaguely.
It was that there was the showcase challenge or
Yeah.
something where the deck didn't really pop up. It was like here and there in league, and then in the showcase challenge, like 4 or 5 of the top 8 were all this deck.
Looks like we have
Rock paper scissors, baby. Rock lobster, paper crab. I can't remember what the scissor one is called. What is the scissor one called?
I have no idea. I don't know what any of them are called.
It's rock lobster, paper crab. Shoot, I don't know. Dude.
Tiger? It's one of them a tiger.
Oh, I think it is. Tiger claw? I don't know. Anyway, I love the BCDL sleeves.
You got to represent everywhere you go.
Although, have you noticed that I was gonna say like the MTG cards behind the chicken make it look like a rooster. Wait, that's a rooster, isn't it?
I,
Because chickens
yeah,
don't have the thing. Interesting.
have a
I'd have to
thing.
ask why we use a rooster in our chicken logo.
Aren't roosters a kind of chicken? I actually have no idea.
I mean, I'm sure they're related, right? Are they different birds? Is a rooster a male chicken? Is that how that works?
I'm an engineer, not a biologist,
I,
sadly.
I work in corporate finance. Not even corporate finance. I just work in
Are
finance.
you? Are you
I'm not a finance bro, dude. Chill. I'm buy side. Only sell side is finance pros.
Is that not the most finance pro defense of not being a finance pro?
I'm not I work on the buy
Everyone.
side. I work at a fund. I'm not investment banking. Anyway. Ooh. Ooh. Guru Island and TSR Foil Retro Ponder. You had my attention, but now you have my interest. Why are you looking at me? Dude, both of those cards are sick art.
I third best ponder art.
What?
We've already had this
You
conversation.
can't count your ponder.
I will count my
I
ponder.
cannot go to TCG Player and buy it.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Quite literally, it is because I didn't top 8 Eternal
Okay.
Weekend. Anyway,
Is the deck list wrong then?
yeah, I think the deck list that we have might be wrong. Wait, what?
Oh, that was me. Yes, I looked at the wrong Rob. Did he submit his deck list? I guess
Oh,
we don't have his deck list.
we don't have the deck list,
I saw one Robert and clicked on it.
but we did just grief away a Goblin Engineer, Welder.
I apologize. It is a hot dog cosplay. Actually, it could just be a hot dog. You don't know that.
That's true. Anyway, Polluted Delta, fetch. Is that Rob Alexander signed? Is that who did that art?
Yeah,
Is Rob Alexander the one that like
signs everything.
and then doesn't give it back, or who is that?
I think he signs everything, and lately he signed too many things and had a big backlog or something. And yeah,
Oh, someone told me who is it that was just like not like there was like an issue with them not returning cards.
I think it was Rob Alexander.
Anyway, Island tapped for Brainstorm.
Is this a main phase brainstorm?
I think so, because we have our second lane down and we were on the play. Because we pondered into Grief Scam, right? Pitching the reanimate. All right. What do we think about this reanimate art?
That's the reanimate art I have. I don't know if it's the best.
I use OG. My favorite is the box topper, the Ultimate Masters box topper, but I can't get myself to spend $90 each on those because you need all 4. But damn, those are beautiful. All right, we're in the tank about this brainstorm. Fortunately, I cannot see the cards. The angle is just short. Tap Underground C, cast Reanimate, target Grief, target you. Actually, you actually can't target yourself with Grief.
Nope.
Strictly worse Unmask.
Oh yeah, strictly.
Take the non-showcase Fable the Mirror Breaker. The rest were lands. I imagine we will see a Fable the Mirror Breaker here a little bit. Urza's Saga. And we embark on Urza's journey. Exile Saving Spirit Guy, we will see Fable the Mirror Breaker. Pro Tour Championship card.
Ooh, days.
Ooh.
Can we follow up with the Wasteland for the
just for the ultimate BM. Cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm. What are we getting here?
I'm gonna guess a swamp.
Oh. Does that count as a swamp?
It
technically.
It is not technically.
True. It is a swamp type. That is indeed correct.
Ooh. Under.
What is that one called? Undercity Sewers?
I think so.
Undercity Sewers, come in 1, surveil 1. Tap Underground C for a Brainstorm. Draw 3 cards, put 2 back in any order from your hand.
I'm hoping we can surveil one of our big things into the graveyard for the value.
Surveilling an Earl always feels so good too.
If you played BCDL, would you have played Stifle Not?
Oh yeah. I only play that deck now. One of the biggest criticisms I received, I was getting better at Legacy, was I kept switching decks. So I decided after my deck was stolen, it was kind of like a message, like, all right, this is my deck now. Because going into that, I wasn't like super high on it. Like I just thought it was a ton of fun to play, and it was always my pet deck. Then it was stolen from me, and then it got personal. Then it's like, all right, this is my deck now. Because I was crushing with it too. I was like undefeated. It's like 4-0 or something in that tournament. Anyway, Entomb, beautiful
I do
Entomb.
love that art.
I do love that art. I have the Dominaria remastered full art one, but I do love that one. Yeah, I love the Judge promo animate deads with the dinosaur on it.
Dinosaurs, they do look
Grizzle
cool.
Daddy.
I think that's what
Wait,
Rubber
Grizzle
has.
Daddy?
We are in a.
What year is it? Is it 2023?
I feel like it's a little dubious in the Bowmaster world, but I
It is a
mean,
little dude.
oh, there you
Oh,
go.
the Judge promo animate dead. Anyway, draw 7?
Does the hot dog have a response?
Well, swing for 3 first. Go. That's so incredible, dude.
Uh, it's sometimes you have a brand and the brand is just
The
who you are.
brand loyalty here is truly incredible. Also, I'm surprised.
Just
Does
pack them up.
Painter ever have the ability to run something like an Ether Spellbomb because you have Mox Opal and like Lotus Petal and stuff,
They don't run very many of them lately.
right?
I think the next list actually only has one Mox Opal and two Lotus Petals. Okay.
Interesting.
Now that we know it's Esper Rescaminator, we can talk about the sideboard better.
Mhm.
So
You're definitely run Esper because you want some number of single target removal. So you're probably running swords,
probably pest control.
probably pest control, which is probably good in this matchup, honestly. Holy crap. And then you're probably bringing in the Triumph of St. Catherine.
I'm not sure if
Catherine.
he's playing any of those.
I think, isn't that the main reason people run Esper is for a Triumph?
Maybe before, but I don't think I've seen too much of it lately.
Interesting. Okay.
I think pest control has taken up
Yeah, I have to get mine. I
sideboard.
have to get some. I think I have only one right now.
I just ordered two showcase foils.
Oh, I have one regular that I opened in a pack. That I opened in a boosty.
So next sideboard has three Blood Moons, one Ensnaring Bridge, one Crucible.
I wish we could see the land base because I don't know if we're still on the two basics. Because usually this deck runs a single swamp, a single island, then the
Oh,
rest are dual lands or multi-typed lands. So I'm not sure if the Scaminator package implies that we're on less basics to keep the scrubland or Tundra. You're
yeah,
on Tundra or Scrubland?
Scrub,
Scrub, right?
because you get it off
Troll.
Troll, yeah. Um, so two Leyland of the Void, Magus of the Moon, one Pithy Needle, one Soul Guide Lantern, two Thorns, two Crypts, one Trinisphere.
I imagine a lot of the lock pieces are coming in. I'm not so sure about the moon effects, but it really depends because we saw a pretty light mana base. I don't think we saw any white sources, right?
No, I mean,
So I don't know. Like it's fine. The thing is, the deck can operate off of the two basics like
yeah,
decently enough. Now, a Blood Moon is still pretty backbreaking because it's really hard to still play the game in like a meaningful sense through it, but it's like doable. Like if someone resolves a late Blood Moon, you've already have some kind of like hand crafted or some board developed, you can play around it pretty easily. But still, like the turn one Ancient Tomb Lotus Petal Blood Moon, can't really beat that. Like unless you already have like a basic island in your hand.
yeah. I'm wondering if actually you just don't bring in the Blue Moons, but you bring in the Magus of the Moon because they probably don't have a ton of removal, and it kind of just it's a 3 mana 2/2 that is also
Yeah.
disruptive, and maybe you just lightly bring it in. You also have like Leyline of the Void is good, Soul Guide Lantern. On the play, Thorn is maybe something Nick's interested in.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Trinisphere, I think, in this matchup.
Three ball is a house of a card.
Yeah.
The ability to turn one is pretty good. The thing is, like, obviously, you can't really protect it per se. 'Cause how many Pyroblasts are we on? 4. So you would need another one to Pyroblast it on the play, or you could wait until turn 2 to hold up Pyroblast. But if you have the okay, if you in the blind, if you're turn 1, you're on the play, and you have Ancient Tomb, Simian Spirit Guide, and you also have like another red source, and you have a Pyroblast. How often do you slam that turn 1, and how often are you waiting to have the
You said a lot
Pyroblast?
of words there. What was the?
If you have the ability to turn 1
I
Blood Moon
you
without
just. Oh,
without
yes.
Pyroblast backup, do you rip it or do you
Yeah.
wait? Because if you give them 1 turn, they can get a fetch land down. The power of that Blood Moon is
Oh,
severely
yeah.
weakened.
Yeah, the Power Blast has become dead. I'm slamming it. I'm a slam gamer.
Okay, because I was thinking like it's kind of an interesting argument, right? Because if you let them pass and they can get a fetch land down, all of a sudden like the difference between having no islands and 1 island is massive, right? Massive. But now you have Pyroblast backup to protect your Blood Moon if they kept 7 and they can just force it. Because generally when they force something, it's a 2-for-1 in your favor. But if you're Simian Spirit Guiding, it's just an even trade and you're not happy about that.
Slamming.
Slamming still? Okay.
Slamming. We came here to
I'm
slam.
not I'm not a prison gamer, so I have no idea what the
Welcome to the
heuristics
jam.
are. Welcome to the jam. Wake up. I don't even know the lyrics anymore. It's been a minute since I've seen that movie. I didn't like the new one, the LeBron one. I still think the MJ one was
I
better.
haven't seen it.
The LeBron one?
Which is weird. I feel like LeBron's a much better actor, but I
I think
think
I
that
agree with
I
that.
don't think it's a LeBron versus MJ because MJ is a pretty terrible actor in the
Yeah.
movie.
Maybe I'll watch the new Space Jam later too. It actually sounds like a fun way to like go to bed. I just keep it on. You don't watch movies before you go to bed?
I watch old school RuneScape
Oh my
grind
god, that's
videos to
right.
go to bed,
Oh my god, that's right.
or the my midday nap is LSV Cube videos
Wait, what is
right to
this?
sleep.
What is that?
It
Oh,
is a
Grindstone.
prosperity grindstone, yeah.
Flooded Strand.
I like the prosperity art, but the color wash makes a lot of the cards to tell apart.
Yeah, I only use it for surgical because I really love the foiling on the prosperity cards, but I think the art in general is not
Yeah,
great. I hate that it says prosperity at the top.
or
It's not prosperity is the name of the card. The name of the border is prosperity because the name of the magazine, I guess, and OTJ is the prosperity journal or something. The card itself is grindstone.
yeah, prosperity is just they're all labeled prosperity. So
Because in the lore, I guess the journal that they're all a part of is called prosperity.
if you look at every single one, it says prosperity at the top, and you get confused
Yeah.
because that's you think the card name
That's
is.
like the problem with the Amonkhet ones. They all look the same. So I don't like except the Amonkhet dazes are nice.
I love my Amonkhet daisies.
I use Amonkhet counterbalances. I think those are so sick. Anyway, Undercity Sewer Surveil 1. Thord of Amethyst is creature or non what is it? Spells cost 1 more?
I believe it spells. Non-creature spells
Non-creature,
cost
yeah,
one
yeah.
more to cast.
Notably, it does change the evoke cost on grief.
Really?
Yeah. So you still have to pay 1 to evoke.
Why?
Because evoke is a cast.
It's not a cast.
Evoke is you're still casting it.
It's
Because that's why the ETB trigger works. So it sacrifice it. The evoke thing is you may cast this, and if you do, or if this creature was evoked, sacrifice it immediately.
it still says does it not say cast this creature?
You're still casting it when you evoke it.
But then why? But it's a creature spell, isn't it?
Oh, it's non-creature. For some reason, I'm thinking creature spells. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah. Not yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
We're on the same page. We're on the same
There's
page.
there's a million magic
For some reason, I thought
cards.
creature spells cost 1 more to cast, but
No.
yeah.
There are a million magic cards that are hard to keep track of.
Yeah, because there's also what's the lands one that's like the same effect.
Sphere.
Sphere of Resistance. That's all
That's
spells.
that's all
Yeah.
spells, yeah. And then isn't there one for artifacts?
I think there is. I don't know what it's called though. All right. So we kind of have been talking about the game. We should do that. There's a lot going on the painter side. There's an engineer, there's a thorn of amethyst, there's a painter servant in the yard, and 2 grindstones.
It's a crypt and a grindstone.
A what? A grindstone?
Tormod's crypt.
Oh, it's a Tormod's crypt. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The glare made it look like a grindstone. Similar coloring. The brown artifacts. The mud artifacts.
All those brown artifacts, they look the same.
The mud artifacts. Do you remember when mud was a deck with like metalworker?
Yeah, I think
That's like an OG legacy deck right there.
I'm pretty sure I played Remy on mud like multiple times at BCDLs.
Wait, really?
The painter player
Nice.
before you. They were always really good games.
Metalworker is a house of a card. Oh, the Scrubland. And the Tundra.
It's got both.
We are truly Esper. We are not blue black splash. We are actually Esper, both of those. Do we have I wish we had a list for the deck, because I would love to see if there's any white cards, main deck.
Yeah.
Pest control.
We're gonna get in 2 things here.
Yeah, we kill the grindstones.
And the crypt that will pop.
In the crypt, yeah.
It's foil, but not showcase.
But not showcase. I respect it. People like their borders. Do you think would you ever buy one of those foil Cydia traders?
No, I'm not made of money.
I'm
I
just
gotta,
saying
I
if
gotta
you-
prioritize.
That's fair. Are those even tournament playable?
I'm not sure. I would assume
Like, can
so.
you, if you bought one, could you play one in a
I
tournament?
can't imagine a legacy judge going, no, you can't play that in this legacy tournament.
Yeah.
It would
Not in
require-
this not in this one, but like in general. Like I wonder if you could go to a comp REL with it. Anyway, here's another grindstone. I actually don't know if you could play with those Cydia traders. Because does it have like normal borders or is it like square cut or whatever?
I'm not sure. It looks like we have the combo rolled up next turn, so we gotta remove something here.
I didn't think there were I saw someone play a set of them. Holy Christ.
I feel like I got into Magic too late. I'm like,
I got into Magic at the right time. I was just broke.
I'm just the
Because I was
fish.
6 years old. I got into Magic when Cold Snap first released.
I am the fish here.
Don't worry. I spent the bulk of my Magic spending in the last few years. Like the massive bulk of my Magic, so my total Magic spending. I think they're slightly different from a physical sense, but it might get Harry Lely playing cards that were never supposed to make it out of the WotC offices. Yeah. I think that's why I don't know what the rule is. Like, because there isn't really a precedent set here of like cards, like of versions of cards that were never supposed to be public.
Oh.
Brainstorm.
This does not seem good because next turn we can sack the grinds, activate the grindstone, sack the grindstone.
So while the trigger's on the stack, bring the
flip 'em.
painter, mill you out.
Yeah, and I think we'd have to have surgical, right?
Yeah.
I don't think anything else gets us there.
The surgical or like a stifle effect.
Ooh, this is giving us. Oh, we just back it up. If we had removal, I guess we just assume they don't have it because they didn't cast it. But
Going to game 3. I really love Painter. This deck is one of those decks that you don't really hear people talk about like too much. Like it's not always the hot commodity, but you go to tournaments and there's definitely people that love it and they play it.
in Cleveland, there's like 10 hardcore painter players. So you're
Really? Does
Yeah.
Cleveland have like a big legacy scene?
So
Like-
I mean, like the nice thing about Columbus for this event is it's in between Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and that.
And Pittsburgh has a big legacy.
Yeah, they all
community.
kind of. I think Cleveland and Cincinnati. I'm not sure who has a smaller one, but Columbus and Pittsburgh are definitely bigger. But
the
Nick's first time playing Legacy, and he's playing Painter and doing well. So that's
The Painter is one of those decks where I think if you have good heuristics, you'll figure it out pretty quickly. There isn't like a lot of like. Honestly, I say that, but there's a lot of hyper specific things you can do in Painter that you can only do in Painter. So I don't know. I'm gonna say it's a deck that rewards good heuristics, but really the deck that awards good heuristics is Delver.
I feel yeah. I mean, like Well, I feel like the easy draws are easy, but the hard draws in Painter are hard.
Yeah. Like the line of sack your guy with the trigger on the stack and do and paint them is kind of like not super intuitive if you aren't like
Yeah,
playing the deck. But it's also one of those things where if you see someone do it once, you'll
yeah,
get it. Like I Painter is one of those decks where if you watch someone play it 50 hours, you could probably pick it up and do decent with it. Not as well, but like you'll get the pretty like the obscure lines that are pretty important, like that one specifically. Like that's a pretty obscure line in the grand scheme of things, but it's hyper specific to Painter and very important that it exists. Like
yeah,
for instance, that Doomsday line I was telling you about, where the pile was Thoracle to get around Bowmaster, so they didn't need to draw into a Bowmaster. Like that's one I would have never even considered. But it was a crazy play when I saw it. It's like, oh, I think we win here. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, well, they have no removal because they're on a Rescaminator and they're not bringing in removal against me because I'm Doomsday. So I'm just going to build a pile that goes Thoracle, pass, Thoracle. I win the game.
yeah.
Crazy line. Like when I saw that, I still can't get over how genius that is. The I should play more Doomsday. You know, there's a period where I was trying to learn the deck.
I'm getting back into trying to play more Turbo Doomsday.
I bought an Amonkhet Doomsday that I found for $50. I was like, oh shit, looks like this is a message. Then I played the deck for like 2 weeks and then I gave up.
It's
I lost to Death and Taxes, which I've been told if you lose to Death and Taxes is Doomsday, you need to pack it in.
I've lost to Death and Taxes more times than I'm willing to
Well,
admit.
I didn't realize that with Brainstorm that if I draw the last card in my deck, I just lose the game before I can put two back. I did not realize that, and I did that, and then my opponent goes, "I think you just died," and I'm like, "Wait, what do you mean? I had to put two back?" He's like, "No, you
You
can't."
died. Yeah.
I'm like, "What?" Uh yeah. So that was a. Apparently, if you can't draw the three, you do just lose the game on the spot.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's how interaction worked. I thought it would just be draw two, put two back.
Do you know what happens when you expressive iterate with less than 3 cards?
No.
You resolve a top bottom. I've done that a lot. So
Oh.
it's like you put one into hand, one on bottom, and then one in exile. So you sometimes don't exile.
Oh, interesting.
I had to do that a lot.
How many people in the tournament? I believe the answer
52.
52 is a 56. Around that number.
I've got some doomsday pile stories that would blow your mind if that blew your mind.
What's your craziest one?
I actually don't know off the top of my head, but I gotta think. They all started to blend together.
Any spicy decks? There wasn't anything super spicy that we've seen thus far, but some spicy cards here and there. But definitely nothing that's like super noteworthy. Anyway, Grief Pritch Grizzlebrand.
Perfect segue. Any spicy decks? Okay, grief.
Any Esper Vial? No. If you're talking about the Karaz list, then I haven't seen that deck anywhere. I don't think I've ever seen that in the States. I've only ever seen it in Europe. But we do see what is that? What is that? Is that Staring Bridge? In Staring Bridge, Soul Cauldron, Engineer, Pyroblast. That's in Snaring Bridge, right? There's so many arsenals.
Yes, that is.
Yeah,
It's a very unoptimal version, but it's his first time.
that's fair. That's fair. We got to make sure that there's better in Snaring Bridge arts.
It's an interesting pick here.
Well, I would probably just take the Goblin. Yeah,
Probably depends if you have a follow up.
and then reanimate there and take the Cauldron.
I think if you don't have the reanimate, you gotta take the cauldron first. But yeah,
It's just Cauldron, right? Now the Ensnaring Bridge is actually kind of a problem too.
yeah. Not sure if we knew what the sideboard looked like.
Yeah, if we knew how many Brazen Borrowers there are, because Brazy V is really the clutch answer here.
At a certain
Oh, we do take it. Okay. I imagine
we got days? Question mark.
we have days or we just don't care.
I'm pretty afraid of that. I got the soul cauldron, but maybe we have
Especially with the
variants.
engineer already in the yard. Anyway, here's Cauldron.
No respect for the days. None.
Days.
He's like,
So I don't know
no,
if that
no,
was face up or
no.
if Nick felt like he had to.
Just no fear. Flip it up.
I once saw a Doomsday player who memorized the whole pile like so well that basically went through the pile, like said the whole pile immediately and didn't even look at the cards and just kept flipping them over and just won and goes, "All right, do you lose yet?" Well, that was literally the quote. Did you lose? And he goes, and the opponent goes, yeah, okay." And I was just like, "Oh shit, dude, that's so brutal." It was like the last day of Eternal Weekend, and I think they were both kind of salty that they were out of prizing.
My memory is so bad. I don't really remember my Doomsday piles.
Wow,
I just
that's
kind of have it scripted and just do the thing.
nice. Anyway, we do see a ponder. No order change. Draw my card. That always kind of feels bad. It's like, why did I cast this if I'm not doing anything with it
no order
anyway?
change. Yeah, it's like getting a scry and you keep it on top.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, here's sleight of hand.
Like temples are probably my favorite land, and they're just like sometimes like, oh,
Who is the painter, by the way?
what?
The card is painter servant, but who is the servant serving?
I have no idea.
Like, who is the painter? Like, Candelabra of Taunos belongs to, like, Taunos, but who is the painter and painter servant? I don't know. Unlicensed Hearst.
I feel like
Pretty
that
good
is,
answer to a Goblin Welder engineer.
a weird set. that I
That's
don't know
Welder,
very
Goblin
well.
Welder. We've had a lot of painter, and by a lot I mean two, and a lot of grief. Good grief. Pyroblast, your grief. Oh boy, do I love Painter Servant.
Oh,
Cauldron. Exile my Goblin Welder.
Oh, exile the grief.
Oh, exile the grief. Oh, I guess that works.
That really should Thoughtseize your opponent.
That really should Thoughtseize your opponent, you said? Nice.
I think we should punish the grief players more.
I'm surprised you're not running it in Doomsday yet. I wouldn't be too bad, honestly.
Grief?
What if you had, instead of Rescaminator, you had Scamsday?
You're really late to this.
Oh, this is already a thing that's been thought of.
Max already 5-0 with the list.
To be fair, I 5-0'd on a lot of trash.
The really good decks I play always 3-2 or 4-1, and the 5-0s come with the bad decks.
The my pro tip is if you just want to grind 5-0s, just do it when Brewers passes up, and you're just going to play against a ton of people that don't really know their decks that well. Hence why the Brewers pass is so nice, and you can just get farm free play points. But you're also kind of lame if you're doing that instead of just playing new decks too.
This is
Kind of an interesting spot. The Hearst can actually do things and stopping the Cauldron from really getting out of control. We are going to ping this Welder down. No Obelisk the Tormentor this time.
I wonder if you're supposed to exile those painters right now, because now you're in a weird state.
Exile your Troll of Khazad-dûm. You got to make sure you say it with the accent. Khazad-dûm. Like when you say Mordor, Mordor. Anyway, Hadouken your Orcish Bowmasters. And by Hadouken, I mean Lightning Bolt, for those that are unaware of the Street Fighter secret layer. Unlicensed Hearst, exile your creatures. Put 2 counters on it. It's crew 1, right? For unlicensed Hearst?
Crew 2, because
Crew
you need
2.
a Baleful Strix and a Thassa's Oracle.
Oh, I see.
That's how I remember.
I play a lot of Legacy, and I still don't sometimes understand unlicensed Hearst. Although there was one game where I did get someone with it and they shame conceded. They went to attack with a Tarmogoyf and they had a tribal enchantment and there was only a single artifact out and I took 3 types out in one go and then blocked and then they were like, oh, I guess I lose my Goyf and then shame conceded when I'm pretty sure they were still going to win. But I respect the shame concede. Anyway.
Reanimate Orcish Bowmaster. The Soul Cauldron's tapped out, just trying to get a clock into play.
Yeah. Actually, would it be a terrible clock, especially because now you can crew the unlicensed hearse pretty easily?
Yeah. We're at approaching life totals where these little chip points become really, really important.
Yeah. Oh, Soul Guide Lantern. The red cantrip, as they say. No one actually says that. But that's what it frequently is. As seen here. Bowmaster trigger pinged you. I'm not going to lie, I've missed this trigger a lot. Because I'm not used to calling out my Bowmasters into red decks. Outside of like a Fable.
You gotta be ready at all times.
You gotta be ready at all times.
All times.
All right. What are we grabbing? I'm going to say, yeah, probably a Surveil land here. God, these are so good.
There.
I'd up to 2, personally. And I just think I like, I don't think you go more than 2, but like I could maybe see an argument for 3. It's just at 3, it's like the chance of you not being able to ponder or stifle turn 1 is like so bad. We're pretty close to just hard casting that.
Yeah.
But I guess if we only have
I
one
think
card
we're
in hand,
hellbent, right? Yeah.
yeah. Brainstorm. I would brainstorm with 0 cards in hand is interesting.
Yeah. There's definitely a consideration here. Do you want to hold it for maybe another turn? But if you hit something that allows you to crew this unlicensed hearse when your opponent's at 10, there's some good outcomes.
Right. So let's see. Did you get a chance to see? Were you able to see the brainstorms or no? I couldn't see it.
No. It's like we target with Agatha, and then we target with unlicensed hers to.
Yep.
Were there any creatures there?
I don't believe so.
That was a great piece.
Pyroblast or unlicensed hearse.
Oh.
It is dead. The Zaga the Soul Cauldron is now a menace.
He knew what the top card of his deck was, and he kept it.
Well, we had no other choice, right? It was Brainstorm.
He's a fetch land in play.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah. You're right.
Not sure what I would keep that I wouldn't fire off right now. Maybe another cantrip.
Yeah, Tormod's Crypt is pretty good. Fetch and response. Tormod's Crypt on the stack. Take 1. Tundra. The thing is, the Tormod's Crypt also makes the Goblin Welder like relevant now, because now you can sack the crypt to do like other stuff, right? You can actually start tutoring. The thing is, like,
You start what?
the thing is, like, I don't know what artifacts are in the yard. Are those all exiled with the Cauldron? Like the Soul Guide Lantern, or is that in the graveyard? That has to be exiled, right?
Exile, yeah. We just have like
So, okay. So there's actually no artifacts in the yard. Ancient Tomb.
and it does not have any activated abilities.
Brainstorm again. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Note that I'm pretty sure these life totals are actually swapped.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the life totals. It's been kind of weird. They've been swapped and they were like pressing on each other's thing, and I'm not completely sure. But safe to say, I think we can figure it out. Regardless. Also, life totals and legacy are a bit of a scam.
I mean, right now they're pretty important.
I mean, yeah.
Right now they're
Yeah.
big red.
Well, maybe in this corner case scenario, the health actually matters. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Um,
Ooh.
Urza's Saga. Uptick to 1. Okay. Yield hand shuffle. Entomb. What are we entombing? Because this Urza Saga is going to get out of control real quickly.
Yeah, is this I'm gonna thin my deck into? There is this. I got the Soul Cauldron. Unless you have a Stifle, you're gonna stifle it.
Ah, I don't really know what Entomb does here.
But then they have Tormod's Crypt, so
Why did Robert fetch in response to Crypt?
oh,
I'm not sure.
it's thinning.
Wait, did we
thinning.
just Entomb or Reanimate?
Yeah, we're thinning. We're taking Reanimate, which is a bad card, out of our deck.
Wow.
This is
Entomb my Reanimate. Crazy line, but I guess we're increasing our draw consistency now. You know, from a lore perspective, how do you entomb a spell?
Robert with the bad draw shows us the second Reanimate. He looked into the camera, shook his head, and showed it. He just pulled it out of his deck too.
Fury.
Do we have
Force of Will
fours?
pitching days. Oh, I like those forces though. Damn, those are nice. I might need to get those, dude. Damn it. That's really nice. Swords the Plowshares. Gain 3.
Ooh, we're getting in there. It's a 4 points of damage. It's
4
gonna go
points
pretty
of
quick.
damage, baby. Take 1 this turn.
At least as well, they can only get 1 construct, right? Because we had to tap out for the Fury.
Wow, graveyard order. Entomb the graveyard before the card tutor. True. Just in case we... Is there any graveyard order that actually matters for spells? Obviously, technically, it doesn't matter because it's in the rules, but effectively doesn't matter for spells.
I'm not sure.
Because Shallow Grave is actually kind of relevant, but I'm not sure about anything for spells. For non-creatures.
This contract's likely going to be a 4/4.
Technically, in Legacy, it does matter. Like, you could get a GRV for not keeping Graveyard Order, but I don't know if there are literally any cards that have been played in the Legacy format in the last decade that have cared about non-creature order. Actually, I'm trying to think, and I can't think of any. The only one that obviously comes to mind is Shallow Grave, and that's actually pretty relevant, like very relevant. But I don't know for non-creatures. Nether Spirit. Yeah, I think it only matters. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it only matters for creatures. I'm not sure.
Nick got the grindstone here.
Yeah. No way of recurring this painter yet, but also even if like we're one goblin welder or engineer away from putting it into soup and then being able to go nuts with this saga. Simeon Spirit Guide hardcast. You'll love to see it. Here's my 2/2 beater.
Is Ogre Giant playable?
Is Ogre Giant playable?
Yeah, I mean, it's good on this board. We are in bad top deck land. Who can top deck the first
thing
relevant
is,
spell?
Urza Saga is a crazy good creature. I mean, how big is it?
It's a 4/4.
Yeah, 4/4.
Oh,
There she is.
Is that game?
Not yet.
Oh yeah.
If we force this though, we put it in the graveyard under Soul Cauldron. So now Soul Cauldron can eat it, put its activation on the construct, use the construct, sacrifice the Tormod's crypt, bring Painter Servant, and win the
There is
game.
no Painter Servant in
Oh,
this.
that's in the yard.
It's in
It's in the exile. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. What game is this? This is game 3. Game 3 of the final round going into top 8 next round.
Pretty sure this is a win it in.
Is this a winning in?
Maybe it's not. It's not even a. Oh, Nick is 3-2.
3-2. So 4-2 might make it actually. Right?
One. It depends how it shakes out. It's really
Yeah.
complicated.
One of the, I mean, let me see. So 1, 2, there's 6 slots that are not guaranteed. Okay, so if one of these loses, it would be really hard, I think. Anyway, anime dead on what? The Fury?
Oh,
Oh,
we got Tormod Crypt ourselves.
Tormod crypt ourselves. Winning in the top 16, that for sure. I don't know about top 8 though.
Yeah, top 8, only one table drew, and I don't even think they were supposed to draw, but I don't really know. Oh, Thorn?
Oh yeah, they're not locked in. No, they are. They are. Yeah, they're locked. They're locked. Because if half of these people lose, then they're good.
They're
Yeah.
locked because everyone else is playing.
Yeah.
I think is how it's gonna work.
Tormod's crypt again off the. Oh no, did we recur that? Oh no, it's a new one. Cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm. This is always weird. When you're on like 5 mana or 4 mana, like do you cycle to get to the mana or do you just wait to hardcast it?
Huh? I think I'm cycling, but
What are the 2 cards in hand?
I think Nick is gonna win this game regardless of if you deck lands and then cast it.
Yeah, the Tormod script online is pretty brutal. Yeah, chump the Saga token. God, there's a Saga, such a beater. Entomb for reanimate again. These are some pretty brutal draws from the Scaminator side.
This is definitely always the downside of this deck is
Entomb my Entomb.
how many of these cards do you keep in these kinds of matchups? Because you know they're gonna have lots of hate.
Yeah. And Cycle Troll. Really just thin out the deck. 2 cards, baby. That's all we need. What do we get? 3, 4, grief. You know what would be crazy here? Another pest control. Just someone's gonna kill this construct because that's what's really that's the stalemate right now.
Yeah, I mean the pest control gets
rid of the construct, but also the Simian Spirit Guide is a 4/4. That's a lot of stats. I don't know, Spirit Guide.
oh Fable.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
You know, it's a good card when you're just doing nothing.
The one that breaks the mirror.
Yeah. The top deck mirror.
The top deck mirror 5. Block with my token. We do. Oh, he's keeping up the Simian Spirit Guide. Those 2 as a blocker just in case there's some kind of way to pump through a I guess if you have one card in hand and you draw double Bowmaster, the punish and you hit. So if you draw one card, if you have one card in hand, then your next card is Brainstorm, and you hit double Bowmaster, you could lose on the crackback if you swing with both.
My only question is, how many hot dog related tokens do you think he has?
I don't think there's an hot dog related token. I think they are all hot dog related tokens. In fact, I'd be disappointed at this point. Animate dead, but the cauldron is online, so it doesn't
And
matter.
there's a crypt in play, and
And there's a
yeah,
Krypton,
and neither player is really playing into Thorn of Amethyst. They're just kind of.
there's just forgetting.
I don't think it's really matter, but
I didn't throw it. Yeah. I don't think it would have mattered too much. And the
oh,
crackback,
the awkward,
the awkward fist bump or handshake.
yeah.
Now let's see how the pairings line up here. Pretty good game. There was quite a bit of dead draws on the Scaminator side at the end, but that's kind of the risk you run when you're running a graveyard deck. Is you just kind of sometimes you just don't get your graveyard stuff, or you do, and they drew more hate than you drew graveyard stuff.
Yeah, it's always this weird, do I cut these entombs from my deck? It doesn't always feel good.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just gotta see how your opponents sideboarded, how they're playing.
yeah,
If they're playing really fast and not really interactive, it's obviously maybe a little bit better. But if they're playing slow interactive, it's not always the place to be.
yeah. The first few games were like pretty fast, and these last few have all been pretty grindy.
Yeah, I think I may be quicker to cut the whole package than the average player, but
I'm a big fan of keeping it in, but I also am not a big fan of these types of decks. I don't really like these like multi-angle attacks. I'm a big fan of just like grinding you out with my one plan, but I do that one plan very well.
you know what's better than one plan?
What?
Two
Doomsday?
plans. No, two plans.
I don't know, man. Two plans
Two
is
plans.
like two plans. That's too many plans.
Too many plans.
Two plans is absurd. One plan is just the right amount. That's why I don't play like the Saga Storm decks. Well, I just don't play combo in general, but those Saga Storm decks, like there's too many things going on, dude. That's why I don't play Urza Saga decks. There's like too many things going on. Like, do I make the construct? Do I not make the construct? Usually you do make the construct.
And Legacy, not always, I find, but
The
it is hard.
I've been working on a Saga Stifle Knot deck, but that's like a very much a whip.
Are you not normally on Saga?
No,
But it gets Phyrexian Dreadnought.
yes, it does, but I'm not. I've got to work on this list. I've been like maybe we can talk about it over dinner tonight if the girlfriends let us. But I know Allison will get pretty upset with me if we start talking about Magic at dinner. Like very upset.
She's a Doomsday hater.
She's just a doomsday hater.
There's a lot of them out there. We gotta
Yeah.
keep our heads strong. Our heads up. Keep
Heads up.
strong, Doomsday players. People are really mean. If you play have you played Doomsday
My
on like a league? People are like
they're so
not
mean.
nice.
That's why I will say though, I once played against a guy on Doomsday, and I remember they resolved it at 21 minutes, and by the time priority was passed, there was 14 minutes left in game one. And I just sat there going like, really, dude? Like I didn't say anything because I try to not. I used to be a rager in Moto, but I've since
It
calmed
takes a
down.
lot of guts to admit that publicly.
I used to be a salt lord. Thankfully, none of my tweets, none of my like salty messages ever got posted on the MTGO Salt Twitter account. But I used to be a bit of a salt lord for sure. But I never insulted my opponent. I just insulted this game in my deck.
One of my favorite salty moments was my opponent was so mad, and we had like therapy chat in Magic Online where I'm like, maybe you should rethink like why you play the game and like if your time would be spent somewhere better. They're really receptive. I think they
Yeah.
quit.
I think they quit. Honestly, dude, if I quit Magic, it would be so good for my career and my bank account. Like, that's not a lie. But we don't admit those things to ourselves. We just complain about RNG and Chalice of the Void instead. Anyway,
It's like we're 7 minutes in time. I think we have one match potentially left.
I think we have one match left. I'm gonna grab a glass of water. Would you like one? I'm like very thirsty.
I'm good. I think I'm gonna take a look here and see if I can figure out what we have going into top 8 for everyone. The problem with the list are they're not super clear on what your placement is to look at your deck list. Matt Darby. Darby. Garrett Widman. Dominic Madalana.
We know Matthew Strand is on Monolak Scam, right?
Black Helm.
Yeah, Monolak him. What else do we have?
I think Dominic.
I think Dominic was also on
Grixis Delver.
yeah, GD.
We have breakfast. I think breakfast.
We have
maybe
breakfast.
The first seed.
I haven't seen breakfast in a hot minute.
Actually, maybe not. Oh no. Next one, yeah. David Deal seems suspect if they make it, but Blue Painter. There's some spice that we didn't get to see on coverage yet, so hopefully we get a chance to see them on.
No, for sure.
It's like Roland is still playing. Cole looks like they've locked it. Mono Red Stompy. I really wish this matched their names, but we got an unintentional draw at one of the top tables, so I'm not.
Wait, really?
Ooh. Oh, we have a top 8.
We have a top 8.
I think this is the last.
Corey Banyas. Carrie Banyas.
Roll.
Rolling on D&T. We have a Death and Taxes. We have a Mono Black Helm. We have a Rhinos. I'm not a Rhinos enthusiast anymore. I'm off it now. There's a match in time right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all forgot about the Thorn of Amethyst, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It was Rhinos versus Death and Taxes. That's usually a pretty good matchup for Rhinos. Usually Death and Taxes can't beat 8 power on turn 2. Roland looks pretty ahead. Damn.
Well, they both made top 8, so.
Regardless of the outcome, right?
Yeah.
I love these lightning bolts.
I guess what we can do is maybe we can ask chat to see what top 8 matches everyone wants to see.
Yeah. I'd like to see breakfast because I haven't seen the deck much recently in
Yeah.
general. There's a match you want to let me know. Can we see the breakfast player? Or Roland? Or in a perfect world, breakfast plays against Roland.
I think it is. That match,
Oh, it might actually be that match.
I think it is.
All right, we'll just do that match then. Garrett Windman?
Was that the first seed?
Yeah. Garrett Wildman? Oh no,
No,
that's
that's
not breakfast. Why do we think
That's,
they're on breakfast?
I think it's Darby.
So that's Mono Red versus D&T. That might actually be an interesting matchup too, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's Darby versus 3 versus the 6.
Kerry
Right?
Banyas versus Michael Darby. Let me know who you want and I'll get them. Can we do a poll in the chat? What are the matchups we want to see? Mono Red Stompy versus Death and Taxes. Breakfast versus Rhinos. And what's the last one? David Deal versus so Mono Black versus oh, I don't have to say okay. No, we'll pick one. Let's do the breakfast. Let's do Darby versus Banyas. Because I don't think we've seen either of them. Breakfast, yeah, we haven't seen a breakfast deck yet, and it'd be cool to see it in action again. Because breakfast is definitely a deck that was like the hot commodity for a hot minute there, and then it just kind of fell out of favor. A lot of people say notably due to Orcish Bowmasters,
Yeah, Bowmasters, rough.
but I still think that deck in general is it's kind of a fun deck to watch. The only thing I don't like is when opponents do the thing where it's like, all right, let's do 3 at a time, and it's like, I guess it's actually relevant for like surgical purposes. Um, but it doesn't really matter because you can just then do the combo in response, assuming that it's nomads and core instead of the thing is it matters for when you do it with Shuko because it's sorcery speed, so you can actually interact with it properly. But it doesn't really matter for nomads because nomads you can just do it instant speed. So even if they do the surgical play, you can just rip through the deck again. But it does matter a lot for Shuko if you have a surgical in hand. Because if they're on like one what's it called? One Thassa's Oracle and they mill it early, and if you surgical while they're going off with the Shuko, you can effectively save yourself. Yeah, I mean, you want to get what, but it doesn't always work like that, right? Like sometimes, like I've seen breakfast players where like their second mill was Thoracle before they even hit a single Narc amoeba off a Shuko. So there, the surgical matters a lot because you can just stop the whole thing right there. Yeah, exactly. It's very important for instant speed interaction, specifically with Shuko, but it's kind of irrelevant for nomads and core.
Yeah, so we have our top 8 matches. I took the time to actually mark them all up. So
God bless Samantha.
for some reason, it doesn't give it to you. So we have Garrett Widman in the first seed versus Roland Chang, Moonstompy versus Death and Taxes.
Yeah.
Cole Roskwitowski on Moonstompy versus David Deal on Blue Painter. Michael Darby on Breakfast versus Carrie Banyas on Rhinos. Matthew Strand on Mono Black Helm versus Dominic Madalena on Grixis Delver.
Yep. So to give you the rundown, it's 2 Moon Stompies, 1 Breakfast, 1 Helm, 1 Rhinos, 1 Delver, 1 Painter, 1 D&T.
Pretty diverse.
And no Dark Depths decks.
No.
We saw a lot in the registration.
Yeah, they did not do very well, which is...
It was just interesting because you think just the sheer number of them, you'd see it. And they kind of thrive in these fair game metas where like Knight of the Reliquary and Maze of Ith and other tools like that can actually take you pretty far. But yeah, not seeing it right now. But also these Moonstomp decks do kind of.
Yeah.
It's kind of. I
Those are
wonder if
good.
how many. I wonder how many of these Dark Depths decks the Moonstompies went through to get to here.
Yeah. I'm betting the win rate on Moonstoppy is
Pretty high.
was probably an issue for them.
Yeah. Because even the they're like how many basics do they run? Usually like maybe like a forest or two and a plains or two, and that's about it.
Yeah, there's usually not that many, and it's pretty hard to get one out early.
Yeah, because you really want to get like your colors sorted.
Yeah, and the deck is so color and hungry, but you're like typically pretty rough on your colors in my experience.
Yeah, like the fact that you need black for Bowmaster, then you need green white for um Knight of the Reliquary. No, I think I'm in Quebec. I think so. We'll check after. We'll check after. We'll check after. Because I don't know when the bachelor party is. I think that's all right. Carrie Banyas also is on Rhinos, and I met him at MagicCon a while back.
Yep. So Rhinos versus Breakfast. Looking at Rhinos. I'm not a Rhinos expert, but it looks pretty stock to me.
So interestingly, a lot of lists have taken Minskaboo out of the main and put 3 or 4 endurances in there. That's been a pretty big change for the deck, is running those main deck endurances and not really running the Minskaboo just because it's a little too slow in this Reanimator meta. The other interesting thing here is the 4 Wastelands. They used to not be stock, and then our Gazpo second placed Prague Eternal Weekend with the 4 Wasteland list, and after that showing, it really became the de facto way to play the deck. Prior to that, it very much wasn't a wasn't very popular in a lot of these Rhinos lists. But now with the inception of that of how well he did at Eternal Weekend, I believe his name is Michele Gasparini. Um, he kind of slotted those wastelands in, crushed it at Eternal Weekend, and ever since then, it's been pretty stock in the decks. The other thing that you're going to see here is we've got the full 8 forces. That's pretty common as well. The flex slot in this deck are really how many Brazen Borrowers, how many Fire and Ice, how many Mystical Disputes. Those kind of change pretty frequently. You're usually running at least 3 Force Negations. The 3 Crashing Footfalls is pretty stock. You don't really ever run 4. I like the addition of the Surveil lands in here. Pretty good addition. I'm a big fan of this sideboard with the Collector Oofs, only because I love. I once played against Tony Scaponi in a league, or I think it was Tony Scaponi, and he went One Ring, and in response to One Ring, I Shardless Agented, and to his dismay, it was Collector Roof that got popped out and not a bag of Rhinos. I'm pretty sure he was much more upset about the Collector Roof. I'd like to think. But I actually can't remember if it was him or if it was someone else. So I remember it was like a big name. Anyway,
So just pointed out for those not looking at the list, there's 1 Miskamboo and 2 Endurances and Carrie's
yes,
Rhinos.
there is 1 Minskaboo and 2 Endurances. Prior to this, like when I played the deck, it was pretty stock. You were running 2 Minskaboo, maybe 1 Endurance main. And then, after that, it was really kind of how you wanted to build it. But I would say the core of the deck is going to be like the Cascade package, the 4 forces, the Fire and Ices are pretty core, I would say. But granted, we're only on 2 now. And I think that's just a call out to just how little like small decks you're seeing and how much more Reanimator you're seeing now. But in general, it's still a great card. Beyond that, 3 Simian Spirit Guides is pretty core after that Eternal Weekend run. It used to just be a 4-4 split, but since then we've seen the go down to 7 total.
Yeah, let's take a look at this breakfast list. 2 Teferi, 4 Illusionists, 3 Narcomoeba, 3 Nomads, 3 Stoneforge, 1 Thoracle, Cabal Therapy, a Dread Return, 4 Ponder, 1 Step Through, 4 Brainstorm, 4 Force, 2 Orem's Chant, 4 Plow, 1 Cauldra, 2 Shuko, 3 Urza Saga. Looks pretty
Pretty
blue
stock,
white
yeah.
stock. And the
No,
thing about stock,
how many Underground Seas? One.
One.
Okay, so we can't hard cast the Dread Return, which is like an important thing.
There's an Undercity Sewers.
Oh, there is an Undercity Sewers. Okay, so we
there's
can't
two
hard
black
cast. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
sources. But I've in my experience playing Breakfast, hardcasting Dread Return is so overrated, including hardcasting Cabal Therapy. I'd rather have good mana.
What's
But
interesting too about this list is the callback to the original breakfast list with Cauldra as the secondary win condition. Because I remember after a while, people realized Cauldra wasn't that good, and they were on Staff of the Storyteller. But now with the inception of Orcish Bowmasters, we've really seen this shift away in the deck from the Staff of the Storyteller back into the Cauldra beatdown plan. Now, notably, Stoneforge can also just grab a quick little Shuko in a pinch, but generally speaking, you're running that card so you can run this Cauldra.
yeah,
Because you can really operate like a pretty good control deck even without the package. Also, Nomads and Core. Let me read Nomad. I want to check something. Okay. Never mind. I was saying, can Nomads and Core target an opponent technically? But it can't.
for what reason?
Committing a crime.
No, that would be really good.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael Darby starts on the play. It looks like they both kept 7, and he leads.
What is
on,
that planes?
I think the whole deck is proxies, so I think it's just.
Oh, I see.
Full art.
What is that card that we just played? Is that
Nomads and Core.
That art looks different.
It's proxied all white.
I see. Suspend Crashing Footfalls. Go.
So notably, we could win right now.
We could win right now, but no blue source means we cannot cast Cephalid Illusionist.
That's always the benefit of breakfast is you kind of just sometimes just jam on turn 2
Just
pretty
swimming,
easily.
yeah. For those that don't know, the combo is if you read Cephalid Illusionist and then you read Nomads and Core or Shuko, you basically target yourself, mill your whole deck, and then once your deck is gone, you have Narcomoebas, and with those Narcomoebas, you can Cabal Therapy, say Force of Will, get rid of their counter magic. Then with the rest of your creature suite, Dread Return, a Thassa's Oracle with 0 cards left in the deck, and the game is over.
And it makes a lot of sense to get Cauldron here, forces the Stoneforge to be a major threat. You already have Nomads. Urza Saga can get the Shuko. You really don't have any other targets from this Urza Saga, so...
Notably, there are a lot of ways for this deck to handle a Cauldra, though. Most notably, you can just Crazy Bee. You can also, you can honestly have won a lot of games off runs off the back of just tap down your creatures. Just keep tapping off of ice, but
Carrie suspends the second footfalls here. How do you feel about that?
this is the expected outcome. Because now the problem with now this is after the third one, you have so many dead cards. Because Violent Outburst and Shardless Agent are just dead cards now.
Yeah.
But it also says, here's my clock. You're dead in 6 turns. Which is a lot of turns. Anyway, bring in a Cauldra. Cauldra says you're dead in 4 turns. So right now the clock is faster on the side of breakfast.
Deal 6.
Notably, Phyrexian Germ token is Phyrexian. Even though in the original Batterskull printing, it just says Germ. Fun little fact. They did errata that. That's why the original new Phyrexian tokens just say Germ and not Phyrexian Germ.
Yeah, didn't they add the Phyrexian type as a type semi-recently? Because I remember that and not been around that long.
I believe so.
Yeah, because you can cover it in infect theoretically.
Because I think they changed it when they redid. Because all the infect creatures are now technically Phyrexian, right?
Yeah. I think, yeah, when they printed the new toxic creatures. That's when they changed it. Yeah, there are 3 Brazen Borrowers, 2 Fire Eyes.
Yep.
As the
problem with the Rhinos, you also have literally 0 card selection. So you have no.
What did we just fetch out of the battlefield? I feel like
All
you.
right, I'm wrong. I've been got. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. He kept it on top. Is that Brazy B? Because you can't actually fight this Cauldra in combat. Because the text on Cauldra says whenever this creature would deal damage, you exile that creature instead of killing it. Also, it says indestructible, haste, trample.
It's basically unbeatable.
Yeah. Yep, that's correct. Except for Swords of Plowshares, Prismatic Ending, Brazen Borrower, Leyline
In
Binding.
the old hammer mirrors, Cauldras would be weird against each other. That was
Activate
always fun.
Shadow Spear, kill your guy. The old hidden mode of Shadow Spear. Creatures lose indestructible until end of turn for 1 mana. It's come up
Yeah.
in my dreams. I've never actually had it come up in person, which is like really sad because I've always wanted to get someone like that. Anyway, brainstorm.
I think if you're Michael here, you have check on board. Likely, you're not going to win the board race here if the Cauldron gets answered. So I'm probably just trying to put the combo together.
Swing for 7. And we took 5 already from Caldy. So, yep, we're at 7 total to be fetched. Or 5, yeah. Okay, next turn we have Rhinos. The turn after that we have Rhinos, but we're already dead by then. You can't really double block.
Oh.
We scoop it up. Makes
The-
sense. Double suspend Rhinos is generally not what you want to be doing with the Rhinos deck. Contrary to the deck name. You do not actually want to play Rhinos by playing Rhinos.
You don't want to play fair, really?
No, definitely not. What I want to do is cast my Safari Agent and get my Rhinos out of Botswana and onto the battlefield.
Is it possible that Corey Carey kept a hand with 2 crashing footfalls in hand? Or do you think he may have just top decked the second one?
I would bet there was a top deck, but I've also kept some dicey hands if I had like a lot of permission and good mana. But it's also really hard to have a lot of permission and good mana with only 5 cards left.
Mm-hmm.
Like if your hand is like land, rhinos, force of will, blue card, fire and ice. Yeah, it's like fine. You're really sad. Like it's not great. Like it's like on the verge of greatness, but it's just falls so short. But it's like good enough that it's like whatever. But a Rhinos is also really good at mulliganing. You don't really need that many pieces. Frequently, 1 Rhinos with 1 force of will and maybe another piece of interaction is generally good enough. And especially against a deck like Breakfast that has quite literally 0 removal spells in the main deck. Because they're off of swords now, right? The list that we're looking at doesn't actually have swords in it. Can we check?
We have 4 Swords to Plowshares in the main.
Oh, we do have 4 swords. I didn't see them in the main.
2
Okay,
Fosters.
I lied.
I think out of the Breakfast sideboard, we have 1 Brazen Borrower, 2 Fluster Storms, 3 Force Negations, 1 Lavinia, 1 Pithy Needle, 2 Prismatic Ending, 2 Serenity, a Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Surges. Seems like they have a lot of good.
I got confused because a lot of the recent Breakfast lists are actually putting their removal in the sideboard. That's what I've noticed. I didn't realize that was in the
They
main
definitely
deck.
have historically, but I'm not as up to date on
I haven't.
Modern Bowmaster list.
Yeah,
Once Bowmaster came out, my interest in Breakfast
diminished
significantly.
Let's take a look at the Rhino sideboard. There's a lot you can do with this sideboard. A lot of cool stuff. You got Blood Moon. It's like fine. How many basics are in Esper? Or not Esper? Yeah, I guess it is Esper. Esper Breakfast.
A plains and 2 islands.
Okay, that's actually a lot. So maybe we don't bring in the moons. Granted, we do stop Saga. We have Mystical Dispute that's probably coming in. I'd probably bring in Magus the Moon. I wouldn't bring in Blood Moon. I would probably not bring in Leyline of the Void, but I would. Yeah, you don't need to. I think you've got enough permission and ways to kill it because you have Fire and Ice. That's like a pretty easy way to kill that. You have Brazen Bar. You have 4 Force of Will, 4 Force of Negation, 5 Force of Vigor kind of works in a pinch too. Obviously, if they have the nuts of Nomads and Core and then Breakfast, Nomads and Core and then Cephalid Illusionist. Okay, Cephalid. Breakfast and sorry. The combo of Nomads and Core into Cephalid Illusionist. You obviously cannot force a negation that, in which case you will be stuck between a rock and a hard place as you watch them mill out the entirety of their deck.
Yeah, I just figured Leyline of the Void in particular is good because it kind of shuts off their combo.
It does. But frequently, like we saw that last game, the combo was not relevant.
Yeah, I would just
They're a deck with
say,
two Teferi. Like Teferi is not what you want to play against those
yeah.
Rhinos. I could promise that.
Um, we have had Roland on screen. If he wins,
We'll put him on next for
it's
the fans.
likely. We do have some other decks we haven't seen play yet, actually. So we'll just have to see.
The let's see.
Land pass. We haven't seen any of these explosive hands out of Rhinos.
No, we haven't seen the beauty of they go turn one Chalice on 0. You go Spirit Guide, Spirit Guide, Spirit Guide, Violent Outburst.
Just saying, when we play tested for Eternal Weekend, you were cascading on 1 or 2 100% of the games.
Look, that's how the deck is supposed to work. We're just getting unlucky on the Caribania side. Although I'm kind of like that whole deck is so sweet. I love Rhinos. It's such a sweet deck. You've got eight combos, you got 8 1-card combos and 8 free counter spells. Like, how can this deck be bad?
Meticulous Archive, deciding if you want to keep this Narcomoeba. Oh, we will mill the Narcomoeba.
Oh,
We will put the
Narcomoeba.
value.
Wow. Surveilland, so broken. Look at this. Here are the best Rhino token, which is drawn by. All right, well, we got to see the Rhino token.
Yeah, we didn't actually see them on screen, so hopefully that changes this match.
Come in for one. We're on a 19 turn clock right here, team.
There's no better feeling than milling that Narcomoeba as well, because it's just the worst draw on your deck by a wide margin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
there it is. Violent Outburst. Are we going to see?
What do you think he's gonna cascade into?
I'd be surprised if we saw anything but Crashing Footfalls.
Huh?
We're doing it upside down, which is interesting. This is giving me a headache a little bit.
This is a real.
This is the sign of a professional cascader.
A courtesy move, yeah. So that way your opponent can actually see the cards. Nothing upsets me more than my opponent does it really fast into their hand and then tries to put it under the deck before I get a chance to look at it. We do have Blood Moon in.
We do have Blood Moon in. There it is. We saw half the deck.
Anything else out of the sideboard you're surprised by?
Force of Vigors makes sense. Blood Moon, I'm a little surprised by. I probably wouldn't have brought. I would have brought in Magus. I wouldn't have brought in Blood Moon. Just because they can play around it pretty well already, and like you don't want that much hate for Urza Saga because then it just sits dead in your hand, and they don't frequently need Urza Saga. Like they can just draw out of it pretty easily, considering they've got a 2-card combo. But yeah. Anyway, here's some Rhinos. Rhinos in a can, 8 damage, 8 power.
Oh,
beautiful Rhino token.
Drawn by his son.
Drawn by his son. Incredible.
I do love how they made all those day-night tokens for people to draw on. I think they're fantastic.
I need to get some cool tokens. I have cool Rhino tokens, but that's about it. And I have a cool Boo token. Oh,
what do you
now
think?
we're getting the start.
What do you think this is cascading into?
I think we're going to see another can of Rhinos. Oh, there it is. Brazy B on top, though. It's going to the bottom.
Didn't take as long on
And
that
there's
one.
also a Scalding Tarn in play, so we don't need to be thinking that we're safe from this Brazy Bee.
Yeah, so out of the side of Michael Darby, we don't really have any great answers to 4 tokens. It looks like we kind of handle them on a 1-to-1 basis with a bunch of different cards,
Yep.
but seems more likely we're gonna have to maybe take this game out of the damage race and into the combo race.
We're firmly in the combo race portion of this, I believe. The ability to play the fair game against 12 power, 16 power is pretty brutal. Is that a Tundra?
I believe so. Tundra Meticulous Archive.
It's black and white, right? I'm not going blind.
Yep, no,
Okay.
it's just proxied all everything's whitewashed basically because it's been printed.
Yeah.
This is you get better at it if you played a few BCDLs, has been my experience. Ooh, we're fetching.
There's Cephalid Illusionist. There's Nomads and Core. Do we lose?
We have 2 cards in Carrie's hand.
Yeah, but if that's
Mystical.
oh, Mystical Dispute.
Oh, and we just pack it up.
And we pack it up.
Yeah, there's no dazes on the side of Darby.
Wait, really?
Nope, just for
Oh,
Force of
so
Will.
that's what we're putting
Oh,
instead of the swords. I mean, that's why we're having the swords because we don't have any dazes.
yeah, the 2 Orms chant I think is a little bit better with how the metagame is than dazes.
I got to match me. It'll be rolls perfect. Oh, also, Rob, is this open deck list in top 8? Because that actually, I think, changes a lot of the thinking here. Like, for instance, if you're the Rhinos players, you know they don't have days, you're much more down to just jam. Like, you don't really need to think about it because if they're going to counter it with the Forcible, you're like, yeah, I'm okay with that. But if you know they have days, then all of a sudden you're playing a much different game, specifically for Rhinos, and I'm sure for other decks too. Because like I know if I'm playing against Delver, like I know they have days. I'm playing very conservatively. And I believe we are now going to game 3.
Yep. Game 3, Michael's gonna get to play. We'll see if we can get an explosive Rhino start or if we can get an actual combo at a breakfast on this one.
We haven't seen the breakfast combo eat its breakfast yet. It's kind of been waffling and drinking its coffee and orange juice for too long. So we're gonna see if the meal actually gets here. Do you remember the other cereal names? Remember Oops All Spell? Well, that's still a deck. But you remember Cheerios with that 0-mana kobold? What was it called? Why was it? It was the 0-mana
Kobolds of Carol Keep.
kobold. Was that what it was called? The 0-mana kobold for Cheerios because everything was 0 mana.
Yeah, I played it. You can play like one Gaia's Cradle and play a Abundant Harvest to fight it. It's kind of gas.
What? That's so funny.
It's not
We're
very
looking
good.
at our. We're looking at our. Is this our
You
hand
can
or
play like Lumps of Nature.
is this our 7 or are we boarding?
This is our 7. Yeah.
Wait, Rob, is this open deck list in top 8? By the way, do you know? It's not open deck list. Okay, okay. I ask just because it changes the texture of how you play with as Rhinos, especially because if you know they have days, then you play very differently. But if you know they don't have days, you're just spam, just jam. Right, right. I figure they knew what they were on. I just didn't know if they knew the individual deck lists because if Carrie knows that Michael does not have days, he can play the game way more aggressively than he would otherwise. Otherwise, you kind of have to respect the days. Open deck list for top 8 is trash. I'm not really strongly opinionated on the open deck list versus not argument. But I see why people do like it and why people don't. That's one of the few things I don't have a strong opinion on.
Looks like Michael
There's
is
very
leading
few
with
of things I
Flooded
don't have a strong
Strand
opinion on.
pass.
Yeah, Flooded Strand, pass. Volcanic Island, pass. Fetch on your end step.
And I can surveil on Meticulous Archive probably, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe we can hit another Narcomoeba.
Oh, that's cash money. Are we seeing cash money here? So you've actually played Breakfast like a decent amount? Because I played like one league on it, and that was it for me.
I played Breakfast at a BCD out before, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a time where I really enjoyed it. I just played into like a bunch of Ancient Tomb decks and it didn't go very well for me, but
Nice.
I think I was 0-6 in die rolls and played 5 Ancient Tomb decks.
0-6 in Dire, played 5 Ancient Tomb decks. Doesn't seem like a recipe for success. If
I
you
went
ask me.
3-3 and I'm proud of that. That about summed it up.
Amen. Also, we do see a pending on top that we're thinking about surveilling. I like, obviously, pending kills Rhino, but wait, is that pending?
Yep.
No, that's not prismatic ending, is it? What is that?
Pretty sure it's a really whitewashed prismatic ending.
That's what I think, but it's so whitewashed.
They're all fake.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know, but I can't tell. I think that's prismatic ending. It looks like prismatic. Mystical Dispute your brainstorm. Good play. I like this a lot. I really like these mystical disputes on cantrips. Little punished because there was the second land drop, though. Because that's really what you're trying to stop when you do that aggressive mystical dispute. Fetch
That's
Scalding Tarn?
probably a little awkward because you're terrified of Teferi and the Soul Dispute's a pretty good answer to that. But
Yeah, that's the thing. Is if you get the read that you're digging for a land, and obviously the dispute on the brainstorm is pretty brutal. I've definitely lost games because I didn't mystical dispute correctly. I definitely won games because I did mystical dispute the cantrip correctly.
oh,
What are we seeing here? Exile. Oh, Magus
ooh,
of the Moon.
destroy that Urza
That's
Saga.
pretty good.
Oh,
Force of Will pitching to Fairy Time Raveler. 2 for 2 because we did have to exile a Spirit Guide to cast the Magus.
we did get a Teferi out of their hand, which is a
We
good sign
did get
that
it
they're
to
either
Fairy out of their
they're
hand.
low on blue cards or they have a second Teferi. But
Yeah, and there's only 2 in the deck, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So I think you
so
get the read that they're low on blue cards. But also, like, that could also be bad for you. But also, they could just be holding a ton of, like, nothing. Just like Dread Return, Orm's Chant, Narcomoeba, etc. There's a lot of dead draws in this deck.
we didn't discuss how Orm's Chant and Cascade.
Oh, yeah.
That's another point.
That is another Force of Will. 1 mana Force of Will. Respond to your Cascade trigger.
A good thing they didn't write it like Discovery. You can at least get it in your hand.
That's true.
Just put it on the bottom. Yeah, getting this forest definitely saying we have blood moons in the deck.
Yeah.
So there's only the one Magus, so we wouldn't. Really
Yeah,
be
we
worried
saw the
about.
Blood Moons when we were doing the Cascade on the first set of Rhinos. I can't imagine he would have taken them out. If he's, I feel like when you bring in Blood Moon like against a deck like this where it's like mid, it's one of those things where it's like you're dedicated to this, so you're probably not boarding it out. Stoneforge, Prismatic Ending, Thassa's Oracle in hand, all of which are like not the greatest, but the Stoneforge is pretty good, and a Cephalid Illusionist, and there is a Shuko. We could win the game here, but we go for Stoneforge instead.
Makes a lot of sense.
Wait, we can't win the game here. No. You would have to Cabal Therapy your own hand. Cabal Therapy your hand to get Thassa's Oracle out so you can Dread Return if we were going to win the game.
Yeah.
You'd have to Cabal Therapy yourself, which is a risky move
Yeah.
because you just lose the game immediately. But also, they're most likely forcing the Cephalid Illusions because they're
So you don't have to mill your whole deck. You can mill down to like 3. and then try and
Oh,
value
hard cast the Thassa's Oracle.
I've definitely done that before.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
It's risky, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Violent outburst.
Getting
If we, this is unironically collector roof would be pretty brutal here.
another.
There's no
That's
way. I don't think. I think it's
False.
correct to bring in collector roof though.
Yeah, so the benefit of this combo is you don't have to mill the whole deck.
Yeah, you just need to show the whole deck.
So if they disrupt it with or whatever, you can go down to 3.
All right, so we have some rhinos.
Thankfully, we're still at 18, so we have a few turns as long as we don't just get more rhinos. But
Yeah, I mean, generally, like the violent outburst into a shardless agent little setup is pretty backbreaking, but we do see what's in Michael's hand, which he does have the Cephalid Illusionist to just pop off. We have 2 cards on Carrie's side. Frequently, on average, that is going to be a form of counter magic. The thing that we're now playing the odds of is, does Michael have a form of interaction back? And is the counter magic we currently have Force of Will or Force of Negation? If it's Force of Negation, we lose the game. Kind of. Well, not if it's Force of Negation, then you probably Cabal Therapy. We'll see how this plays out. This is interesting because you could just Force of Negation the Dread Return, but if they assume they go for the Cabal Therapy on themselves,
yeah, this is kind of awkward because it's possible from Darby's standpoint, if we're on 2 lands, Shuko is way worse
yeah,
than Nomads on Core because if we had Nomads, we could cast the Cephalid Illusionist and just pass, and then just try and combo off at next turn, or if they have removal, do it at instant speed.
yeah,
But with
yeah,
this setup with Shuko, you're gonna have to commit, and that can be a big problem when your mana is not good.
right. I think like because the Thoracle we know is in Michael's hand and we haven't seen a resolved brainstorm yet, it does add a lot of complexity to how he wants to combo off. There is the second blue source.
Going to 9, just not a great life total.
Island.
Violence, interesting. It's better against Blood Moon, which we know, but is worse against Wasteland.
Yeah.
Just
Here
gonna
is Cauldra Complete.
instant
How do you
speed it.
pronounce that?
Complete?
Is it complete or complete? Are
I think it's just complete.
you sure?
That's
Why is there
how-
an A there?
I've never been wrong in my life.
Okay. Yep.
Ever.
Yep. Why is it pronounced complete if it's spelled compliant?
Because it's edgy and
I
cool.
don't know, man. I don't know. It's just some Watsy thing. Thanks, Watsy.
Thank the Phyrexians.
Sure. Thanks, Ella Schnorn, mother of machines. Sorry, machines.
You can call her mommy of machines.
The
You're
mommy
really,
of machines.
really missing out here.
The mommy of machines. That's true, dude.
Ooh.
Oh, Fire and Ice. Tap down your Cauldron token. Draw a card.
This is tempo.
This is tempo.
This right
This
here.
This
Tempo.
is tempo. Now this is tempo.
We're at 8. Or we're at 9.
We're at 9.
This is 8. This is pretty scary.
The rhinoceros will crash in. Ice on the stack. I also do appreciate the apocalypse ices. That is Apocalypse, right? That's what that's from. That's where split cards first came out.
I think so.
I think it's Apocalypse.
I'm a little. Oh,
Force of Will, pitching Cephalid Illusionist. We're on the
Oh.
Cauldron Beatdown plan, baby. Mystical Dispute, Force of
Ugh,
Will. Pretty
I'm a-
brutal.
oh, those mystical disputes were very backbreaking. I guess yeah, you have all four in the
Yeah, and the Force of Will, you go down one. Mystical Dispute is a very good magic card.
definitely MVP of this match.
Yeah, the Mystical Disputes are pretty brutal. As someone who's frequently casted a frequent Mystical Dispute, I will say that it's a brutal card to play against. And awesome card to play with. Modern staple, Mystical Dispute. What set was that from anyway? Theros? No,
Mystical
not Theros.
dispute. M21,
M21. I thought it was
M20.
I thought it was Eldraine, like an OG Eldraine.
It's the same set as Veil of Summer, right? I thought it was. Is it
Yeah, it is
Eldraine?
Eldraine. Look at the art. It's literally it's like two like it's like a storybook on
Sure,
the
sure,
art.
sure,
It's got
sure.
to be Eldraine, right?
I thought it was a part of the like really busted cycle of it is Eldraine. What am I thinking of? I thought M20 doesn't it have the most like ban cards? Veil of Summer is M20?
Veil Summer is M19, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's
Oh, it is M20. M19 doesn't exist, right? Does it exist? I can't remember.
I thought it was
Foils are $25.
yeah, they're expensive.
I need Veil.
They look really
Do
good.
they really the Veil Summer foils do?
Yeah, Veil of Summer because it's blue black, and Missile Dispute is just blue, and the red one is like red cap melee where you can destroy a red card. They're really pretty though.
Yeah, I know.
There's also a secret lair.
How much are the secret
Okay,
layer?
you can't see this right now, but everyone just put it into his TCG card. Just as this is being discussed.
Veil of Summer. I'm trying to foil out everything.
If you
Do
want
we
to see
like
what
these?
addiction looks like,
Do we like these?
which one? I would prefer
The
the other ones. I think the art's fine, but the foiling on the M20 is actually really good.
is it actually okay?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Oh, looks like
Looks like we're doing a trade.
I know. I think Michael is getting his top 8. I believe he gets an Ancient Tomb.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. It's fine.
He just bought two foil Veil of Summers.
Like, dude, don't worry about it.
These millennials and their instant gratification culture.
Yeah. Aren't you a millennial?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. What's the bottom right? Oh, that's the store.
It's really helpful when they were between rounds to see how everyone was doing.
You need to see if there's good fire and ice foils. There's the FNM promos, but I don't know if I like those. Did Apocalypse have foils? Oh, they're $100.
They do. They do.
Of course they fucking do.
Uh,
I don't play.
$80.
I don't play enough Rhinos to buy $200 worth of fire and ices right now. All right, looks like we're getting ready for our next game. Do we roll into mid game too? If they go to game two, they'll come on cover. All right, for sure. Can we discuss everyone's favorite Force of Will art? Because I need help.
Okay.
I'm sick
Before
of
we do that, we can do a quick update. So Michael Darby lost to Kerry Bunyas on Rhinos. It looks like Cole Roskwitalski. I actually know Cole, and I have no idea how to pronounce his last name, and I feel bad about it.
It's like aggressively like what, let me see. I don't even see it. That's aggressively Polish.
Yeah, they're like hard.
It's hard. Roska Witalski?
That sounds right.
Roska
I feel really bad, Cole. I'm sorry.
No, it's not Roska, it's Roskwitalski.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah.
He wins 2-0 on Moonstompy versus David Deal on Blue Painter.
Blue Painter is a spice deck, kind of. It's just 8 casts with the Painter package, right?
Yeah, and I assume now they're probably playing the simulation.
Oh, simulacrum engine or whatever. What is it called? Simulacrum synthesizer.
We can check this.
Oh, remember we didn't
They
see it.
aren't. Yeah, they're not
We
playing
looked at
it.
this deck
Yeah,
earlier,
none
and it
on this
wasn't
side.
it.
Yeah,
It's simulacrum synthesizer, I believe, is the name of the card.
yeah.
Though. Card is pretty good. The one of Cydia traders I've been seeing pop up in a lot more of these blue 8-casty type decks. Although now how many we're on 3-cast actually? Oh, we're a Karn deck too. So we have just like the typical stuff. No Mycosynth though, notably.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much spice left. Looks like we've got Moonstompy and Rhinos, and then
For
either
the un
Moonstompy, D&T, Mono Black Helm, or Grixis Stalwart.
for the uninitiated, pre-war formal wear could be pretty spicy. But for the initiated, or I should say the death and text, it's pretty common at this point.
They're pretty loud about it.
Yeah.
They're like very loud about pre-war formal wear.
No, I'm pretty sure just the D&T players in general are just loud. I'm pretty sure that's just how that
I'm
works.
really good at tuning them out though. So
Oh, okay.
it's,
That's fair. That's fair.
they're like, "Why are you resolving this doomsday? This is really offensive to me." And I'm like, "Yep, yep, yep, yep."
Pretty sure half of my
You
feed,
lose.
pretty sure like half to 60% of my Twitter feed is D&T players.
They're like, but pre-war formal wear. I'm like, "Can you sign the slip, please?"
Man, can I tell you about my Lord and Savior pre-war formal wear? Dude, I'm expecting a D&T coalition to send a lawsuit to Wizards of the Coast saying their gaming experience is being ruined by the lack of pre-war formal wear on Magic the Gathering Online, and how this is an offense to Death and Taxes players across the world.
You know what? I'm gonna make it my mission to get pre-war formal wear in Doomsday, and I'm gonna corrupt it.
Oh, I see. So what's gonna happen is you're gonna pitch. You're not gonna be. What are you gonna do? You're gonna faithful suiting your Thassa's Oracle away, and then pre-war formal your Thassa's Oracle is your cards in the deck.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna return Bowmasters. I'm gonna return Baleful Strix.
Grixis Death Shadow, faithful suiting in your pile.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll consider our Thought Scour are pretty good here, but
If Daybreaker was playing for it now, it'd be fine for compensation every time I would use in my deck. I am losing money by not having a card that I should, in theory, have access to.
I really think it's a bug, you know? I lost the game. That's a bug.
I lost a game. The resistant. You know, when I play Hearthstone and when I play Moto or like any online competitive outlet, I just assume everyone else is a bot until proven otherwise. Because there's no way, statistically speaking, every Delver player I play against in person and online always have Days Force of Will when I have Rhinos. I'm trying to think that everyone else is just a bot because and it's just the world conspiring against me. I can't think of any other solution, any other reason as to why every Delver player always has Days Forcible when I cast Shardless Agent.
Well, skill issue.
I guess so, dude. Dude, one of my opponents at Eternal Weekend, we were playing, and I go, okay, Violent Outburst on turn 2, and they go Daze. I go Exile Spirit Guide. I'm like, sure. Then I go, and then they go Force Will. I go Force back, and I'm like, all right, this is good. Resolve the Rhinos. Then they go Stern Dismissal, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Really? And then they win that game at 1 health. I was so triggered, man. I was so tilted. I was so tilted. And it's just a 1-up. It was literally just a 1-up. It was literally in that deck to handle Troll of Khazad-dûm. That's why that card exists. I talked to Julian about it, and he's like, yeah, the card is here to handle like that, like Unholy Heaps are there to handle like the Murktides and the Trolls, but mostly Troll of Khazad-dûm. And then it just got my Rhinos. Then the next time I lost, there's like a consistency with Rhinos that if your Rhinos get removed, you lose the game. I hate that.
Maybe you should not let them get removed.
I can't help it sometimes. When they brutal Cathar me on my Mold of 5, I'm like, oh, why is that in your deck, dude? You're playing Red White Initiative. Why is brutal Cathar in your deck?
Pre-war formal wear. Just gonna keep saying it. You get
It's definitely a tongue
the
twister.
D&T interaction. They
Oh,
come out in droves.
someone should register D&T and call a pre-war reanimator, and just be like, I have 4 reanimator spells.
Okay. What
Are
is
we
the,
going to talk about Force of Alarms? Because I give you, all right. I'm currently on the RFK ones, but the problem with the RFK ones or the JFK, what's his name? Is it JFK or RFK?
I'm just gonna pull up all.
The JFK arts.
Let's look at every single
RFK, not JFK.
RFK
RFK.
has some.
Oh, it's RKF. Anyway, I would have the RKF Force of Wolves, but the problem is the foiling on them are really bad. Like the art is crazy good, but the foiling is so bad because the foiling is so phoned in. It's like they just foiled the whole card instead of it actually being cool. I like when they do targeted foiling on different parts of the card.
Okay. Bottom tier.
What is bottom tier?
Alliances. It's not close.
It's just so iconic.
It's so bad. I'm sorry.
It's so iconic. Is the that's not like the problem is I just don't like it. It's too digital.
Which one?
The judge foil, the ones that you have. Look, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Samantha. I just don't like. Yeah, the Force of Will, the RKF one is like RFK one. Richard Kane Ferguson one is like pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. After seeing the retro foil Dominaria remastered ones, I'm kind of in love with those. To be honest with you, that looked beautiful, and this is one of the ones where I need to actually see it in person. Like that's why I hate when big Magic events happen because I love going to the stores and just seeing everything.
Mhm.
And then when I have to like do it like on TCG play, I'm like, I want to know what this looks like because the foiling, like anything that was foiled like 2014 prior, the foiling is very well done. Like it's very thought out. Like if you look at the foiling on like my Phyrexian Dreadnought Judge promos, it's like very well thought out. I have the old game day promo lightning bolts that you guys can see, like literally on my desk, and the foiling on this is super well thought out. You can't really see, but it's like well thought out. Some of the new foils, like this DRC one I have, it's just phoned in. The whole thing is just a foil sheet over it, and there's no like, it's not interesting. Like the whole thing just has a shiny gloss on top of it, and they just called it a day.
I'm getting Judge Foil bolts, but this was like the first
Dreadnought
promos
promo
that they
broke
were
the reserve
releasing.
list promise. I'm pretty sure it was Gaia's Cradle, was it not? Didn't Gaia's Cradle come out before Phyrexian Dreadnought Judge promo? Gaia's Cradle was like 2006, I think.
Okay. Therese Nelson Alliances. Therese Nelson EMA. Dominaria Remastered.
Pete Venters?
RKF.
Oh, okay.
The Invocation. Double Masters Borderless. Judge Foil.
Okay.
That's my list.
Okay, my favorite might be a retro. I don't like any of them. I'm going to say it. I like the RKF one. It's just the foiling is so lazy. I hate lazy foiling. Like the DRC that I just showed, it's so lazy.
Oh,
But the lightning bolt's beautiful.
Roland won, so it sounds like we get to watch Roland play.
All right, let's watch Mr. Chang himself.
Roland won against Garrett, and they'll play against the 4th or 5th, which looks like they have finished up. Matthew Strand won. So we're gonna get Roland.
Death and Taxes versus Mono Black Scam.
Mono Black Helm.
Mono Black Helm. Yeah, I keep
They're
saying
throwing
it.
me off every time you say that.
I know, dude. Me too.
I'm not sure how that matchup is. And then the other semifinals match will be Cole
What is Cole
You're gonna say
Roskotowski?
versus Carrie Banyas.
What was Cole on again?
Mono Moon Stompy.
Moon Stompy versus I think I'd rather watch DNT versus I hope we see DNT Rhinos in the finals. That'd be a matchup I'm very interested in. But let's watch Mono Black Helm versus DNT.
Yeah, let's get Roland on. We just saw Rhinos, so
Yeah, we just saw Rhinos. We know what the deck does. It makes some Rhinos. We call it the Botswana special around these parts.
we may never get Mono or Moon Stompy on camera, but I think the people are okay with that unless they want to yell at me in chat over it.
Moon Stompy is a fine deck. It does run
Fine.
Chalice of the Void. It does run Blood Moon, which are both probably the two most egregious forms of bad card design that exists in the 4 card game Magic the Gathering.
I think playing matches against Moon Stompy and playing Moon Stompy is actually generally fun. I just don't think it's super fun to watch.
I really hate any prison deck to play against because I just feel like the game devolves around did you resolve Force of Will or Blood Moon or not? When there is no Force of Will or Blood Moon, or when there's no Blood Moon or Chalice, and it's actually a battle of resources and managing like goblin triggers and blocking correctly, it's very interesting. But when the game goes Ancient Tomb, Chalice, do you have Force? No. Do I win? 99% of the time, I just won the game.
So I kind of love those where they get to resolve some of their lock pieces, but not all of them, and you kind of really thread the needle of like, what's the texture of my hand? What am I allowed to resolve? Like, what is this game look like winning when I can only answer X things? I love those games. It's a real puzzle.
My favorite games, and I'm going to sound like the most disgusting human being on the planet. I love Delver Mirrors.
I do too.
I think it's so interesting to watch two Xerox decks go head to head. I think that's truly like Magic at its prime. And I know I'm a total Delver. What's the word we're looking for here? A total tempo blue player brained, as my friends like to say, take. But I do live for those.
I loved the expressive iteration Delver Mirrors. I'll admit it. I had a blast.
I think Death and Taxes mirrors are crazy cool. I think that's my favorite match. Now, they never get to game 3 because it always ends in a draw, but I still think it's a crazy cool matchup to watch. Like Death and Taxes mirrors are crazy cool.
They seem you got to be really careful about everything.
Everything is so meticulous and interesting. Like every decision is so important. Although I don't know how the universe reacts when two Thalias are battling each other.
I mean, just excited to see more pretty cards.
Wait, Wiggles, is that the Batman or the Pepsi? I thought it was the Pepsi, but it might be the Batman.
Someone tell Roland to display his watch on camera, so
I can't. I always get those two mixed up. Because I'm colorblind, so it's like hard to tell the difference sometimes. I'm like I don't see the color red. Like
do you want to play the game?
No.
Okay.
What color is that? What color is that? Oh, yeah. So those two always confuse me because I don't see red at all. So as a result, they both kind of look the same to me. What do we think about Roland's choice of Your Iron?
I have the borderless one, and
Well,
I like
my
that
Ryan. I'm kidding. Hit Your Ryan, my Ryan.
Hilarious.
Thank you.
I laughed very hard.
I try.
Yeah, I like the borderless one, but I think the original is actually pretty nice too. So
I'm excited to see this. The mono black Helm versus Death and Taxes.
it is probably a weird one.
I have no idea how this matchup's supposed to go.
I feel like there are hands that Michael can have that'll just run over Roland, obviously. But I think the mid-range ones will be pretty interesting.
I play the new R, try and get a serial. I like the new R too. I have search foils of all the commanders, the companions. But I don't have any serialized. One, because I'm kind of against serialized cards in general, like on a conceptual level. But that's like a me thing. I'm not against them completely because I like selling them to buy cards that I actually want.
I have a serialized Karuga because I was at an RCQ in the middle of nowhere and I lost the the semifinals for the 2 slot,
Yeah.
and we price split, so I got a big prize for losing, and they just had nothing in stock, but I had like $400 in credit,
You just bought a
and
box.
I'm just like, fine, I'll get a serialized Karuga because it was like the only thing I could buy for that amount
Wait, you bought it with cash?
with
Like
credit.
but you didn't open
I
it?
was never gonna go to that store again,
Mm,
so I'm just like, I gotta use it. So I
that makes
gotta
sense.
have a serialized Karuga.
Zero of my Reanimator cards are cereal. I think I'm lucky. The look, I think it's like do the serialized cards, they're all retro foil, right? Every single one, or they're a foil etched at least.
Yeah, I think the companions are etched. I love the foil etched, the etched foil.
I need to see them. I can never tell there's between retro foil and foil etched. The only difference is the retro foil has the star, the shooting star.
The shooting star is nice.
I do love the shooting star. Like when I look at my ponders and I see the shooting star, it's like, oh, beautiful. The legendary creatures all have showcase borders when they're yeah, I know that. Like the Bathalia set is the one from a Crimson Vow double feature. Hers is
Yeah.
weird.
Looks like our players are getting shuffled up. Roland is the 8th seed, so he'll be on the draw the whole bracket regardless. Which can be quite bad because I think a turn 2 Thalia is actually pretty reasonable in this matchup.
Are etched foils actually etched? I don't actually think one.
No. They just look metallic.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wiggles. You've probably seen one. They just don't look anything that noteworthy.
They are
Honestly,
the best.
I honestly cannot tell the difference. Okay, Leyline of the Void. Basic swamp. That swamp is so common. I see a lot of that swamp.
I think it's a beta. It may be an alpha, but it's hard to tell.
No, that's definitely not alpha. Those corners are way too cornered.
It's very well loved,
Oh
at
yeah.
least.
Did you ever watch that Ristic Study videos about the Gonti deck?
Hmm.
I really liked that video.
He has a lot of great decks. And the best thing about watching Roland is you know all the cards are real, so you can be like,
Yeah,
look,
FBB Scrubland.
look at that scrubland.
I remember we were sitting out on the patio at this one diner right by my workplace. And he said, "Do you want to look through my deck?" And I was like, "Yes." And I looked and it was just incredible.
Oh.
Urborg, Swamp, Vault of Whispers, Ancient Tomb, Bowman. Not a great hand from Mono
I'm gonna
Black.
be real. I understand why you keep this, but this is the kind of hand where I'm embarrassed when they look at it.
Yeah. When they thought it's easy, you're just like, yeah, I got nothing, dog. I got nothing. I have literally all lands. I guess I'll take your one legal target. That's what happened.
Any top deck to Chromox, it looks like.
That
So
is another land.
a very sad Chromox.
Ah, Beseech target.
True. We can maybe combo off here.
True. Actually, no. You need Dark Ritual. And you don't. You need to draw it. So no. But we are under the threat of dying at any given time. Starting next turn. Oh shit, someone's at the door. Let me go figure this out.
Yep. Looks like we get an Ether Vial down. It's pretty good that we get that Thoughtseize off on turn 1 to take the only legal target, so this Aether Vial can just tick up. Pass it back to Matt. Urborg. Urborg is kind of nice, actually, for Roland as well, because you can just get all planes and just have duels the whole way. But I'm kind of assume we're just going to get the Shadowy Backstreet here to get a look at our top card. The only way we really get any card selection here for Death and Taxes. Honestly, should we even have white and black surveil lands? It's like out of color pie. Shouldn't have card selection in white black lands. Looks like we kept it on top. And Misa. Another Thoughtseize. Well, he's gonna get the Chromox. I guess we'll probably take the Lotus Petal here. Not a great hand from Matt, but
Sorry about that. My girlfriend locked herself out. Follow-up Thoughtseize. Seeing Chromox, Lotus Petal, Volta for Ancient Tomb. We knew about the Vault and the Tomb. Take the Lotus Petal. In theory, we are one Beseech away from losing the game.
yeah.
Because you Chromox, Ancient Tomb, cast it, float a mana, win the game. Get Helm.
It makes sense why you keep this.
Do we have the Lorna of the third path to kill this Leyline in the main deck?
I think we probably have at least one.
I know there's one on the board. I don't know if there's one main, but in an 80 card deck, I'd be surprised.
We have one Lauren.
We have that's all we need, baby.
And one on the side, yeah. Oh, we hard cast the
Another
second
Leyline. Flash and Mother of Runes.
Actually, this is not bad because there's a world in which you actually
Can't kill both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because wait, Skyclave is CMC 4, right? Or 3.
Right.
So you could Skyclave it, right?
You can Skyclave one of them.
And then you could Lauren the other.
Sure, but you can't usually do that in one go if Matt finds the Helm.
Yeah, we are one Beseech away from losing the game, or one Helm. So there's 5 outs, and there's no draw. We've drawn one. We've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards total. There's what? How many cards in hand? 4, 12. So 48. You have a 5 in 48 chance of winning the game at any given time from this point. So what is that? What's 5 over 48?
Karn also allows you to go find it.
So 8 of 48. That puts us at a 16% chance repeating to win the game and on any with slightly increased chances after every draw.
Pre-war formal wear.
Pre-war formal wear targeting what?
Nothing. Leyline. Pretty good. See, pre-formal wear sucks. Doesn't even do anything.
Wow, this card is so bad. We definitely don't need it at Moto. Look, it doesn't do anything.
It does literally nothing.
3 mana do nothing.
You guys gonna have to pay 2.
Look at Roland playing English cards. I know it. It's an oddity indeed.
Wait, which one's in English?
The Mother of Runes, right? No, that's not English. There's a pre-war. Wait, which one is English again? That's definitely not English. Yeah, I was say the pre-war is definitely in Japanese because the text is way longer in English. Although I do appreciate how concise the Japanese language is on that card. I always wonder what the translation is. Like, have you ever seen Omnath Locus of Creation in German?
No.
They had to make the font size like 6. You should look here. You guys should look it up. Look up Omnath Locus of Creation in German and just laugh at the text at the font size. All right. We have a pretty good clock, but now we're at roughly a 17.9% chance of winning the game on any draw at this point. German Brainword is one of the fun. I have to look up German Brainword. German Brainword. Brainstorm. All right.
Looks like
come in for 2 + 3, 5.
It is nice giving this mom vigilance, but
yeah, giving mom vigilance is kind of cute.
You kind of just want to keep attacking, and this. Ooh.
Oh, and the game is over.
Yeah, this is not looking good. I don't think we have it out.
No, I believe the game is over. That's the one of two. It's not even the Beseech. Granted, it doesn't matter because the Beseech is also lethal here. Same with the Karn, I think.
I don't know if we have enough for Karm, but it will get there the next turn, and I think that's just fast enough.
Yeah. Um, can't really do much. We have no outs, right? There's nothing that we can do. We don't have Aether Vial on 3. Uh,
Uh, Taking a look. Nothing that I'm aware of. Lauren plus ephemerate. There's no ephemerates.
the thing is, there's two effects. There's a Flicker Wisp. Doesn't do anything
Ooh.
though.
We would
Double Flicker Wisp.
the flicker wisp, yeah. We can beat the one ley line, but yeah, the second ley line was actually pretty
Yeah,
clutch.
yeah.
And it's awkward because he has a lot of exile effects that he could have taken care of one and then
Yeah.
hold up the flicker wisp for the second one, but because there are two flicker wisps, it only temporary answers it anyway.
Damn, the second light line actually being brutal there. I thought maybe you'd keep it for Chrome Mox pitch, but there was actually hyper relevant.
Yeah, I think with all that mana in hand, you'd just rather play it out. Roland has so many answers to one.
Well, we have. There really isn't too much.
Well, Flicker Wisp with the Ether Vial
No, I'm saying in the
counts.
sideboard. What
Oh.
we'd bring in. We'd probably bring in a. We never bring in Rest in Peace.
We have one Containment Priest, a Fairy Macabre, one Kataki, four Leyline of the Void, one Lauren, one Path to Exile, one Peacekeeper, one Plague Engineer, one Rest in Peace, two Battle of Bywater.
We probably bring in this Kataki. We probably definitely bring in the Lauren. Path to Exile is like okay. We probably bring it in. Peacekeeper is not great. Plague Engineer is like okay. Battle of
With
Bywater is like okay.
I think with the construction of Matt's deck, I'm not sure if you want removal like that.
Yeah, this is closed deck list.
He has four Dothy, four Orcish Bowmasters, and one Shieldred.
Yeah, the fact that it's closed deck list is I think changed the dynamic pretty significantly. Just because like you really don't know what they're gonna have.
Yeah. Looks like Matt's sideboard is one Ensnaring Bridge, two Fatal Push, a Helm, Liquid Metal Coning, Mycosynthellatus, three Opposition Agent, three Plague Engineer, two Shield Druid, one the One Ring. It's a lot of good cards actually here.
Usually you bring in removal because Dothy is important. I think I agree with that. Just because there are a lot of stinkers and Path your Dothy isn't a. I mean, obviously you don't want to give them mana because they can actually use it. But yeah, generally you'd rather have them have a mana than a Dothy Voidwalker.
Mono Black has two Fatal Push, three Opposite Nations, three Plague Engineers. Probably don't even need Shield Druids because of that, but
Yeah.
some heavy hitters against Death Taxes here. If you go turn one Dark Ritual Opposition Agent and Roland has a bunch of fetches,
Yeah.
like there's some draws where Roland does not get to play the game.
Yeah. The having the opening ley line was pretty good. Yeah, opposition agent to stop Recruiter of the Guard and Stoneforge is pretty nasty. So definitely bringing in that single target removal makes sense. But the Battle of Bywater, I still think you probably bring in.
In this case, I don't think Roland really has any 8 pieces that are really knockout against this deck, specifically like Fairy Macabre versus Reanimator or whatever.
Yeah.
I think you're just keeping a reasonable hand, especially with 80 cards.
Yeah. You know what card is surprises in a D&T list is Samwise.
Yeah.
I've always liked Samwise as stout-hearted, just like Wasteland. Samwise, get my Wasteland back, Wasteland you again. Like I always felt like Samwise is a really cool card that I feel like has the potential to be busted open, but we just haven't really seen too much of it yet. I just don't know what shell. I've tried it in like Esper shells. I've tried it in like black white like Dead Man Ale decks. I've tried it in like various other lists, and it's always like really good. I just don't know. Sam is just so
Yeah.
expensive for what he does.
Yeah, and I feel like
Yeah, I mean, also the ring recursion, like getting the ring tempting you constantly isn't bad. I guess she gives you cards. I don't know. I want to test more of Sam. I think there's room for it to be like a significant player. I just don't know what shell that makes sense in.
I know we see it more commonly in mono white death and taxes.
Is that still a
So
deck?
I think it falls in the category of not a lot of people work on it. I think all the death and taxes cabal are pretty
The
white
Death
black
and
pilled.
Taxes Cabal. They're pretty white black pilled.
Yeah, I see some splashes out of them, but
Like if you have the time with any deck to be looping wastelands with him, then I feel like you're winning that game regardless of what you do. Yeah, that's true, but like just having recurring wastelands, I feel like is like either like turn two or turn three, like against like a lot of decks can just win the game without like against like a control pile or something. I don't know. I like I said, I don't play Death and Taxes nearly as much as you do. So it's really hard for me to like have this conversation in good faith without just being like I have no idea what I'm
it
talking
sounds
about.
cool.
It just sounds like I want to, but I know like I have like no ground to stand on for my
I've
arguments.
never cast it, but it sounds cool. You should try it.
I've casted a lot of a Samwise, just not in like a Death and Taxes shell. It's just like I want to say it's good and I want to disagree, but it's like I can't. Like Acolyte is like one of like the D&T goats, so it's like hard for me to like have an opinion that's like to be really staunch about it.
Yeah, looks like Roland took a mulligan on the play, and Matt's still looking at his hand. He's at least looks very inquisitive at it. He may have kept it, but
Card is like exactly fine. Really, I'm a big Samwise fan. In the times I've played it, I haven't played it in a maybe I'll bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back.
nothing's stopping.
I'm gonna bring it back. Update on the other match. Rhinos won. What was that? Rhinos versus Moonseed.
Moonstomping.
It's a pretty good matchup for Rhinos, honestly. You're frequently faster than Moonstompy and getting like they you can get out your Rhinos faster than get their lock pieces out with like consistency.
Yeah, there's this thing with like Magic deck construction where people are like, "Do you think this is good?"
I'm the next TNT great.
You're like,
I'm gonna.
you could just play it. You don't need my permission to register whatever you want in your deck.
What if I built an Esper DNT list?
You can.
Maybe I'll work on that. The problem is it's just gonna turn into Esper and take out all the teams. Like,
Esper Vial.
yeah, Esper Violet's actually a sick deck. It's just not very good.
It's so mopey.
I guess Esper Violet is just Esper DNT, isn't it? If you think about it.
Yeah.
I will say that you are free to try it out.
Yeah, exactly.
I did try it out.
And did it go well?
That was the league
Okay.
where I played against Strifo and Bosch and Roll on one of Bosch and Roll's videos. And I had a Ether Vial, and he played Dak Faden, stole my Ether Vial, flashed in a Dress Down, then flashed in an Uro with Dress Down in play. And flashed in the Uro with my own Ether Vial that he took with Dak Faden. It was pretty brutal for me.
The second best start for Death and Taxes, potentially. I believe we're both on a mold of 6.
Skill issue. I am. That's awesome. That's so funny, dude. Skill issue indeed. All right, Aaron Mesa, go. I know I don't even have to ask if those are OG Zendikar foils with Roland. Like, you just know. Ancient Tombs, Basic Swamp, Lotus Pile. We have 4 mana in the pot available to us.
Kurt?
The One Ring.
We do have one in the main and one in the side, so pretty good here because I'm sure Roland. Does he have Bowmaster? Not sure if you keep Bowmaster in this matchup. Doesn't seem particularly great.
It is really good against the One Ring, though.
Yeah.
But I imagine drowning us in card advantage with the One Ring is not going to be a successful game plan for DNT. Because DNT is almost like an attrition deck, right? Like it kind of grinds you out of cards until you look at the board state and all of a sudden you realize they've got like 7 permanents and you have like 3.
It's a creature control deck, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we do. Skyclave answers the One Ring.
Skyclave, yep. Skyclave answers One Ring.
Nothing else does, I don't think so. There is only 2 Skyclaves, but
Prismatic Vista fetch. We need Prismatic Vista and Pioneer.
we do.
We need
Fable
more.
Passage.
Okay, dude.
So good. I love Fable Passage. I think that's a perfect Pioneer fetch land.
We just need
Level.
more. I hate that with Omnath. I have to keep holding fetch lands.
It's a solid, you know? Players look like they're having a good time.
Skyclave Apariciones.
Makes sense.
I don't think that's how you'd say it in Spanish, but Skyclave is a pretty clean answer to the One Ring, but the One Ring will have drawn 3 cards by then, and that's a lot of cards to be down.
Yeah.
And we don't really have an aggressive start. We're like I feel like you almost have to be the beatdown in this case. Like I don't know how much you can control, but I guess you could control this deck pretty hard if you can just stop the initial burst of cards from the opening hand. Like you can really just assume control of the game and then just start winning with your white weenies. Because yeah, I could see a world where like you've removed the One Ring, they played a Dothi, use Swords Dit, they do something else, use Skyclave it, they can't attack with their Bowmaster because you have a bunch of more than 1 toughness creatures. The next thing you know, like you have 2 vials, you're holding like a Lauren of the Third Path, Yorion in hand, like the game is just over, even though it'll still go for a few more turns.
Yeah. We pass back to Matt. He's got 4 mana. Which is a lot of mana for this deck. Passes back. Maybe. I think the really only instant speed he has is Opposition Agent, Fatal Push, stuff like that.
Caracas is
Yep.
outside of Shelly, doesn't really have any targets, so can't really do anything cute with that. That's the other benefit of Samwise. Make a creature legendary, Caracas it back to your hand. Anyway, I'm done with the Samwise talk. Orcish Bowmaster, your Mother of Runes.
It's pretty bad here because we can only really protect one of them. I think we pick Mom here, but it's always nice to keep the recruiters on the battlefield if you can.
Well, Matt is Hellbent, right? Currently,
Do we get the token?
No,
When to
no.
protect? Nope.
Swords the
should.
token. Interesting.
It should fizzle.
Yeah, it should fizzle if we protected.
Well, he still gets it on ETB. So it's just a 1, not a 2.
What was the
No,
draw?
whoa. Wait, no, yeah, it should only be 1.
It should fizzle if you get protection, right?
But yeah, it was the ETB, not the draw.
What did Matt ping with the ETB?
The mom,
And
and then
then
he gave the mom protection.
so damage is prevented, right? So then
Yeah,
would
so
it
it
be
should fizzle. Yeah, that shouldn't have been an Orcish token.
Wait, then he wasted his swords. That's a huge deal. Damage is prevented, but does that mean the trigger still happens?
I don't think so.
I mean, Can someone confirm? Rob, are you there? Can you confirm with the judge how that interaction is supposed to happen? Because otherwise, that's a huge deal to lose your swords there.
My assumption is really the board state should just have the Orcish
Wait.
Master off, but
Yeah.
we have a lot of mana here.
Yeah, we do. City of Traders, Ancient Tomb,
We
Swamp. Beseech the
Beseech.
Mirror, sacking what? Nothing? We're just tutoring?
1 mana bloated. This is interesting because if you think you have a token, I think it's a mistake to block with the token versus the Orcish Bowmaster anyway.
The question was like, what were the targets on the Orcish Bowmaster ping, and should there have been a token in the first place if the mom gave protection to the target of the token? But wait, I think we attacked with Recruiter of the Guard,
We did.
and then he pinged the mother.
Bowmaster, target the mother, protection to mom. Doesn't, not gonna matter. But
Well, it would matter because we'd have his swords in hand still.
he likely would have swords the Bowmaster on the Bowmaster block instead.
That's fair. Yeah, I
I
guess
think
so.
it's gonna work out.
And now we get a 4/4 on the mono black Helm side. Four fours are pretty good.
We still have access to Yorion.
That's a lot of mana for D&T.
Yeah, hopefully we don't draw anymore. This is kind of 5
Yeah,
is
two
the
cards in
max.
hand. And even if you're Orion, like we don't really have anything to do with it.
A 4/5 is sized effectively against a 4/4 is probably the best use
I
of it
mean,
right now.
that is correct. A 4/5 will favorably trade into a 4/4, except if there's an Orcish Bowmaster. Then you lose the guy. That's what we thought, but for some reason there wasn't a mass. So I'm trying to figure out if we missed something or if there was. Oh, Canoptic Scarab Swarm. It's got to be a heater right now. I actually don't know what it does.
When
But I
it enters
imagine.
the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard for each artifact or land card exiled this way. Create a 1/1 colorless insect artifact creature token with flying. How many do we make? 4. So we have 4 1/1 flyer or 5 1/1 flyers. It's pretty good.
And we can blink this thing.
Yeah, the second one is definitely less good, but I also
Come in
have
for
a
4.
lot of mana here. Should be able to cast anything.
I can't imagine we're gonna chump here. There's Karn, the great creator. What do you think about the Mudwalker? Get it? Because it's mud and it's a planeswalker.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's the reason why it's banned in Pioneer.
Yeah. No, I was saying the art, but
Oh, I hate
the planeswalkers with like original typing.
yeah, I really don't like it. I think it's this thing where it's like, this is a funny idea, but we shouldn't do it, but they do it anyway.
Yeah. Just like the land, that's just all the text, all the oracle text for the land, like for basic mountain.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we doing here? Come in for. Guess we're gonna see.
We're gonna leave
3 at you, 3 at
a
Karn, 2
card
at
to
you.
you. I wonder what's in his hand. He seems pretty confident that he can win the race potentially.
Yeah. Stoneforge Mystique.
We did exile our own graveyard, which feels pretty awkward here, but we can get like
Cauldron
a
Compliant.
Jite or a Cauldron, which probably still pretty strong here. Not
Both.
sure if we keep Jite in, but
GTA is like fine. It's like not great. Cauldron Complete would probably be the. Wait, did we fail to find?
no, I think it's just on the edge where we can't see it.
Oh, okay. We didn't fail to find it. Okay, I was gonna be like, I wouldn't be shocked. Like if the only thing we kept in was like a lion sash and maybe we have the cauldron in hand or something. But what was it? I couldn't tell.
No, the Lion Sash is in exile, so it's definitely not that.
Yeah, definitely not lion sash because that's Dunzo the clown. If it was GTA, we probably would have casted it right now. So either we failed to find or we found a cauldron.
We could just get Prey War because we can block with the Stoneforge and then bring it back. Oh,
Right.
actually, there's a Dothy. Never mind. The Dothy ruins everything.
The Dothy ruins everything.
Everyone hates Dothy.
I too am an Dothy Voidwalker hater. I'm not gonna lie.
I do love how expressive Matt is throughout this whole match.
I believe I've played him a few times. And he's always been he was the guy that actually I played against who brought Painterless Painter, if I'm not mistaken.
Also, I wonder if he's sitting in his chair sideways. Which respect, because I can also not sit in a chair properly. But
No, same. I have to have like my feet up like constantly, otherwise I just feel awkward. Um Are we talking about Matt's Beautiful Flare?
we haven't gotten there yet.
We
but
haven't
can
gotten
talk
there
about
yet.
that
We were
next.
actually talking about how I'm pretty sure I've played Matt quite a few times. But I'm trying to like remember. I believe he might have a partner who also plays, and I think she was on like show and tell at MagicCon, if I remember correctly. It's kind of crazy how much you recognize legacy players. Like every time I've been to a match, I'm like, huh, I know that person. I know that person.
Ooh.
Oh, might be lights out for Mr. Chang here.
They're both shaking their head, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Helm
yep.
of obedience, and I will indeed obey. Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. For Battle of the
Going
Best
for
Hair,
it.
beautiful. Swords of Plowshares,
Ooh.
your Dothy Voidwalker.
Do we get lucky? Do we hit something here? How does Helm of Obedience? I feel like it so rarely actually does the
Mill
thing.
cards until you hit 2 of the same color, and then you can reanimate a creature from the milled cards.
The mill one.
Yep. Oh, it's X. What am I thinking? Oh, that's Grindstone. That's the same color. Yeah, Helm of Obedience, you just mill equal to X, then you can put a creature
So
card
we
in.
get to keep the helm though, so
No, you sacrifice the Helm.
you only sack the helm if a creature is put into play.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I was like, if you steal a creature, you sack the Helm. You mix Helm and Grindstone into one of the. Look, I always forget there's text beyond Archive Trap 5 times.
I'm gonna be real. This is my problem with playing cards I can't read, for whatever you want to take that, because there's just
Cauldron Compliant.
a bajillion things on all of them, and it's hard to keep up with what's what.
Stop giving Watsy ideas.
And we're swinging.
We've got
Ooh,
block there. Still take 1. Take 5, 6 total.
go to 9. We don't have good answers to the Cauldron. Well, we can find Karn and
Leyline
check
off the
it.
top gets there. Same with any other graveyard. Like Dothy also gets there. Vault of
Ooh,
Whispers, Tap an
Siege gets
Ancient
there.
2, Leyline of the Void. Oof.
Ooh. We're all
That might
tapped out.
be lights out. Yorion and Mother of Runes in hand. There is no way to interact with the milling of Mr. Chang.
To make let's look through the cards and like show a bunch stream rolling, show the people what they want to see.
The Leyline off the top. Enchanted Tails Leyline. I actually do like that art a lot. Damn, that was the top deck that Matt needed to win because I believe we had lethal on the correct back on the DNT side.
Yeah.
Well, more than 7 damage.
Yeah.
All right, our finals are going to be Helm versus Rhinos, which
Seems
is
like it'll be pretty quick.
they'll be a pretty quick matchup. Either these Rhinos get there quickly or the Helm combo pops off. The other thing too that you have the ability for though is you actually do have a lot of interaction into Helm specifically. Because what you can do is like for instance, if they're going for like a beseech line to find a piece, you can actually tap the Helm so they can't tap it, and then you can try to win on the crackback, which has come up a few times. Like icing Helm is actually pretty relevant. The other options obviously you have Brazen Borrower to try to bounce it. Like you have a lot of interaction on the board. Fire to kill a Dothy Voidwalker. You also have Force of Vigors obviously in the board, which are quite good in the matchup. Just in general, this is a pretty good matchup for Rhinos, I think. I think Rhinos is generally the faster deck with more interaction. Now, the other thing is though, Rhinos has a tough time beating a shouldered, which is funny. So if there somehow gets a shoulder to be on the battlefield, it will be difficult for the Rhinos to handle it. Like obviously you have the outs of like violent outburst if they block or fire if they block, but that actually comes up less than you think because by the time a shouldered is out, if that is the win condition, you've used generally extended your resources. Because Rhinos in a matchup like this will rip through his hand pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because like everything in Rhinos is you're 2-for-1ing yourself to just get tempo.
Tempo.
In the form of
talk to
two
me. What's
Rhinos.
tempo? We are potentially going right into it. Maybe they're gonna give Matt a quick break, but it looks like they're gonna. This is maybe like the fastest BCDL ever. They've been running real quick.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's 6 o'clock, so we started like what 7 hours ago, 8 hours ago, so not too bad.
Yeah, well-run event. If you're ever in the area or you want to go, I highly recommend traveling for it.
I've also been told that the dip actually is fire.
Yeah, there is dip there.
I do love buffalo chicken dip in general.
And I don't know where the open will be in the future, but they used to have like a taco bar lunch break, and then
With the
like
dip,
there was dip, yes, but
like
they had like a full taco bar and like you could get beer because it was at a brewery right outside. You could bring it in.
I do love brews and legacy. That's a favorite combo of mine.
The only problem, I think Legacy is the best format to drink.
Yeah,
EDH doesn't exist. It's not a format.
yeah. I believe you once tweeted that you like EDH, so I'm not sure.
I like the deck construction
Okay.
concept of
I
EDH.
feel like this is cope. I feel like this is coping with like
think it's cool and fun to be like, hey, I want to pick 99 different cards and make a deck around a theme.
I
And
see.
I'm going to play cards that aren't the most efficient. I really hate playing with people.
Do you rule 0 when you play EDH?
I want to. Okay. I wanted to rule 0 and Nephilim, and the play group I was playing with at the time
Wait,
said
what?
no.
And Nephilim? What's
And Nephilim?
What's Nephilim?
They're the 4-color, not legend. They're legend. They should be legendary, but they're not.
Okay.
And so I tried to rule 0-1,
Okay.
and the group said no. So then I was pretty off that. Like
The vibes were off.
there's like they're like 4-color original Ravnica. Yeah, like Doom Brood Nephilim. You gotta read. This is like such a legendary creature. It just
Whenever
doesn't
Doom and
have it.
Nephilim deals combination, you put a 1/1 color sand creature token into play for each lane. That's crazy. If you give this
This
thing double strike, you just win the game.
this is this should be legendary. And
Why
I
isn't
should
it
be able to make
legendary?
this a commander.
Why
That's
isn't
all
this,
I'm saying.
why isn't it legendary?
Because this was before they were thinking about EDH and card
Ah,
design.
the good old days.
Yeah.
The good old days. Do
But
you
yeah,
remember when True Nemesis first came onto the scene? It was like the first real commander card, True Name and Flusterstorm. And it was like, yeah, these are pretty good.
how long do you think I've been playing Legacy?
I don't know.
Not that
Do you not
long.
remember? Oh, I guess you damn. I
I
remember. I remember very well the discourse around True Name Nemesis and Flusterstorm as being the first two big commander cards in the format.
my first pre-release was Dominaria. I
Really?
didn't really start playing Legacy until like the end of 2019, start of COVID.
My first pre-release was Zendikar, and someone opened a Time Walk. You didn't know about? You know about this? They put in power and like some OG cards into the original Zendikar printing, kind of
That's
like what they
cool.
did with Dominaria United. And I remember I started playing in Ice Age, and I went to my first pre-release for Zendikar, and then when I first started playing competitively was right around when right after like Cobblade became a thing, like the Squadron Hawk Stoneforge, Jace the Mind Sculptor, before New Phyrexia was printed, before Batterskull was printed. That was the golden age. And then we had the beautiful meta of Restoration Angel, Blade Splicer, Snapcaster Mage. Oh, the good old days.
Okay, Boomer.
Good old days. Yeah, Council's Judgment. Yep, Council's Judgment was another early one.
Looks like our players are ready. Getting into the finals. Match strand on Mono Black Helm versus Carrie Bunyas and Rhinos. You're gonna take Rhinos. I'll take Mono Black Helm.
Okay, I'll take Rhinos.
I I'd rather pick Rhinos, but
This one's for the Horned Dogs back home.
I I believe in Bat.
Look, I like both of them.
The hair, the sitting
I've like
style, we're all in.
I've met both of them and they're both great. I'm pretty sure I'm like not 100. I'm like 99% sure I met Matt, and I'm 100% sure I met Carrie. Um, like in passing at MagicCon and at probably at the tournament weekend too. Honestly, I remember we were sitting. I sat next to my round one opponent who was also on Death and Taxes at MagicCon on the last day, but 60 card, the Hayden's game.
So I believe who has the higher seed? Matthew Strand is the fourth seed and Carrie is the sixth seed. So
So Matthew
Mono
will
Black will be
start
on the
the
play.
which honestly is like a pretty big deal, but not that big of a deal. Rhinos
Yeah.
like likes being on the play, but it's not that big of a deal because you're not a days deck, so it's like whatever.
Yeah.
In fact, having the extra card can sometimes be very beneficial. Um, so it's not Rhinos is a deck where you obviously like to win the die roll, but you know it's not like Delver where you're like very happy to win the die roll.
Our hero, Matt Strand, is mulling to six, it looks like.
Our or yours?
The people's hero.
I see. Okay. We don't like Carrie's Rhino tokens. His son made them. That's so wholesome. That's like peak family values.
The villain kept seven. There is no justice. It's fine, yeah.
It's Rhinos. Rhinos is just it just does what it does, man. It just does what it does. It comes in, it makes some Rhinos, it wins the game, and it goes home. This is a hard day's work, not easy work. This is a good hard day's work every game. Plays a fair game of Magic. Isn't trying to do some weird like here's a Doomsday, here's Edge of Autumn, Street Wraith, Cycle, Consider, Thassa's Oracle. Did I win the game? No, it just makes some Rhinos and hits you in the face. It's like a beautiful thing.
You sound like a doomsday hater.
I'm not a
Okay.
Doomsday hater. I'm actually a Doomsday.
Okay.
I do enjoy a good Doomsday pile.
Matt kept six.
Matt kept
It
6.
looks
Are
like
we going to see a Ley Line of the Void? Pre-game actions. Are there any pre-game actions?
Not giving his patented look at my hand, figure out what to play look.
Vault of Whispers, Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize.
Really good start. There's seldom better starts in the game of Magic the Gathering than
Turn 1 Thoughtseize.
turn one Thoughtseize. All right, let's look at the hand. Simian Spirit Guide, Elvish Spirit Guide, double Violent Outburst, a Misty Rainforest, Fire and Ice.
Ooh, and it's kind of a perfect hand, right?
Yeah, but if you take one of the Spirit Guides, it's kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
Unless we can draw another Spirit Guide or another land. So this hand is definitely a snap keep, but you definitely don't want to be thought seized on it. You kind of are priced into taking one of the Spirit Guides, which is probably one of the least value like cards to take off of Thoughtseize in general. Like you'd much rather see a Singleton Cascader and take that. Because it's a lot easier to draw out of a mana screw than it is a Cascader screw. Just by sheer number of how many Cascaders you have and how many lands you have. Like
Yeah.
you'd rather not be playing the mana denial game against a deck like Rhinos. Like you'd much rather play the don't get your Rhinos game.
Taking all the Spirit Guide. Correct choice, because
Yeah,
it pitches for
to
both
endurance.
of them. No, it pitches for both of the Cascaders.
Oh, that's true. Although to be honest, we're still one land away anyway, so it doesn't really matter because it doesn't actually change the outcome of how the texture of the hand works.
Ooh.
Duress.
A little sad we can't take the
Yeah. Oh, wait, why? I would have probably just suspended the Rhinos there, honestly.
Do we have Surveillance? I didn't think we did.
I believe we do. We have two.
Oh, so maybe he's just
Yeah, he's trying to surveil.
that makes sense. Ooh, this is a little bit tough here. I'm gonna try and work through the Rhinos.
Yeah. Taking Violent Outburst, I think, is correct. It's kind of you're stuck between a rock and a hard place because it doesn't actually matter because one of the Rhinos is already in hand anyway. Another Duress. Oh, I would have definitely
Takes
taken
fire.
I would have definitely taken the other Violent Outburst. Because you can kind of handle one set of Rhinos, but the second one is basically unlosable. But I would have probably personally taken the other Violent Outburst there. But Fire and Ice isn't bad too, because that could just be the cantrip that he's looking for to actually cast the rest of his stuff. But again, I think it's not like objectively incorrect to do that. I think it's like it's fine. I would have personally definitely taken the other Violent Outburst though.
Yeah, I mean Matt's not playing a deck that really plays at instant speed. The Fire Ice may not be as good at like actually disrupting him.
Yeah. Here's a Hedge Maze. This does fix our colors, kind of, because now we have access to all three, albeit it's off the back of an exiled Simian Spirit Guide. But, you know, pretty good stuff. Surveil 1, let's see what we get.
I'm guessing anything that's not a land goes to the graveyard.
Anything that's not a land.
Okay.
There's the Scalding Tarn. Here comes the Safari Agent, bringing with her the Rhinos. Charlotte Agent is so much better than the Violent Outburst because specifically it gives you a faster clock. Granted, I don't think it truly matters in this spot because I think you have both anyway. But yes, technically this is correct because it speeds up the clock significantly. Here is the Safari Agent bringing with her the Botswana special.
No one knows what you're talking about.
Look, dude, it's a Safari guy bringing some Rhinos.
Stop trying to make
I'm good.
Safari Agent happen.
It's
never gonna happen.
Rhinos is now called the Botswana special, and Shardless Stage is now Safari Agent.
Do you know how hard I've worked to try and get my favorite deck name changed?
What did you want to name change? What to what?
Tempo Doomsday to like no bad card Doomsday.
Isn't it NBC Doomsday already a thing?
No. I have made this the name of a thing.
Well, the way Wonder Pro was talking about it was like you did make it a thing, but it was like a meme.
It was not a meme. I'm so mad at him. I hope Max is here so you know how mad I am.
Anyway, Dome you for 10. Wasteland your Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. Go.
Not sure. Oh, okay, yeah.
And
not sure
scoop.
what.
Yeah.
I don't think we have an ensnaring bridge main here.
You could have potentially went for a damnation there. Because if you have Beseech, you can go like Chrome Mox Beseech with that much mana. But you know, it's That would be very specific and also wouldn't be great. It is game 1 going into game 2 now. So right now, Rhinos is up 1-0. Mono Black Helm had to mull down to 5, had an opening of Thoughtseize into double duress. But Carrie's hand was pretty stacked, all things considered. Went for the basically just had a pretty stacked hand that even 3 hand disruption spells couldn't beat. But also in general, I think this is pretty favored for Rhinos, but I do think overall this was piloted pretty well. I actually think I think it was objectively correct what Carrie did, which was go for the Surveil land instead of just cascade, instead of suspending Rhinos, because suspending Rhinos is so much slower than just getting Rhinos the next turn. You'd rather maximize your chances of getting Rhinos next turn, which I personally think that was a really good play. I'd be curious to know why Matt did duress the Fire and Ice instead of the second Violent Outburst. Because I believe if you're not going to go for the Violent Outbursts, you should have duressed away the Thoughtseize,
Take the guide and then violent or yeah.
Actually, maybe there wasn't a good way to do. I
It's
still would
only-
have taken the Violent Outbursts, but
It's 1 Thoughtseize and 2 duresses.
yeah, so you could only take 1 creature, and on the Thoughtseize we took one of the Spirit Guides.
Yeah. It was kind of awkward. Yeah, I think Carrie just kind of had. If I could sculpt a really good hand against 3 hand disruption
Yeah,
spells,
that's
maybe
it.
the
And hide your land on top with the yeah. What's funny too is if Carrie was on the play, he'd have turn 1 Rhinos with that hand, which is pretty good.
Okay, so
Going into game 2, Matt is on the play again. Looking at the sideboard, the thing is single target removal matches up so poorly against Rhinos, but you're kind of priced into using them because otherwise you just lose the game. Bridge of Khazad-dûm is kind of like a trap because it's so easy for them to get rid of it with 3 Brazen Borrower and 2 Force Negations. And the other really funny thing is with this version of Rhinos, you could just build a really big creature and then just fling it with Minsk and Boo. Because he's got the one. I've definitely won games through a bridge just by flinging a Minsk and Boo that I just kept plussing on, like a Rhino token. And that is actually a pretty viable way of getting around a bridge. Granted, we are only on the single Minsk and Boo, so that's not like hyper viable, nor do I think it will come to that. But it is a possibility nonetheless.
Yeah, so Matt's full sideboard, 1 Ensnaring Bridge, 2 Fatal Push, Helm of Obedience, Liquid Metal Coating, Mycosynth Lattice, 3 Opposition Agent, 3 Plague Engineer, 2 Shouldred's Edict, the 1 Ring. Looks kind of rough here. Not a lot of things I want to be bringing in. Yeah, I mean, do you want to even bring the bridge in? It's like
I think
probably better than some of your cards.
You're kind of priced into it, I think. You're definitely keeping Damnation. You definitely board out all your Bowmasters. The card does pretty much nothing in this matchup. Definitely board out the Bowmasters. So if we board out 4 Bowmasters, and we board out maybe the Nether Void.
Nether Void's so good if it gets down, but
if
it's
it gets
so
down,
hard to get down.
It's 4 mana, and you're playing against a deck that's going to have a 10 power, if not more, by like turn 3. And if that comes down turn 3, you're winning the game. But also, how many spells also, if they come down turn 3, you're winning the game? Because at least with Nether Void, right, you can actually, because of Force of Vigor, it's actually pretty easy for you to play around it. Like, yeah, just pitch a spell, pay 3, sure.
Carry sideboard, 2 Blood Moons, 2 Brotherhoods in, 2 Collector Oofs, 1 Emrakul, 2 Force of Vigors, 4 Ley Light of the Void, 1 Magus of the Moon, 1 Mystical Dispute.
I do wonder if it's correct to bring in the Collector Oof. I don't think so. I don't think it's correct. I think we're just faster, but I think it's an interesting question for sure.
If you bring in Collector Oof, are you cutting all your Crashing Footfalls?
It's a great question. I usually like to keep 1 or 2 in, but I realize that's not good because you really want consistency in your spells. That's why Comet isn't very good in my opinion. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't actually know if you're supposed to bring it in. It's like a question to ask for sure. The specifically Matt's iteration of Mono Black Helm is much more all in on the Helm. There aren't like griefs and trolls to do beatdowns with. So the argument for Collector Oof is significantly stronger. The problem is it also like it's pretty easy for them to get an out to it and then just ignore it and win the game.
Looks like Matt has started here with Swamp Leyline turn 0, Swamp Thoughtseize.
You know they say Island Ponder Go. What about Swamp Thoughtseize Go? Is that the swamp version of Island Ponder Go?
Definitely.
Right? Three lands, Wasteland, Tropical Island, Misty Rainforest. Cards available to take in hand are Force of Vigor, Force of Negation, Force of Vigor, a Flyer and Ice, I believe, are the 4 cards. I believe that's double Force of Vigor.
Yeah, this hand is I'm okay if you Thougeize me because I don't really have too much going on anyway.
If you take the Force of Vigor, you turn off Force of Vigor. It's probably the first like thing that pops out to me. If you take the Fire and Ice, you get rid of the Force of Negation. I would probably just take the Fire and Ice here and really keep them up, keep them off any ability to interact with you outside of like on the stack or with like Force of Vigor. And by that I mean basically make so if you have a Dolphy Voidwalker or a Bowmasher, you can start getting beats in. Because if you take Force of Vigor, it's like fine, but they don't really care about Force of Vigor right now because they're not interested in removing your stuff until you have more stuff anyway. If you take Force of Negation, then they still have Force of Vigor. If you take Fire and Ice, you still give them the Force of Vigor out. Goes for the Force Negation. I think that's fine. The thing is, in this deck, Force of Vigor and Force of Negation kind of hit the same things, right? So
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know what the logic was there if I'm missing something, which I very well might be.
I really like this play in particular if you have another hand disruption spell into a combo, a long-term combo,
I
because
see.
that's what I'm saying. I think all those takes were almost defensible depending on what your hand is trying to do.
Yeah, that's fair. That's why I said like I'm not completely sure. I'm not completely sure like what their play is there. It's pretty hard because on Carrie's hand, we've got quite a bit of just interaction, but nothing proactive. So as a result, like when all of your stuff interacts with everything that you do, it's like what's the piece of interaction that I care about the most? And that's wholly dependent on the texture of the hand on the mono black side. Shardless Asian pitching Elvish Spirit God Cascade trigger force and then let's make it happen.
The 1-2 off the top, pretty good here.
Jesus, the 1-2
That gave a little,
off the top. Here's
yeah,
a crashing footfalls. Make some rhinos.
Would you like to look at these cards?
No, I wouldn't. Oh, there we go. We did.
I always look, even if
I just look just to pretend like I'm a better player than I am.
the amount of people who do not look at my Doomsday deck when I flip it over is very high.
I'm not gonna lie. I just ask how many forces, how many dazes. I don't really care about the rest. And sometimes they'll tell me and they'll be like, "There's 4 in that pile. Oh, there's 3 in that pile." All right, thanks. No one's ever lied to me, but I have checked to see if people lie to me so that if I play them again, I know if they're lying to me or not.
See, there's like two sides to that where like
Shieldred's Edict, kill one of your rhinos.
I had a friend at an F&M take my whole deck, flip it over, and sort it to determine what my pile was. Yeah, that's too much.
That's too much. We do see the Shieldred's Edict, and this is what I was talking about, how the single target removal just feels so bad. Like, you slow down the rhinos a little bit, but ultimately, like, they still have 6 power on board, and you're down a card. All right, let's see. Wasteland, your Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. Pretty good, actually. But ultimately, like, I can't imagine we're winning the mana denial game. This is looking pretty good for Rhinos currently. Rhinos has a clock, Rhinos has interaction, and Mono Black is sitting tight with not sure what's in the hand currently. I'd be curious to see. Swamp, Duress.
Yeah, we didn't make a play on turn 3, so Wasteland feels like a time walk. I think we top deck this Duress.
Beautiful thing here is though is through the back of a Dark Ritual, there could actually be a combo here. if the last cards are Dark Ritual, Beseech, and some way to make a token, believe this is lights out.
Well,
But the problem is there is every form of interaction in the hand currently.
yeah, these hands from Rhinos always feel pretty hard to beat.
Double Force of Vigor, Force of Will. When they say force check someone, do you know which force they're referring to in this case? Because I think both of them are pretty valid.
Well, I know this if I'm mad, I'm assuming the card that they put into hand was another blue card for force.
Yep. Draw.
Oh.
And the concession, 6 health, Rhinos brings it home, the Botswana special, and the Safari guides. They're taking us. What's the Toto is bringing us home.
Yeah, so Rhinos
Gets there.
There was a lot of Rhinos in the event. It looked
a lot of Rhinos in the event. I've been preaching for a while that I think Rhinos is a really strong deck. I think Rescaminator kind of took over as the free win deck. But I think Rhinos is still a really strong deck. There's a lot of play to it. There's a lot of micro decisions, and it's also a very straightforward deck. So I think it's a really good deck in general for both the new players and more experienced players. We will see Carrie now write the name. Is this Carrie's first time writing his name on the trophy? Rob, can you confirm?
I think this is the first write for Rhinos as well.
Really? Oh, I've seen Rhinos one before.
You're offended for Rhinos everywhere.
But look at what was boarded in. Double Oppo Agent, Shelly's Edict, and a Fatal Push. So it's all like single target removal, and you're kind of priced into bringing it because you really don't have much more ways to interact with a board of Rhinos outside of like a Damnation. But ultimately it is it's just like one of the things that you have to do and that you're not happy about doing. But yeah, no, this is awesome. Rob, what's the special now? So are you guys packing up? Do we want to do like a
Yeah, do we have the prizes? Do we know what Carrie got for first place?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Do we have the prizes? Do we
here, let me see it in the I hope at least he got some buffalo chicken dip to take home to his son for the good luck Rhino token.
Good luck Rhino token. The good luck Rhino token did bring him home there. I believe first place is an Underground Sea, right? If I'm not mistaken.
The best of the dual lands.
The best of the dual lands.
Only the best.
Did you know Taiga can cast Dark Ritual Doomsday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can hear you. I guess I don't know if chat can hear you.
I can hear you.
I believe, yeah. So we're gonna get Carrie on for a winner's interview.
Okay, perfect.
So they're just getting it set up. Should be on any minute.
This guy.
Go back up a little bit, I can see.
Do I have to hold this the whole time?
Yeah.
I gotta hold the trophy the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, we're coming loose.
I know, we gotta have them tighten that.
Okay.
Nice. Carrie, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you.
Carrie, congratulations. I think we actually briefly met at MagicCon, although in the worst of ways.
Yes, you're right. I thought I recognized you. Good seeing you.
Yeah, I was. My deck was stolen. That's how we know each other. Of a disaster of a weekend.
Yes, I thought I recognized you. I'm so sorry. That's so unfortunate.
It's fine. I built it back better. It's actually way better now.
We can
Actually,
rebuild
thanks to
it.
Roland too.
Nice.
But congratulations. I wanted to ask too. A lot of the new Rhinos lists have went down in Minsk and Boo altogether, but you still keep the one.
Sure.
Is that something that you've been kind of waffling on? Or are you pretty happy with the singleton?
I really like a Minsk and Boo. It's just got a place in my heart. The reason I built Rhinos in the first place is I went to the Buffalo Chicken Dip Open, and I was playing an Orcish Lumberjack deck, just trying to resolve some Minsk and Boos on turn 2. And I got Force of Willed out of that, and so I switched to Rhinos, which is a pretty similar game plan, so it's just got a good place in my heart. I don't know if it's optimal, but I really, really like it.
I brought the deck to Eternal Weekend this year, and I too was running before Wasteland after the Michelle Gaz perennialist that top 2 to Prague. Were you on the deck before Wasteland, and what do you think about Wasteland in general on the list?
I think Wasteland really pushes it around the corner. I played it pre-Wasteland, and it is just a whole new ball game. Obviously, the worst top deck in the world is Rhinos, and so suspending a Rhinos and wastelanding a couple times and kind of playing the control game is a viable strategy all of a sudden. So I think Wasteland's really what pushes the deck over the edge. I think how I was listening to some Doomsday primers the other day, and it was talking about how it's an A+B deck, and it gets to run a little bit of interaction, some Force of Wills and some other things, and I was thinking about that in the context of Rhinos, and how Rhinos is essentially Doomsday, but I get to play Force of Wills and Wastelands.
That is a take, Samantha.
Is that a take?
Notably, Doomsday also plays Force of Wills, but I get your point.
It is an A+B combo where I get to run a little bit of interaction. I don't know. I think Force of Wills. Wasteland is really good in this deck.
Did you have any matchups today in general that you were pretty scared going into?
Delver is a terrible matchup for me. Good thing here at Buffalo Chicken Dip, we're pretty harsh to the Delver archetype. We are a field of Abzan depths and prison and lands. And so Delver is a rough matchup. So even our resident Delver players weren't on Delver today. So
It's true.
Rob's normally a Delver player, and I think he was playing Scam. So, I played against Roland. I played some D&T, and that's a really rough matchup. I avoided some beans, which was really nice. Other than that, I don't know. I was fortunate to get some lucky draws today, I think.
We saw that runner off the top Spirit Guy's Cardless Agent when you had no interaction.
It doesn't get any luckier than that. Yeah.
That was pretty nuts.
I kept a very reactive hand and relied on some surveil lands. I'm on 2 surveil lands now.
We saw that too.
I ran 1 at the last BCDL, and it was so good. Rhinos is a deck without card selection. And I absolutely hate Fire Ice. I'm running a couple because it does what it needs to do, but having a couple surveil lands to filter is huge.
I don't know what you mean. You have no card selection. I feel like Shardless Agent always hits crashing footballs for some reason.
You know what? That's a really good point. That's a perfect card selection.
I feel like you're selecting the right card every time.
It's like a 3-mana demonic tutor. So
exactly. 3 mana make a 10/10. I feel like that's pretty good card selection inherently.
You know what? I might revise my thinking on that a little bit.
But overall, no, awesome performance. We talked in the last one how I was the Rhinos fan and someone who played it at Eternal Weekend.
It's definitely not much of a meta deck. I think there was one other Rhinos player here today, and I've been on it for a little while, but it's a really fun deck to play, and I'm just happy that it performed well today.
Because I remember you played it against Bosch and Roll in the last BCDL, if I remember correctly.
We played with the semifinals. I played against Beans. I played against Brian in quarterfinals. he was playing Scam, and then I played against Scam in the finals also, and got griefed in Wasteland out of that game, and didn't quite turn the corner on that one.
Yeah, that's what the deck. Yep.
I actually put 4 Leyline of the Voids in my sideboard just to meta game against Scam a little bit. The Scam matchup is not very good, so I was running Inevitable Betrayal, and I took those out and added some Leylines, and I've been pretty happy with that. I didn't face Scam at all today, but
I did.
It always works.
I did see your Inevitable Betrayal in that Boston roll game, taking Arcana Cruelty though, so that was pretty good.
yeah, it always feels good to bribery at instant speed.
But Smith, you had something?
I was going to ask, how did you feel about your Scam matchup, as it's kind of the boogeyman of the format, but
It's Scam is not. It's I don't know. It's like pretty 50-50. I've had success with it. I'm mainboarding 2 Endurance as well and 3 Mystical Disputes. So I'm trying to come prepared. Obviously, there's not a lot you can do about double Thoughtseize on turn 1 and having a 3/2 with Menace, but a top deck Shardless Agent, as long as you don't get Wastelanded out of the game, a top deck Shardless Agent can stabilize against that. Obviously, it's hard to play around Daze and Force of Will and all their interactions. So
It's almost like Rhinos versus Scam in Modern. Who would have thought that? Huh?
yeah, right.
But overall, are you do you see anything in MH3 that you'd like to jam in Legacy?
So I am. This hasn't been officially spoiled. Are we allowed to talk about cards that haven't officially been spoiled?
I think we already did.
I'm not actually sure what's officially spoiled and what not after that.
I think this was on the
Yeah.
Potato Phone spoils, but I saw that Harbinger of Tides, which is the blue Magus, and I'm really excited to put that in. I play 2 Blood Moons and 1 Magus side.
Yeah.
And I've got a lot of double blue pips. I got some double green pips, and I've got my red pips are only 1. So being able to put a blue Blood Moon in my sideboard, I'm really excited about. So I think that'll be pretty cool to try out. Obviously, I don't know if it's good, but at the end of the day, if it's not, it pitches the Force of Will, which you play 8 of. So
Very relevant.
yeah, it's
I'm
not
just
too bad.
waiting for the choker boil combos, but I'm sure those will pop up.
Yeah, for sure. So, other than that, I don't think there's going to be a lot in the archetype unless we get another adventure card. Because we get Brazen Borrower for some interaction and Fire Ice for some interaction, but unless they give us some split cards or some adventures, I think we're probably keeping it where it is.
Or like a mystical dispute-esque card.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, it was a pleasure to watch you. It's always a fun to watch Rhinos go off. That first Cascade was so classy. We ripped through half your deck, and then we finally saw the Rhino.
For sure. Yeah, I was lucky to have I was lucky in the first game to have a very Thoughtseize proof hand. Matt had 2 Thoughtseize, Duress, and I had. I was lucky to get my second land, and
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I commented that I thought maybe you should have went for the suspend Rhinos when you had the open mana, but you chose to keep it up to go Surveil. Obviously, the top of your deck was the mana, but after I saw that Surveil, I was like, wait, that's so much better than waiting 4 turns for Rhinos.
Yeah. Suspending Rhinos on the draw is, I don't know. Especially against, Matt's my buddy, he's my good friend, we hang out all the time. I knew he was on Helm, and Rhinos on turn 5 with Summoning Sickness isn't going to get there, so I'm high rolling for some turn 2 Rhinos.
Perfect. Yeah, it worked out super well. Obviously, the leg was on top, but assuming it wasn't, you did increase your odds pretty significantly by doing that.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool, but yeah, I hope you'll keep on the deck, and I hope you'll keep playing it. I know we had a ton of fun casting back here. I'm again a big Rhinos fan, and I'm sure Samantha enjoyed that you compared it to Doomsday.
That might be taking some liberties, but
It's just an 8.
Yeah, I
But then he-
want to just take a second and thank Rob. I mean, like, this is, we've got a
Yes.
really great legacy community in Columbus, Ohio, and we wouldn't be here without Rob. This whole thing started in his basement, and or not in his basement,
My
his
living room, but-
the living room. But I mean, like, it has grown into a tournament series that a lot of people look forward to and come out for, and it's just really great, and we wouldn't be here without him, so good on you,
Thanks.
Rob.
Thank you.
I got you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
Rob, thanks for giving us the opportunity. When you posted that, I instantly thought I'd want to throw my hat in the ring. So very much appreciate, you us giving us the chance and getting on here. I know we both had a ton of fun, and it's always fun to just talk about Legacy.
Yeah, glad to have you, and thanks for working with us on the beginning hiccups.
Yeah, no worries. We're excited to come out to Columbus one of these days too. Because I know I haven't played one. I know Samantha's played in a few.
Yeah, I actually
definitely
gotta try
get out
and
there
win
and
one.
play. Oh, that's fair. I gotta get out there and play one.
Well, we've got a larger event. Normally our events are around 64 people. We've got a larger 120 person Legacy Open happening in August.
In
So,
August? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Throw it on
August
your- throw it on-
17th.
August
I'll be
17th.
there.
Throw it on your calendars, and I think there'll be a 64-person event the next day, which is a Sunday. So
Perfect.
Nice.
All right, I'll definitely try to. I'll pencil that in now.
I have one last question though. But
Okay.
what are you bringing home your son? Anything for the good luck token?
oh man, I should. I think one single ice cream sandwich would be fine. He's only
Oh, a
5.
nice little Klondike.
Yeah, my 5-year-old drew that token. I think that's my good luck. Matt definitely tried to Shieldred's Edict, the regular
He's like,
token,
that one.
which was a no-go. My daughter's 2, so I'm waiting until she gets old enough that she can draw me one too. So
That's awesome. That's a great story. Yeah, just in general, I'm a big fan of tokens that aren't official WotC tokens, but actually have some sentimental value. Because why
Sure.
not? It's the only
Sure.
time you can do it.
yeah, you couldn't get the legs any more backwards on that Rhino. Awesome.
Perfect. Well, Rob, thanks so much. Carrie, congratulations. Is this the first time you get to write your name on there?
Yeah. I'm helping Rob out with some tournament organizing, and so I took care of the trophy engraving. So I get to put my name on it, which is really
That's
exciting.
awesome. That's a great reward.
Yeah, and Buffalo Chicken Dip School, because we get to. I mean, we're a pro proxy tournament, and you get to come here with proxy cards and win. I don't own an underground C, so I'm really excited to have my first underground C today. So.
Yep.
Maybe
Matt and
you
Gary
have it?
Are
Do
taking
you have it?
over
Can you show us?
running here. I'll go get them. You want to go get underground? Yeah.
Maybe you can actually play Doomsday now.
Oh, now you're actually close to
Oh
actually
man, I'm on my
casting
way.
it.
I don't know. I'm playing Doomsday Light over here.
Doomsday Light, aka. All right, you gotta help me, Carrie. I'm trying to start a new trend of calling Rhinos the Botswana Special, and then having Shardless Agent be Safari Agent.
Oh,
And
I
have your
like it.
Shardless Agents be altered, have Safari hats on them.
Dude, I really like it. Yeah, let's do that. That would be on theme. Yeah, I think we need to commission an alt art through
Yeah.
Wizards and just get it official.
We need to get it official, and next time we register the deck and call it Ariel, we call it the Botswana Special.
Yes, dude, I
Botswana
love
Safari.
it.
You gotta tweet at Brad Nelson to get it on Melee. That's when you really made it.
This guy, look at that. First
Beautiful.
one.
As
Brad
Samantha would
used to
say,
be
the
on
best
speed
dual
dial.
land.
It's going in my vintage cube.
Nice.
Wait, you're gonna put a real dual land in your vintage cube? That's actually so sick.
That's what it's there for, right? It's a game
That's
piece.
awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Are you gonna put a real one in your cube, Samantha?
I have a standard cube.
Oh, you have a standard cube.
It's so
That's
much more financially sensible.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sadly.
Hey, I don't own Power yet. We need to convince Rob to host one of these for Power, and then I'll
that's
be able to
actually-
get it.
Yeah, Rob.
I mean, I've got a set of power I can put in the cube. The past two BCDLs opens we've done, we actually did a $300 buy-in for power.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was some degenerate stuff. Yeah, so
I did
if
just
you're
legacy player.
degenerate enough for $300 buy-in, 8-player cube for power. Talk to me.
Look, I will neither confirm nor deny, but I will confirm that I would join. No, this is awesome. The event was cool. I hope the venue was pretty cool. It looked pretty spacious from our end. I like that your
Yeah.
feature match area was actually covered. I really liked the play mat. I think you guys did a great job. Seeing the players was really cool.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
overall,
big
yeah,
thanks.
thanks for bringing this on.
Yeah, big thanks to Guard Tower. We've got a whole studio here, and the setup's awesome. It's an actual studio, so there's no sound in it. It's kind of
Oh, really?
unsettling.
Wait, that's
Wow.
awesome.
You can see the green screens.
Yeah.
The entire studio is painted green screen in the back.
Oh.
Yeah, so thank you to James and the Guard Tower staff for that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's awesome. Dang. That's actually high tech stuff, dude. We're like in a bedroom, and they're like actually doing like a real studio. All right, we gotta up our game. next time.
Your bedroom looks a little cozier than our studio.
That's fair. Although we got next time we do this, if we do this, I'll have a green screen. We'll have the BCDL logo in the back.
All right, perfect. We could probably get an animated chicken behind you.
Oh, that's awesome. We're gonna get that.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll upload the VOD to YouTube in the next day or two. Chat was asking about the VOD.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, it'll be available.
I might watch it, but put it on mute because I can't stand the sound of my own voice sometimes.
Carrie can show his son
Yeah.
and be like, here's what you helped me do.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Sweet.
Rob, so what are our next steps?
That's it. I just want to one more time say thank you to you both for casting. Thank you to James for producing. Guard Tower staff. Thanks to Matt and Carrie for taking over BCDL Ohio while I expand to Texas. And thanks to everyone for watching, playing, and supporting BCDL. Come check us out. August 17th and 18th, we'll be back here for a minimum 5K and then about a 2K the next day. So come join us.
Get your name on the chicken trophy.
Yep.
It's all about the chicken trophy.
We got it
All right.
out there.
Well, thank you, everyone. Take care and good night.
Later.
Good night,
Thank you.
Rob. Thank you. Carrie, congratulations. Chat, thanks for tuning in.